we don't know. I think everybody could be like that. Well, I don't know things, but I'm a believer.
Yeah, after the coma, I don't know. I know for sure that nobody knows anything, and I never mean to push that upon anyone else. It's just that unless you, like, I don't even know where I was, let alone to tell something, like to express anything. So when people try to tell me, I just say, I don't think any of us know. So I feel more relaxed, feeling like we don't know the answers. We're trying to sort each other out, and we're eventually gonna get, I don't fucking know. It's crazy. Like, I would think eventually I just think everything's moving forward in the figure 8 of infinity. Like, the infinity moves forward. I don't like to stay stagnant. Everything's temperamental. Everything's temporary. I have a hard time like being like cemented on anything. I don't like to say, oh, this is my position, this is where I stand, because I'm always changing, right? So even throughout today, even telling Hermione I didn't like how she was talking to an Australian and saying I was Canadian, it's still, that was part of me positioning myself to say I want to be versatile. Like, equality seems more important than trying to point out each other's differences. So a lot of debates, even, I don't know, whatever. I can read all the books I have. It gets where I already know I know how to read. It just seems tiring when we don't have a ongoing conversation. Like, yeah. I like to get in an argument. It's kind of nice. So I appreciate the people that.
Do you find it ironic that you're an agnostic, but your name is Faith?
No, my name is Angela. And my name is also Grace. Like, Amanda, I'm from New Jersey. Like, my name is Angela, but my YouTube channel is Faith. It's not Faith, it's F417H, which is a frequency, which is like a sound. F4 is also a chessboard move in the last 1972 game, in the last 3 moves of checkmate. Like, I'm always going to come at you in 3 different angles at one time. You can choose to take it how you want, but don't ever think I'm simple. You know, it's that kind of thing.
I just noticed the faith on
some people like it.
Oh, I'm cool with
Some people hate that.
Oh,
I'm glad you're on here.
Thanks, Nadia. You take over the room, Nadia, quick, because, like, I'm going to make a fool out of myself.
Oh, I just started up the continuation hangout, so it's gonna be on here again. Okay. Put the link in the sidebar text chat.
Thanks, Nadia. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Sorry for interrupting your room earlier.
Now, is it Hermione?
I apologize again, Hermione.
Oh, she's gone. Hermione. Okay.
Hermine.
Well, yeah, I was rude.
It's like French. You say Hermine.
Bye, Farhan.
Well, actually, should I switch rooms? Are we supposed to do that?
Yeah, we're supposed to switch rooms. Everybody help over.
Yeah, okay.
And I need
how exactly do you do
that? Click on the link in the sidebar text chat. There's yeah, a link to the hangout. Okay, Balthazar, Faith, and Flip. I'll send direct invites for the 3 of you.
Hello, everybody.
Howdy. Rick, whereabouts do you live? If you don't, I mean, generally speaking, I'm not your exact address.
I'm sorry, there's some echo. What are you asking?
I was asking, it's Nadia's, by the way. You're muted. Okay. I was asking, you don't have to say exactly, whereabouts do you live?
Are you asking Nadia or me?
I was asking you.
I'm in Alabama.
Yo, there's a lot of echo. Nadia, that's yours. Can you please mute your mic?
I'm trying to mute.
Okay, so, yeah. You've heard of the song Sweet Home Alabama?
Yeah.
I live in what that song's about. It's Muscle Shoals. I'm actually a suburb of it, Sheffield, but Muscle
Okay.
Shoals, Alabama.
Cool, yeah. I've never been to Alabama.
I was in Selma.
Did you go to the big Selma movie shindig?
I actually didn't. That just seemed like a movie that I should rent. So I'll just watch it on Netflix or whatever when it comes out. But I was there for the re-grand opening of the
Bridge?
St. James Hotel. No, my room could see the bridge right from it. And I was there on a PR stint to basically get blacks and whites to unite behind this. And it was the best experience I've ever had in corporate America. I spent 4 days there, and the mayor, all the way down to the officials, everyone, and the radio did it all, and it's just one of my favorite little towns to go visit now. And it was so profound for me because, 30 years prior, 40 years prior, I wasn't even allowed to stay at that hotel. And, we had Turn Back Tuesday, the George Morrow Bridge, but then it was such a great little town.
I've never been across a bridge because Selma is on, you follow the interstate, and the interstate goes to Birmingham to Montgomery, and it loops around Selma.
Yep.
And if you're heading down that way, you go to Tuscaloosa. That is as far south as you go. So I've never been there, but I want to ride my Harley across that bridge. That's one of the have-tos.
Oh yeah, that would be dynamite. It was.
But they had a big concert and stuff there at Selma for the movie and everything.
Oh wow.
Oprah was there, and some guy on a piano sang.
Wow.
I got to get some more hot tea. I'll be back.
Is anybody there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were just going quiet. Nobody had anything to say for a minute.
Yeah, I'm filling one of these stupid e-cigarette things. I heard somebody mention it earlier. I wanted to come in. They had a question about it. Like, it was full.
It was atheist. Yeah, it was full. Ask an atheist. Or wait, no, it was absolute atheist.
Oh, he was asking a question about?
That's what, yeah, Absolute was asking a question about it.
Oh, about the e-cigarette? Okay. I thought I saw him smoking it a few times.
I didn't even know he smoked.
Maybe
what kind do you have?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, what type do you have? Do you have like the vaporizers, those with the huge batteries and all that, or just the little cigarette style?
Oh, no, I have the bigger...
Yeah.
I have a tank called a Nautilus Mini. It's like the big, supposed to be the best one out now.
I had a buddy that ordered like a crap load of them from China, and I think it was like an oval shape to them. It's like I forgot what it was, but he was buying them. I hit about like 400 at like $20 a piece, and he sells it for 125. It's crazy.
That industry exploded.
Yep.
I started smoking them when nobody even knew about them. I was thinking about I was thinking about just trying to sell them, but I had no idea. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I got into it way back when they first came out. Like I think it was called Green Smoke. They were just the little cigarette-looking ones.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Before they came out with all the tanks and the battery packs and all that stuff.
Well, e-smoke is just too expensive for what it is. I mean, you go through a couple of those cartridges a day. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you have to switch to the liquid.
Yeah.
And if you chain smoke it, then it's still expensive. Yeah, but you can make it yourself. You go online, you can buy the mixture and make what they sell a $20 bottle, like a 30 milliliter for $20 premium. You can mix it yourself for like $1.50 a bottle.
Oh yeah, the guy that was selling it, he was making his own too. Yeah.
I ordered it from China direct. I was like, you order your yes. At $20 for 250 milliliters.
How much?
$20.
That's good.
And it costs, but the problem is it costs $25 for shipping and handling. So I always buy 2 of them at a time.
Yeah.
Ah. Oh, you smoke them too, Ernie?
Oh yeah.
And Victor?
I need to get another one. I had one a while ago. I went back to cigarettes for a little while, then I stopped smoking for the last couple of months, and I picked up a pack and smoked those. So I think I'm gonna grab another vaporizer type.
Wow, I kind of been keeping like to myself lately. I didn't realize. Well, it's obviously a major industry.
Oh yeah.
But it exploded. Whew.
Here's where I order it, in case you're interested.
I was thinking of making my own juice and selling it, but I heard they're in Washington. They're slapping a 95%. Going to be slapping a 95% tax on it, and if that trend continues, then that's a problem for small businesses.
Yeah.
I had a store. I had to drive to. It was about a half hour when they first started. I had to go get it. He was just a gold and silver dealer. Now, it's been a year, and he's opened 4 other stores in just that one little area. I was like, how is that possible? In that one, it's not. They're all like next to each other.
Yeah.
I gotta kind of ride this and see.
Yeah, I was gonna get into it. My buddy, he started selling them, and he was going under the label Smoke Hog or something like that. So I bought. My name's Victor, so I bought VictoryVaporizers.com, but I never done anything with it.
I did. I have an Ego P, and then the Kangertech atomizer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Are you planning on sticking with that or smoking them for a while?
Well, yeah, I have 2 of them. One for the backup, although I lost my backup. I don't know what I did with it.
You ever see the new E-Leaf? It's like a little tiny square battery.
No.
iStick E-Leaf. Well, what's the? Do you know how many milliamps on your battery?
I wanted to say 900 or 1500. We looked at this at one point. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Not a ton.
It is a whole thing. It's just go to indoor. You ever go to Indoor Smokers, a YouTube channel?
No.
No.
You should check it out. He just reviews everything. Anything you want to know about it, it's there.
I was checking that one on. There was a little square-looking one, like a little handheld box-looking. I forgot what it's called. This newer one. I was thinking about getting one of those.
Yeah, they're coming out literally every day with like a brand new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but check out Indoor Smokers. He went from like in 2-3 years, 5. Like from no subscribers to over 100,000, like within like a year and a half. It was just crazy.
I once inadvertently smoked an e-cigarette. I didn't know like it actually. I thought it was like literally just water vapor, like flavored, and I started coughing, and that was not pleasant. It was actually where I'm in right now, like this exact room.
It'll dry your throat out quick.
It's really disgusting.
Yeah, I mean it could be, deadlier than cigarettes. Who knows?
Right.
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, what were you going to say?
No, I'm thinking, all of a sudden it popped up. Again, I don't want to be conspiratorial minded, but it's like, what's in these things? Like propylene glycol, which is like they say could turn to formaldehyde, and all these different chemicals. I'm like, that does not sound good.
You guys ever tried the bud style vaporizers? It uses the wax and the oils.
Yeah, I've got a PAX.
No, that Indoor Smoker, he has a second channel where he reviews all the weed stuff.
Oh, okay. I don't like it very much. I rather just, it's for some reason it's just a little different. I don't like it.
I thought it was hilarious. Someone was telling me that Snoop Dogg has his own weed vaporizer thing, and I was like, of course he does.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, Willie Nelson promotes his own brand.
Oh, this company just put Snoop's name on it. It's not like he came up with it or anything.
I agree, but it was the perfect product for that man.
It is, but it's honestly a really crappy product too. It's supposed to be a vaporizer, and it just burns.
That's what I heard.
I've got a PAX by Plume, and that thing is awesome.
Really?
It's got 3 temperature settings, beautiful looking. Compact, super discreet.
Cool. I had the big ass when they first came out with them. It was like I forgot what it was called. It was the one that Willie Nelson was promoting. I think it was huge, just like a freaking water bottle, the tube on it.
Yeah, at least now they're down to pocket size.
Yeah.
I'm going crazy. I lost the bottom of my tank. Ugh. Let me see here.
Rick is in the side chat saying, "Has anyone ever tried chewing tobacco?"
Oh, I never
It's
tried
super
that.
gross.
Yeah, I don't think I would want to.
We tried it, and apparently you're not supposed to swallow it or something. Someone told me. Oh my god, I got so sick. I almost puked.
Well, it keeps you off cigarettes, though. That's for sure. Let me see.
Oh, no.
Dude,
All right, getting crazy.
I'm sitting here with a full tank of liquid, and I can't find the bottom for it.
That sucks.
Yeah. Let me see.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm at a tough time getting in. Who knows?
Okay, Farhan.
Yes.
I'm a big fan. I've just recently became a big fan of Middle Eastern cooking, and if this is stereotyping with your name, but do you know anybody with a tandoor oven?
Tandoori. I don't actually. I guess. One second.
Indian, I thought.
Yeah, that's an Indian thing.
Oh, it's an Indian thing?
He's Pakistani.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
it's Pakistan.
I always understood tandoori as like a style of cooking chicken. I didn't know there was a specific, like.
Well, I've become a huge fan of hummus.
Okay,
the
yeah, that's
last
more of a
couple years.
Mediterranean thing. Yeah.
And I saw a video of them slapping naan bread
Mm.
up under in a tandoori oven or big clay oven, and it bubbling up.
Yeah.
I love that.
So like I think you're talking about like they have these massive. I don't think it's a Middle Eastern thing. I think it's more of like a Central Asian kind of deal, like Pakistan, Afghanistan type thing. And it's like this big oven, and you have your bread, and it's like kind of wet but like sticky, and you slap it against the side of a like pit, you could say. I don't know what to call it. And then it gets really hot, and then they cook it there, and then they take it out. It's actually very good. It's very soft. It's phenomenal. Naan, the classical naan. But no, I don't know, unfortunately, anybody who makes it.
Well, it's more of an Asian thing.
Yeah, Asian, you could say. I wouldn't really say it's Middle Eastern, but you know.
Not so much.
Farhan, do you know a guy named Hassan Shabir?
No.
Oh my gosh, he's the greatest Pakistani on Google Plus. I'm gonna give you his profile.
Shabir? If you Google,
He's like my best friend. I love him, but he doesn't hang out here much. He's only on Facebook. I have him in 21 circles. How funny is that?
Can you send me a picture of him? I don't know. Maybe I know him by face or something. If I'm not even saying this as a joke. If he's American, I probably know him.
Probably no. He's not. He lives in Malaysia now.
Okay.
He lived in Pakistan, and we met on Google Plus in the early days. And he was like the greatest person. And so I think a lot of people were scared of people from that region when the Google Plus first started. And he like was one of those guys that was just so great that we were like, oh, you guys aren't all crazy. Like, if that makes any sense.
Cool.
He's
Totally almost comes off totally racist, though.
Oh no,
You're not one of the crazy ones.
No, but I didn't think that. But that's how people thought.
Well,
Yeah.
understandably, but it just, I mean, I find it funny, but, you know, it just sounds almost racist. Oh, you're not one of the crazy ones.
Yeah, I
It's
grew up.
like, you're not one of the stabby Mexicans.
Yeah, I had a different experience growing up, so I didn't do that, but it really was
Scabby Mexicans.
scary.
You heard that one?
I got you, Liz, don't worry. I feel you.
Gonna practice my stabbing, Holmes. Step back, I say.
If I don't get you, my girlfriend will.
You know my cousin, little puppet, big Joker, little Joker.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, so I actually I do eat a lot of Pakistani food like on a daily basis, but like when I cook, it's pretty much not Pakistani food, and I kind of don't like the fact that it's really, really oily, really, really spicy, and a lot of meat. Those
You're
three
not
things.
Pakistani. If you don't like spicy food, get out of here.
So like I can't take spicy food to save my life. I'm serious.
Motherfucker, you're trying to pretend you're somebody that you're really not. I think she's exposed you.
It's like known in my family, like I can't take spicy food. When people actually like our friends, they'll make food, like my mom's friends and whatever, and they'll bring food for my mom, and I'll come over, I'll have some or whatever, and they're like, okay, we made a special batch for Farhan because we know he can't take spicy food.
Motherfucker, you need to shave your beard in penance because you've been exposed. It's terrible.
That's funny. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I'm the same way, dude. I'm one of those stabby. I'm part stabby Mexican, and I don't like spicy food at all.
Are you Mexican? Are you like
I'm, no, my mom's Mexican, or she's part Mexican and Navajo. Native, yeah, and everything's spicy, dude. Everything's got jalapenos in it, and all I can't stand it.
I love it. My daughter, she gets so mad at me, but I actually do make separate dishes for her because mine's too spicy. But you know what's weird? I didn't like spice until I got my thyroid removed.
That's weird.
Yeah, and then when I got it removed, I couldn't taste anything, so I was like,
Yeah, so I guess you had to have that extra spice in there that give it a kick.
everything is just extra spicy, extra crazy. But you know my favorite spicy is when you go to the pho restaurant. You guys ever had pho?
Oh, yeah. My daughter likes that a lot. The soups and the
soup, yeah.
Vietnamese, isn't it?
Beg your pardon?
It's Vietnamese, isn't it? Vietnamese style?
It is. It's Vietnamese.
Yeah.
You can put the plum sauce and then a bunch of sriracha.
Uh-huh.
I love it. And I always get mine with tripe, which people are like, what?
But you ever have, if you like that, then you ever have menudo?
Oh, I make the best menudo. Like.
Oh, okay, I'm about to say that's really good. If there's something spicy that I would eat, I won't put anything extra in it, but I do like menudo. I just like the taste of it.
Yeah, tripe is definitely an acquired taste.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
What is tripe?
I think it's stomach lining.
It is, yeah. And actually, I think some of it is actually like intestine.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, it is stomach though. It is a stomach lining. Yeah, and that's what that chewy taste in menudo is.
Yeah.
Chewy style.
So yummy.
It is.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm from Texas, where it's really good.
Cool.
I can help you Texas, but you guys have some of the best spices. I got all my spices in Texas, and now I'm running low. I don't know what I'm going to do. I might have to buy them online or something.
Mail order.
My mom's sister comes from Mexico sometimes, and she makes the best menudo. She's this little short, gray-haired Mexican lady. She just cooks tamales and menudo is just awesome.
Yeah, so Rick, I've actually had that kind of bread as early as like 2 days ago, or was it yesterday, 2 days ago. If you come in the DC area, or even like in New York, New Jersey, there's a lot of places where you can just go buy fresh naan like that, and it is very good. It is. You can buy.
We slept in the naan.
You can buy.
My son went
naan
to
bread.
Afghanistan.
I'm sorry. We're going naan bread now.
Yeah, my son used to get it. You could get like 4 pieces of naan bread over in Afghanistan for like $1.
Yeah, that's about
He
right.
would get it all. He loved naan. He goes crazy over naan bread.
Yeah.
For sherry naan, man. It's got the cheese in it. It's got the goddamn salt in it. Like for sherry naan is the bomb. So that's my first thing. In Australia, like we have like a great community here, and I wouldn't even call it an Afghan community. Actually, Peshawari Naam is more like an Indian thing. Yeah.
All right, now, Farhan, do you eat roti bread?
Do I eat what? I'm sorry.
Roti, R-O-T-I.
Oh, roti. Yeah. So roti is more like the staple for Pakistan, whereas naan is like it's like more the higher quality type stuff.
Well, roti, have you seen that? Like, I think it's $5,000 automatic roti bread maker.
Usually you buy
Roti-matic.
Yeah, roti is like pita bread, really. It's not even that different from it. I mean, you would be able to tell the difference, but it's basically pita bread. Yeah.
I can dig some pita, but I can't eat bread anymore, so
Why not?
all those carbs are gone.
Yeah, no, yeah, roti is like kind of like our staple bread, and then naan would be like higher quality.
So, D.C. is near the south. Have you had cornbread yet?
Yeah, of course, man. But like DC, like so here's the thing, like technically where I live is below the Mason-Dixon line, right? But
Right.
like we don't consider ourselves to be like southern in any way. We're like, no, we are culturally northern.
Now, is the cornbread you've had, is it sweet or not sweet?
Yeah, of course it's sweet.
Oh,
No, man, you're not in the south. You hadn't had cornbread, do you? You had non-sweet cornbread.
I've
Never
used to-
have. Busted, baby, busted.
I used to live in North Carolina. That was a long time
you
ago.
guys have this little restaurant there called Chevy's. Do you know those restaurants in DC?
Chevy's? No, I haven't heard of it.
And they do this great sweet cornbread. It's called tomolito. I think that's how you spell it. I could be wrong. But it's a bit of a sweet cornbread. I got the recipe essentially, and I make it every holiday, and that's like one of the favorite dishes.
Rennie, do you know what pot liquor is, and do you like it?
I don't know, and I don't know.
Really, girl? And you're in it. Where are you located?
I'm in Colorado.
Oh, I love Colorado. That is like the best state in the union.
I've been almost to Silverton, and Durango. I've been in Durango, but
Oh, Durango's gorgeous.
find older black women and ask them what from the south and ask them what pot liquor is.
Okay.
I was in Golden, Colorado, which is like a suburb.
That's not far from me.
Yeah. I was there for work. It was amazing. Like literally, like I would try to finish my work as quick as I can. I keep saying literally, by the way. I try to finish my work as quick as I could, just so I could go outside and look at the mountains.
Yeah.
It was awesome. It was amazing.
Are you ever going to come out here again? We have to hurl if you do.
I don't know. I would love to.
Yeah, so definitely look me up if you do, because
Okay.
I could take you to some cool places in the mountains and some great hikes.
Okay. I'm all about hiking. I go hiking. Well, I haven't been in a while actually, but.
Yeah, I love it.
Cool.
You're from Colorado, I mean?
I am. Well, I grew up here.
Oh, okay. Because you look so structured and disciplined, and you were talking about the herbs. I was wondering, that's why.
Oh.
You live in Colorado.
What do you mean structured and disciplined?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah,
No, you seem like very professional, like you're a marketer.
I am.
Yeah, very organized. But you were talking about, the herb. So I figured that's why Colorado.
Right. Yeah.
Why was that something I said wrong, or?
No, I'm from Cameroon though.
West African.
Yeah.
You guys, did you get what I actually said, or I think, or did you? You're thinking I said maybe said something else.
Yeah, I thought
Oh,
you said
never
I
mind.
sounded structured.
I'm sorry.
I thought you said I seemed pretty structured.
Yeah, very organized and professional. And you were talking about the weed earlier, so I didn't know you were in Colorado, so I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you guys a story.
I didn't mean that in any way.
I know a guy who's like he's like a family man, doesn't do drugs, doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, doesn't do anything, right? Very like legitimate guy in that respect. And he I went to. He has seizures, like really bad seizures. In fact, I picked him up from the hospital once, and there was one time where his wife actually called me and was like, "Farhan, I need someone to take me to the hospital." And I was like, "Why?" And she said, "Because she's from the UK, and so she doesn't have a license yet in the country. But I know them very well, so I was, anyways. So she's like, I need someone to take me to the hospital. I was like, why? It's like because my husband had another seizure, and it was really a bad one. So, anyways, this has been happening like a lot. He's been waking up, like doesn't know how he gets on the floor, and he's blood all over his face and whatever. So he said he's been happening for a while. When he was in college, he was an undergrad. He used to smoke a lot of weed, and he quit it. He quit it entirely, but he used to smoke a lot of weed. And he said during that time he never had a seizure in his life.
Yeah, it's true.
And so here's my take on this. When I went to Colorado and I saw the way that I don't smoke, by the way, but when I saw the way people were doing medical marijuana, it was like a joke. Like it's literally like, oh hey, I have a cut on my finger. Can you prescribe me some medical marijuana?
Oh, dude, yeah. I'm from San Diego, and I work next to a dispensary, and I did advertising for dispensaries, and it's crazy how people just abuse it. It's not even right.
But you realize here it's not an issue of medical anymore. It's legal.
Yeah, yeah.
But you're right. I mean, you pay $60 to $300 for a script from a doctor, and all the marijuana you want. Like I have something called ADD, so I'm allowed to grow up to 45 plants.
Oh wow, I can only do 12 for my medical over there in California.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's why I was keeping my voice low. I didn't know if you wanted to discuss that.
So
I don't smoke weed. I always have it. Like my friends are like, "Here's a birthday present. Let's see if Yarmeen's gonna smoke it." It's very rare that I do. But
okay. I was under the impression that you did. Earlier you were saying that you did. That's why That's why I said that.
Strange, like you say that actually people
not that you
birthday
professional
present. Most people who actually know you would not give you a birthday present of something that you didn't want. So if they said, "Oh, here's your birthday present," you're like, "Oh, I don't want that."
No, because it's a joke. It's a joke. Will she smoke it?
What I'm trying to say what I'm trying to say is most people don't give birthday presents to people that they actually want.
So to finish the story, or the tale rather, he's planning on going he's planning on moving to Colorado.
Yeah.
To get to live there for that reason. And again, this is like the straightest edge guy. I mean, he used to be into like all this like drinking and smoking, whatever, but he quit all that many years ago. But he was he's like, yeah, I'm gonna move here, and I was like, well, why don't you just pick up some stuff and then come back? And he said, because I don't want my son to think I'm doing something criminal, and I'm not doing something criminal. This is for my health. And like I know him. He's not like a shady guy. He's a family man.
Yeah. No, it's the best for epilepsy as well. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You said seizures. Yeah, epilepsy. It's great for. There's kids now who have been put through trials and are going to start being kids. Start going that route.
Well, they say that the oil from the cannabis actually cures melanoma. I forgot the guy's name. Do they sell the oil there in Colorado?
Yeah, they sell everything.
I'm sorry?
They sell everything.
Really? Okay. Yeah, they say that the oil actually, they show it on YouTube. You can look in the before and afters and apply it to melanoma. It actually is supposed to cure it. So
they have this one place that's a candy shop, they call it. And, well, it is. It is every edible imaginable with weed in it. They have chai, marijuana chai. They have, this is a really sad story. There was a lady that was in Aspen, and she was a housekeeper, and somebody had left lemon drops there, so she took them from the room and gave them to her kid.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It almost died.
I don't think they'll die from it, but yeah, they'll really feel like it. Wow, that's horrible.
Or you heard about that news reporter that went over there? I think Colorado had a candy bar, and she freaked out.
Those things are really potent, man. Some of those are.
They are. You should not. Like even a lemon drop. Oh my gosh, that'll just.
She ate the whole entire bar. It was probably the equivalent of like smoking an ounce. She just
Dude,
ate it.
yeah, I had a whole chocolate bar. It was like crazy, and and where I was working at, my boss was into it, so he's like, have a candy bar, and they were like, Derek, eat the whole thing. I was like, only if you will, and we just had fun the whole day.
Your boss did? That sounds like a
Oh
cool
yeah,
boss.
oh he was really cool, yeah.
I smoked it once,
Mhm.
and I was out of my freaking mind. I mean, I was 48,
Oh, wow.
and my kids were heavily into it. And I smoked it once out in the garage. We had a log cabin out in the woods.
Uh-huh.
And they gave me a joint. It wasn't hitting my lungs right, so they got the bowl out. And it was sunny before I smoked. After the bowl, I could swear it was cloudy. I asked them, I said, is it coming up a storm? Is it very dark? And they said, no, sun's shining.
You're just tripping.
I was tripping. I mean, I thought marijuana just relaxed you, and you were kind of cool. But I couldn't tell what was real and what was not, and I got real sleepy. I couldn't hold my head up.
Was it the medicinal stuff?
I don't know.
That stuff is pretty potent. Medicinal marijuana is, and then you have different types also. They got different strains.
This wasn't legal. There's no medicinal marijuana in.
Oh. Then you gotta be careful where you get it from, because you don't know what they're putting in that.
I would go to sleep, and I would wake up. I would dream that I smoked it, and wake up, and I would say, "Man, I had a dream that I smoked marijuana, man," and I was so scared. I'm still pure, man. I'm smoking marijuana, and in my dream, my son was wearing the same clothes he's wearing now. Uh-oh. Did I really smoke marijuana? Why is my son laughing at me, staring at him right now?
Oh.
And I realized I really did that. And I'd go back to sleep, and I'd wake up again, and I'd say, man, I had a dream. I had a dream I smoked marijuana. And I would just stare around, you know. And I said, wait a minute, he's wearing the clothes. And that happened like 4 or 5 times. I'd sleep for 5 minutes, wake up. Because I couldn't tell what was real or not. And that really surprised me on how strong marijuana was.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I wish they would have recorded you.
You wish it was what?
I wish they would have recorded you. Did anyone see that one on Facebook where they had like 3 grandmas that were smoking weed for the first time?
Oh, yeah, I seen that.
Oh,
yeah,
that was funny.
That sounds funny.
And I think a chocolate bar is actually really mean because you have the munchies anyway, and every bite just gives you more and more of the munchies. Like it's
But see, I thought like you smoke one, a little bit of marijuana, it would be out of your system in like 2 days, and it was a weekend. When they told me that it'd be in your system for maybe 30 days or more.
Yeah, usually about a month or so.
I panicked.
But you won't feel the effects of it after, a couple hours or a day.
It lasted like 4 to 6 hours for me.
wow, you smoked a lot.
Yeah.
I
like
think
smoked the
I got
whole
really
bowl, right?
strong. I could hear my son saying, "Hold your head up, Dad."
Oh.
And my other son was asleep, and I could hear him, "Hey, Ricky, wake up. Dad's high. Dad's high."
Check it out.
Yeah. And then, like, I thought I had smoked it soon enough that I wouldn't be high when my wife got home.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know how she would act because she's really straight-laced, and I could hear her saying, my son said, "Mom, Dad's high. Dad's," and she was laughing her head off. But that's the only time, seriously, I've ever been high.
You gonna do it again?
Maybe when I retire. I'm not going to do it while I got a job.
Yeah, take back on the porch.
I never got drunk till I was like 48.
I'm not a big drinker.
There was something else for you. You got drunk and high.
Oh, crossfaded.
Yeah, well, see, like, I met my wife like at
That's
a Bible.
Friday. Crossfaded.
Getting crossfaded, that's when you're drunk and you get high.
I met my wife like at a Bible school in Chicago, Moody Bible Institute. So we were real straight-laced, but my wife was really lenient with her kids, and they got really high, and stuff. And finally, I just said, well, if you can't beat, I was really strict. I said, if you can't beat them, join them. And I got drunk. I got to thinking, I had health problems, back pain, a lot of pain. And I got to thinking, well, cowboys, they didn't have pills. They had whiskey to get rid of their pain. So I thought, I'm going to try to drink enough to where the pain's gone.
Oh my gosh.
That's kind of dangerous.
And I remember we're out in the woods in a log cabin. I'm sitting on the front porch and I'm drunk and I didn't feel a bit of pain. I said, man, I'm cured. This stuff is great. I don't feel any pain for the first time in like 10 or 15 years.
And then the morning is a nightmare.
Oh,
yeah.
I woke up and I never felt so bad. I was, pardon my language, all I could say was, you stupid son of a bitch. You stupid son of a bitch. Because I felt so bad with that hangover. I never felt worse than that.
But for me, smoking and drinking, that's like a single thing. Like when I'm having a beer, what that like insinuates already. Like if you're one of my friends, you already know we're gonna get high and we're gonna drink. Or if I say, hey, come over, let's smoke, that means you bring a 6-pack. Like.
I use the marijuana for more medicinal purposes. I have a lot of trouble sleeping. My mind races quite a bit, and I'm type 2 diabetic, but I have really bad neuropathy and pain in my hands and feet, and it really helps me. It really does.
Right on. I'm like 100% recreational user.
Are you really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I want to relax a little bit or enjoy a show, or when I practice guitar, I really get into it. If I find, I'll take a couple of hits and it helps me. Yeah.
After work, a beer in a bowl and it's good to go. But I don't really smoke it. I just I've got Volcano and then my portable vaporizer, so it's a healthier version of doing it. So.
Yeah, I tried the vaporizers and stuff. I really don't. It's the way they use the waxes and the oils. I just like the regular bud, just the weed.
The ones that I have are all dry herb.
Oh, are they? Oh, cool. Yeah, those are cool.
Doesn't vaporizers give you just a head buzz, no matter what you're smoking? For
some weird reason, when I use the vaporizer, the oils and waxes, it just makes me sleepy. I don't. That's about it. It's weird. It's for me anyway. It's like a.
That's also because those are concentrates. When I use it with the dry herb, it's a lot cleaner of a buzz than it's less in the couch.
Yeah, that's what it's like. Yeah, it's cleaner when you use a regular dry herb. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know any of this stuff. All I know, I just think it's crazy. Somebody was saying I have a pretty my basement, 1,600 square feet, and then the ceilings I think are 11 feet tall.
And you're not growing?
Yeah, that's
we making a mint.
Everyone's no way. I heard it's a pain in the tootie anyway.
Yeah, I was working for this dispensary, and they're the growers. I mean, it's just a constant job, and they got a lot of work to do to keep them running right. They're doing I guess hydroponics. They're doing it in these tub systems, and they have filtration and lamps, and it's crazy.
Yeah, they can use different spectrums of LED lights to make it grow faster and slower and change up the seasons.
Yeah.
And fool it. Japan started working with the LED lights to trick certain foods that it's growing a different time of year, and they have implemented that into other systems. But it was originally designed for an aquaponic system, not a hydroponic system. But the same, it's just, fish and... it's just both of them combined together, so...
Cool. Yeah, I know there's one cat that was... he was with Independent Meds, and he kind of had this little thing he's selling where it's a cabinet, like a 6 foot by 2 foot deep, almost like a Home Depot bought, those white cabinets. And he would have a whole grow system in that little cubicle type deal. It was really cool. Those LED lights and.
If it comes down from Canada, how do you think it's usually grown? Outside or?
Well, most of the places I know and work for, they all grow indoor.
Huh.
Yeah, there's not a lot of outdoor stuff out there. I mean, really depends on where you're at, but for the most part, it's all because the quality control, especially in the places that it's legal,
Like
it's got to be.
Colorado, it's all indoors.
Yeah, it's got to be followed like from seed to sale.
Yeah. I believe 60 Minutes did a little episode about it, little part about it when they a couple weeks ago or something.
Well, I read on something where they're actually, you know how everybody's like independent growers, and then they have the big, somewhat style growers. Where they're in Silicon Valley in California. They're gonna start. They purchased the whole like Bob Marley thing. It's be called Marley something.
Oh
And
yeah, I heard about
they're
that.
gonna like mass produce it in a way where they could distribute it, so it's gonna be more industrial.
Which is awesome.
Get you in trouble. Feds, though. See, I don't know. Because it's still federally against the law.
Yeah, but the federal government is basically put Colorado like a 1-year probation. See how it goes there?
Yeah.
And if everything goes well there, following from seed to seed and, seed to plant and all that crap, then, but they've been watching them, really close.
I think it depends on how much money they get out of it. If it's gonna be federally controlled as far as the taxing it and everything, if they can make a good profit on it, everything seems cool, they'll start implement. They'll allow it.
Oh, and here recently, didn't they say that they're gonna not stop allocating funds, but like not spend anything extra or spend the effort to federally raid the places?
Well,
sorry, I was just going to say, like, if I'm not mistaken, like, the largest actual drug pusher in the world used to be the British government, where they basically took the drugs, like opium, and they pushed it into China for over 100 years, right? And when the Chinese actually sort of complained about that and said, oh, maybe you shouldn't be doing that, well, we had a whole bunch of crazy shit going on, and then we ended up with Hong Kong with a 100-year lease. So it kind of brings me back to this kind of modern day thing. Like, you have Iran-Contra, where they're like trying to like push the drugs, and secondly, the invasion of Afghanistan. The Taliban actually tried to outlaw opium, but now that the Americans are in charge of it, it's going forward. So.
Oh, wow.
Given that for 100 years we've actually pushed drugs, I would actually contend, this is my contention, is the CIA is actually pushing drugs around the world. That's my contention based on my historical analysis. And I would love someone to refute that, because I'd love to be wrong.
I don't know if I can prove you wrong, but it's a bit too much conspiracy theory type for me.
Okay, 100 years, 100 years.
Oh, no,
right?
that didn't mean I wanted to discuss it further.
Right. Secondly,
I'm just saying.
sorry. Let me speak, right? Let me speak. Now, well, one of the things, before you go on, right, let me just preface it so that you don't walk into a trap. The trap for most people is like, well, we have like this new education, and like, where we have this new scientific education, so it can't be true anymore. That doesn't happen anymore. Well, I'm afraid that it does. The same thing is going on over and over again. If you think that it's different, I think it's incumbent upon you to prove why it's different.
Hey, government's got to make money too.
Hey, yeah, we're like, what, $7 trillion in debt? War doesn't pay like it used to.
If that's going on, then that's something that's going to be going on. If it's a giant conspiracy about the drug trade and we're pushing it off on other nations and this and that, then that's fine. We're spending billions on trying to stop the war on drugs, so I guess we're making and losing money at the same time.
Welcome, Slim Jim.
Welcome. Listen, there's no question that governments peddle drugs. I don't know why we should be apathetic about that, conspiracy or not. I think that's kind of uncool. But listen, we need to get real about drugs anyway. And this is something, like, as a Christian, I'm agreeing with atheists about. And this is a problem I have with our government, kind of a theocracy theme going on. Listen, if people are going to do drugs, you're going to do drugs. and we need to stop putting people in jail over it. Out.
Sorry, you're saying that as a good thing or a negative?
I didn't say either, but rephrase it. I mean, people are going to do drugs, and they're going to do it. And honestly, if you're about freedom, you're about choices, and some of them can be bad, and you just got to deal with it. I'm not endorsing bad choices, but I'm not about the government imposing its will about bad choices. Got big problems with that.
Right on. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, alcohol kills more people than you know, all the other drugs combined, but they made it illegal, and you see how what happened there. If anyone remembers the history, so they made it legal again. So.
Well, I just disagree with the classification that they have marijuana.
Right. It's nothing to do with legal or illegal. It's about who's making money, right? So basically, people make money out of what's called addictions, right? There's all different addictions in humanity that you can easily cheat people out of. Here's how you could bring humanity up. You could actually try to get them to think and try and use different ideas and strategies and Stoicism, Platoism, Aristotelism, whatever, different philosophies. But no, it's much cheaper and easier to get them tricked and on different kinds of drugs, like alcohol or marijuana or whatever. Yes, they have the right to do that, but the whole point of it is just to distract most people, which is actually working. If you actually had a look recently, 1% of people are controlling over half the world's wealth. So, I mean, there's no way to argue against that. And the reason that 1% of people are controlling over 50% of the world's wealth is because it has been there's a plan, right? Okay, if you're trying to tell me that's not a plan, then I'm telling you that you're an idiot.
Well, look at all the choices you have. I'm looking at it from like the everyman kind of point of view. All the choices you have, you want to go out on Friday night and catch a buzz with your friends. What choice do you have legally? And just about everywhere in America, it's alcohol. You got one choice.
Right.
Well,
what if I don't want to drink?
In the town I live in, you have a choice between alcohol. Now that alcohol is allowed to be, well, not alcohol, but beer can be sold in my town. It's been a dry county forever. And so you had to drive like 80 miles to a liquor store.
Where do you live, Mayberry?
I'm in Livingston, Texas. But
no, I was just kidding. I was just asking if you lived in Mayberry.
You might as well call it. I mean, the founding members, there's only like 5 families left of the original 6 or something. Where was I going with this? Crap.
I'm so
Weed.
See, the problem is I never chat in the chat box at all. And talking at the same time, my brain went split.
Well, listen, we're talking about alcohol. I mean, it's totally disingenuous of the federal government to say, okay, alcohol's cool, but all this other stuff isn't. I mean, we got to make a choice on getting the buzz. What kind of buzz it is almost a semantical argument.
Well, that's what I was getting at. In my town, it's alcohol or freebasing paint. So there you go.
Well, that's mostly.
And we have to lock up our storage buildings and have dogs in our yard so the kids don't break into them, because we didn't have them before. And we had our spray cans stolen a few years ago out of there. And still anything else, lawnmowers, all the expensive tools, they didn't touch that. They took all the paint, and they took like the plumbing supplies, you clean the pipes with. They took all that kind of stuff. Anything you can
People are making comments in the chat. It's not about making crack and meth legal. I'm not. I mean, it's all about. Are we
no, I understand.
For using it in their free time. Listen, should the government make money off taxing meth and crack? I think that's absurd. I'm not about.
Those are substances that are just too harmful.
I was just saying what's in my town.
Well, I mean, do you believe that's why it was legal?
If someone can possibly do this, I don't know if it's possible. If someone can smoke crack or meth and not bother their neighbors, not steal from them, not just be a complete weirdo tweaker, and they do it on their own property. I don't think they should go to jail for that. I don't think we should kick down their door and make this big scene.
No. Well, hang on. There's actually an answer to that, right? If people are stupid enough to smoke crack and meth, and they do things that are wrong, well, they get taken out of the gene pool because we put them to death, or we put them in jail for a very long time. Yeah, that's the description. You don't actually say to them, well, you might smoke meth, you might smoke crack, so therefore, we might do something. If you do something that is wrong, now here is the big fallacy in your argument. Now you're using like meth and crack, which are very popular, like everybody just wants that. But there are so many unpopular behaviors that could end in violence, and some of them you might actually subscribe to, but you don't use them. You use meth and crack because that is like socially acceptable.
Well, the problem I have with it is the fact that they have marijuana scheduled more dangerous.
If you subscribe to a principle, right, whereby you say, well, this demonized behavior that I don't actually agree with means that we have the right to stop people doing it before they actually do it, then eventually what's going to happen is your behaviors are going to become thought crimes.
No, you can't go that far with it.
Yeah, you can. Okay. Let's supposing that I said...
You can't go from legal drugs to thought crimes.
Let me give you a contemporary example. The contemporary example is that people who are Muslims have thought crimes in their heart. They're not actually doing anything wrong, but there are radical mosques, who basically
how can we go from drugs to Muslims?
Man, that's pumping a half. They actually want to kill people, right? So the Muslims have even.
I live in America. We have Christians who want to do the same. So
now here's the difference, right? When I actually gave you an example that you agree with, you react like, "Oh no, that can't be true. That can't be true." But when I gave you an example that you didn't like, you said, "Oh yeah, whatever." Like whatever. Now
I don't think too off-base. I don't think it's big stretch to thought crimes and drugs. I mean, they are kind of linked in a bizarre way. I don't think he's way off base there.
The way drugs should be dealt with, regardless of whatever your whatever drug that you're doing, if you have addictive personality, those people should actually get help, not locked in prison. That's all.
Agree.
I mean, matter of fact, the country, what country is it in South America or whatever that turned around and legalized it? They take the money they made from taxes. Hold on. They take the money they made from taxes, and anyone that has a drug problem can go to rehab. That's
religious personality.
I didn't bring any religious thing in there.
And I just want to believe in religion, right? I don't have an addictive personality. I have a religious personality. I just can't help myself. I just want to believe in religion. I just want to believe. I want to believe that I'm okay. I'm not an addictive person. I just want to believe. So should we outlaw religion too? I mean, I want to believe. I'm in trouble now. I'm in trouble. No, I'm just in trouble.
You know what?
We're not
know
talking
the room's
about...
full of atheists, but the people here who know me, I'm a Wiccan high priest. I have no problem, okay? Just stop it already. And this is supposed to be my job, is dealing with people. Now I know why I don't counsel anymore. Thank you. Have a good day. I'm not leaving this.
I mean, it's such a fraud. I mean, we're talking about the war on drugs. So allegedly the war was declared in 1971. Do the math here. What kind of war goes on this long, has this many casualties, has no real goal, no real objective, and if it does have an objective, it's going backwards, not forwards. This is a complete fraud.
Well, it fills the public prison, private prisons.
Well, and all the police departments are using the money that was allocated for that back then, and that's why they've got all these tanks and badass artillery.
Actually, a lot of the tanks and the artillery stuff, the U.S. government has so much allotted that they've been giving to modernize the police force. It actually doesn't come out of the local taxpayer budget. Yeah. I know, but in recent years, they have like in Ferguson, they had one of the vehicles they were driving around was for like Iraq, so it could save them from IEDs. I don't know when Ferguson got IEDs, but when you can't tell the difference between your police force and your military.
Yeah. Something right.
Yeah, because I quite remember a thing about having the police or the military is not allowed to occupy your homes and blah 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 without whatever, and if the police look like the military, it gets confusing. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, look what happened in Boston. They just basically went into everybody's house without any warrants or anything when that marathon bombing happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cops just went to the houses, walked right in. There's nothing they could do.
Did you hear? Right out. You hear what New York was doing? This is last year I read an article about it. They have like an internship for police officers, unpaid. What's up with that? I mean, you got guys running around with a badge who are not even cops yet. They're like volunteer fire department here in Texas. Yay! People don't understand. I know where y'all live. I have like fire department people who get paid. I live in a town where everyone volunteers. You get out of high school and you go run around and stuff, and you have another job, full-time job, and then when a fire breaks out, everybody drops their job and their homework and runs to the fire department.
Small town, or?
Yeah.
Well, hang on. I just want to ask a question, right? Are you a volunteer firefighter?
Oh, hell no.
So what do you know about volunteer firefighters? Like, I mean, I'm from Australia, right? So we have a lot of fires here, like probably more than you guys do. But, I'm just wondering, like, they still got to go through the same similar training that the professionals do. They have to pass the thing every single year. They get the same equipment and everything. They just don't get paid for it.
And usually they're called out there quickly because they're in that town.
You don't live in an area where you're vulnerable to fires.
Well, he's far east Texas. I'm far west Texas, so it's pretty much the same thing.
I mean, it's 806 miles across, man.
I mean, you don't ask us how we know about these things. It's just one of those things you know about because you know somebody who's a volunteer fire department or somebody's dad. Like the city I'm in, they have the training base here for it. So.
Yeah, when I lived in Chillview, we had a volunteer fire department. They're all over Texas.
Yep.
I mean, only place you won't see a volunteer fire department is like Houston. Or Dallas.
Yep.
Or Austin, a major city. All small cities are volunteer because we don't have the budget for it.
But you know about the structure of volunteer firefighters, but you don't choose to volunteer. Why is that?
Because I'm a lazy fat ass, honestly.
I'm on disability for being homicidal, and I don't want to go, oh, my medication's not working today. I'll just let them burn today. No. I figured it'd be safe for me to stay over here and take my medicine.
Yeah, there's a bunch of easy ways out of that.
That's what you're saying. The reason that you don't want to choose to be a volunteer firefighter is because you don't want to die.
Oh, I have no fear of death.
Well, and I would let other people die.
I don't like.
Because I would be that bad at it, I would let other people die, and I don't want to let other people die.
Yeah, some people are just they like it and they're drawn to it, And
yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
Their adrenaline.
But you have to save, right? So if a volunteer firefighter came to save your life, you wouldn't respect it.
If my neighbor's house is on fire, I would get off my ass and go try to help him. Yeah, but to get suited up and go down this, into the fire department and do all that, it's a whole different story. That's got to be something you really want to do.
So basically what you're saying is until a fire actually hits your own place, you don't actually give a shit about whether a fire hits anybody else.
No.
If they're cross town, I feel bad for them, but if it's right next door, yeah, I'm going to go try
to help. But
down the block, I'll go out and try to help. It's not like
if it's across town and you can't actually get up there because you're like busy, no. But if it's like kind of your next door neighbor to you, then yeah, you kind of care. Like so, that's kind of. And then Rand kind of like,
where I could help, I would help.
So yeah, I respect that. That actually makes sense. Like, I mean, you basically just care about yourself, Yeah,
No.
that makes sense.
Did you not hear what I said? If it's visible and I see it, then I will help. And I think everybody should if they can. But
Damn it, I can't spell operating.
But
Fine, I'll ask Google.
going across town and trying to help someone, that's just not feasible.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
you might get in the way of the operation that they already
We're
have.
actually going
They have professionals for that job called firefighters. They have big
across town
and proper equipment and training.
I mean, you got shit to do. You got to get food to cook. Who goes across town? It's crazy.
Are you a firefighter? Are you going to stop what you're doing one day just to go fight a fire?
No,
Somewhere across town that you heard
I'm
about?
better at designing shit and coming up with numbers and stuff. That's my cup of tea.
I'm not a superhero.
listen,
I don't drop what I'm doing to go help.
I can sit on a roof and pick people off with a rifle from 1.5 miles away, but you don't see me doing that. God.
Hey, if your neighbor's house is on fire, and you go to help your neighbor out of the
so
house.
you can pick people.
Shoot the fire.
Shoot the
You
fire.
can pick people up from 1.5 miles away with a rifle. Sorry, you can pick people off from 1.5 miles away with a rifle.
With American Sniper conversation right now?
No, I didn't mean to go there. I just sorry, dude. Everywhere I live in the country, so we have the smallest piece of property where I live at. I live on 3/4 of an acre. We're looked down on because we don't have a minimum of 3 acres like the rest of my neighbors. So if a fire happens, you are going to have to travel some distance on these people's property. And
3/4 of an acre, you could sprint there within 4.5 seconds.
Huh?
4.5 seconds?
3/4 of an acre, you could sprint there within 3.5 seconds. That's nothing.
Wait, a quarter of...
You're saying that I don't give a fuck about my neighbors who are so close.
I
could run there.
Did I say I didn't care a fuck about my neighbors?
Nobody said that, dude. I don't know where you got that from.
I'm just making fun, all right? Come on. Give me a chance. I'm being the protagonist here, okay?
If I have a problem in the neighborhood...
There was an accusation about why aren't you a volunteer firefighter? I mean, listen, if your neighbor's house is on fire and you grab a fire extinguisher and you go over there, you're a volunteer firefighter at that moment, like right there.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna like arrest you or anything
You know
like
what?
that.
None of these people actually have any firefighting experience because you can't grab a firefighting extinguisher.
There's an extinguisher right behind me.
Oh, that looks like a Gatorade thing to me. Looks like Gatorade because Gatorade is everything you need.
It's right there, right next
Gatorade
to it.
is everything you need.
It's just in case the water catches on fire.
Fire water, good.
I'm trying to see the discussion here. Gatorade is everything you need.
Actually, there's no water in it currently. That's where I got tired of carrying that big giant thing
All right,
across
now
the property.
I'm done. I'm going to give them a break. I'm going to let them go for a while. I'll be back, okay? Thank you for tolerating me. I'm just trying to, make it fun.
I thought about taking more medication. That's true.
Hey, Nadia, is somebody trying to get in? Do you need me to make room? I can drop out.
Oh, no. You can kick someone out.
I think Truth can make some room.
Hey, Nadia, I haven't seen you in a while. How you been doing?
Oh, I've been in and out of the hospital and so on. A lot of kidney failures.
Hey,
The kidney failures are probably new. At least you.
Did you say kidney fires?
Kidney failures.
Oh, I've had one of those. Those things are painful. 17 hours down. Oh, God, that was painful.
They're not. They put you to sleep.
Oh, what do you mean they put you to sleep? I was in an emergency room for 17 hours. They didn't give me crap.
Sucks.
And then I had a kidney infection, and then I've had 22
to...
kidney stones. Yay!
Nobody needed to put me under. The kidney failure itself knocked me unconscious.
Lucky. So lucky.
They do that in general.
Maybe it's because my mom beat me as a child. That's it. I got used to pain. No. I'm lucky. I haven't had a
things like
kidney stone in the last
stones.
3 years now. So, I'm good.
Things like kidney stones cause pain. Kidney failures are a different story. Kidney failures knock you unconscious.
Yeah.
I wish. Well, for myself, I wish it would knock me out.
Are you sure what happened was the same thing?
Well, I had a kidney failure for 17 hours. And then 6 months later, had a kidney infection. And then every 6 months until I passed 22 kidney stones is how long it lasted. So, they found, the type I have is the type it's mostly due to stress. So, milk doesn't, calcium buildup's not, milk doesn't cause the problem. And taking cranberry juice actually makes it worse for me. So I can't even drink anything with high acid content. Go me. Nothing normal for me. But
yeah, well, Nadia, it's good to know. I saw some videos. It's always kind of shocking when you see some video from the ICU there. So I'm glad you're all better anyway. At least you're back home.
Yeah. The first day of it, they wouldn't really help me out or whatever with laptop affairs. But then again, I was so far out of it, I wasn't really up to asking either. Second day though.
None of the staff was like, "Hey, what's up with this laptop? Am I on record here? Someone looking at me?"
Yeah. Oh, one
that
did.
could have compelled them to give you better service, Nadia. You know that, right?
Right.
I don't regard it as that kind of commercial enterprise, but anyway. The second day, they were trying to do things like have me sit up into chairs beside the main bed and so on, so they were more than happy to help out setting up the computer then.
Hey, Nadia, do you actually earn any money? Like, do you actually have a job that actually does anything, or are you basically living off government benefits?
Okay, Dick, what? I mean, what?
Well, I mean, like, does Nadia actually do anything? Because, like, you seem to be 8 hours a day, 24 hours a day. I'm just saying, like, could you actually do anything to actually earn money? Because I don't think you do.
And it's none of your business.
No, it is, because we're paying for it.
You're in Australia, so you're not paying for it.
Well, listen, Nadia can fend for herself. You know, why don't we let Nadia speak on it?
Sorry.
She should be paid. This is a very valuable service that she's done for me. Having this room, I've been immensely helpful.
There are ways of taking care of the problem.
Gosh. And
that was cold-blooded. That was cold.
That wasn't cold at all. He's such a rude prick. He's just looking for different ways to instigate.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? But I mean, he's moving the chat along, and I don't. Does he know you, Nadia? Does he know you? I mean, listen. If he's a total stranger, he's like, "Hey, what do you do?" I mean,
I've never met him before, either.
Yeah, cyber stalking from Australia or something.
Yeah, if he's a creep, then your hangout.
Hey Nadia, how often? If you don't want to answer it, but how often does that happen to you? Or is that going to keep happening, or is there any way to like stabilize yourself where you don't have to keep going to the hospital? Or is that none of my business?
It's probably too far gone. It's kind of like the degeneration of what I have.
Okay.
Oh, welcome, Roy.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Hey, Roy.
Maybe we can actually get theology started. Roy, tell us about your Latest revelation from Jesus Christ.
Hey, Nadia. Hello, everyone. What?
Well, I'm going to the loo. I'll see y'all in a moment.
Am I?
Hey, can I say something really quick? I don't want to throw anybody off, but I just want you. I've been watching Nadia's chat, like every single one of them for the last 2 or 3 months, so I feel like I know most of you, and so I keep forgetting that nobody knows who I am. So, like when I was talking to you, I mean, like I've heard you talking about the Bible study you want to put together for the year. You're talking about your jobs and all that, and what you're doing, your professional life. So that you kind of sounded taken back when I said
Yeah,
to you that
I
you
did,
were.
because I was like, I talked about that today? How do you know I'm a marketer? Like, all this weird stuff. I didn't realize.
Yeah, no, I thought you thought that I insulted you by saying that you were, because I know, I heard you talk about for about 2 months everything that you do. So when we were talking about, what we were talking about earlier, I was like, 3 ounces, really? How is that possible? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that nobody knows who I am. So, but I feel like I know a lot about you guys. So it's kind of like a weird Twilight Zone.
You're a Blue Jay.
Yeah, I'm the
No, I get the concept perfectly. So yeah, those of us who are vocal in these hangouts and others who watch, I mean, this is a crossover phenomenon from like television, right? But this is like interactive TV almost.
Yeah. No, I felt like I like Ermine was insulted. Like, why are you calling me disciplined? So, but you don't understand.
It's context.
You talk.
It's all about context. Yeah, she didn't understand that you had context about her, and
yeah,
she didn't know who is you.
And you're talking about the Colorado stuff, and I was like, okay, not that somebody who smokes can't be very productive, but all right, that's enough. I'm done.
I don't. It's just some people really like it and some people don't. Like I have my cigarette or my what's it called, vape pen, and that's my drug.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to say that. So.
Oh,
Okay,
wish
go ahead,
I could
I'm sorry.
afford cigarettes. Smoking these filtered cigars.
Yeah, but again, rolling papers and pipe tobacco, that's pretty cheap.
No, actually, they've taxed the living crap out of it here.
Oh,
So,
really?
there's an Indian store, Indian tobacco store down the street from where I live at. So I can get these for like $8.79 a carton.
Cool.
So there's nothing cheaper.
Hey, question for the smokers: do you guys get reprimanded a lot in public, like just in a public space where you're totally cool to be smoking, and someone comes to be like, "Ew," and they're like, they like fake cough and stuff? Do you get a lot of this stuff?
No,
I don't.
But I don't smoke. It's the vaporizer. They don't know what it is usually.
Oh, okay. I heard you say cigarette. So yeah, vape's something different. Even that's kind of getting a semi-stigma now, but not enough people are turned on to it yet.
We're talking about cigarettes, like vape, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I went to a Denny's the other day, and it said no vaping, no vapes allowed.
Yeah, I've been seeing that a lot in different ad places too.
Yeah, see, they're crossing over because it's not so much the smell; it's just the appearance of the thing.
Right.
You know, this is where that thought police thing comes in. People are like, and even if it looks the part, people have to clamp it down. It's just, I don't know, that bothers me. And I don't
It's
smoke.
like when Google Glass came out, and they banned it everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, listen, if you're in public, you're on camera. If you cross an intersection, you're on camera. That's kind of part of the deal,
right
now.
Yeah, if you have a cell phone, you could be on camera. And if we were like people in Russia, we would have cameras on all our cars. So when we got an accident, we can use it for our claim. If not, you can't get your claim paid for without it.
If I never hear much heat about smoking. I do get it about occasionally going out with my cell phone and doing hangouts from them.
Well, what do you mean? So you mean people bother you about being on the cell phone?
Well, they'll say, "Hey, don't put me on camera." Because they'll see I'm doing a video call or something like that. Or they know
Really?
that the phone has a camera on it.
I did a hangout when I used to be a part of the hangout show. I'm sorry. Apologize for anyone who knows. Anyway, and I did it from a coffee shop one day, and I didn't get hassled. People just didn't know what the hell Google Plus was at the time.
So, Nadia, in that situation, if you're a smoker, you could just give them the middle finger by blowing smoke in their face. Do you like turn the camera on and be like, "Buddy, you're in public. Get out of my face. You don't want to be on camera. Get out of public."
No, I don't usually antagonize them. And actually,
that's why you're so much better than me.
Consciously avoid.
I would like rub it in their face. Be like, dude, come on.
I actually consciously avoid putting them on camera. Like, tell them, and even tell them, you know, oh, it's the camera facing me, just me on camera.
Yeah.
I'll tell them about that.
That's why I think they were just like messing with you. You know what I mean? Like, come on. And that's why you should have been a douche about it, because they were just messing with you, so you can like mess with them back. It's just a douche battle, right to the bottom. Subjective
We know
morality.
your new job. You're gonna go around and be everyone's douchebag and get paid for it. $19,000 an hour. You have a problem? Call me. I'll deal with it.
A lot of times people come up and like say something, try to get me to say something back so they can hear my voice.
You
They
really,
think my voice will be a bigger test or whatever.
you really think that's the case?
Yeah.
I believe it.
People are like clocking me and like saying, oh well, yeah, I want to make sure. Let's hear the voice.
Well, I mean, if we're on the phone talking, you sound more feminine than a lot of bona fide women I've talked to, for the record. I'm
I know what I sound like. I've recorded it.
I don't like my voice. I listened to it one time, so I was listening to a voicemail or something, and I was like, oh, that's what I said.
Ermine,
Yeah.
you want to hear something funny?
What?
The other day, I think it was last week or so, in the morning, my wife Sharon, she comes into the office, and she rarely does in the mornings when she's getting ready to go to work. But she came in and she heard you speaking, and she paused for a second, cocked her head, and she says, "Who's that?" I said, "Oh, you haven't met her. That's Ermine." She says, "She sounds a lot like me." So I just thought I'd throw that in because of what you just said. It made me think back of that. I was going to tell you, but it hadn't been on my frontal lobe, but that was. So, yeah. And, yeah, she's got, yeah, never mind. We'll talk about that later. I just wanted to put that out there. Go ahead. Since you said you didn't like your voice, just wanted to let you know you sound like, well, she said she sounds like, that you sound like her, but it could have just been the way my speakers were positioned or whatever. I don't know. I can tell the difference, but yeah, that was the first time she'd heard your voice.
You're cheating on me with a clone.
One of my big goals in life is to go to with voice surgery to make my voice sound more feminine.
I'd be scared of that they'd screw it up and I wouldn't be able to talk again.
Well, I used to sound like my mom until I started smoking. Woohoo! Even her sisters thought I sounded like my mother. So
I didn't think you were transgendered until you said it. I thought you were just like a between 19 and 23-year-old, like a goth chick or something. So until you said it, I didn't even know.
That's interesting. Again, I think Nadia sounds feminine. Totally objective here, and I'm on the you know how I feel about things, Nadia. So I wouldn't lie to you.
Oh yeah. So it doesn't really help that the entire rest of the world thinks it's okay or something like that. It's ultimately just for me.
Does that kind of surgery exist? I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah, there are 3 major kinds. One's called feminizing laryngoplasty. I think that's mostly practiced in the United States. There's what they call cricothyroid approximation, which is mostly in the UK. And there's what they call laser-assisted voice adjustment, which is mostly in South Korea.
Isn't there a state here that's covering some transgender operations? If I'm not mistaken, I heard something about that. I can't remember what state it is.
California is supposed to be. I haven't seen jack of it. New York supposedly announced that they're going to do it, and the reality is, well,
it was
probably
just recently announced. I can't. I know it's
New York was recently announced.
Okay.
California has been for a couple of years.
All right.
Is the success rate of that surgery comparable to that of like eye resurfacing, laser surgery, and stuff like that, Nadia?
No, it's a fair amount riskier, but still, like under 5% complications.
Well, Nadia's a girl, and that's all there is to it.
Nadia, did I see you eject someone right before I came in?
Yeah, that was Truth Trackers. He's kind of an troll.
Man, I've never seen you eject anybody. Not that means that you haven't, but I've never witnessed it. So that person had to have been a troll. I don't even know the person.
She did it twice, even.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't know.
I wish I had that power back in the day.
Well, that's the beauty about these HOAs, you know. When you do a regular hangout without the controls, you really do have to block people from coming in, because once they're in, you know, you have to get half the room to block them to get them out of the room. So that's tricky.
Everybody has to do it now. It's more than half.
Everybody's got to do it now?
I thought it had to be majority.
Yeah, but they change them without giving us any memos personally.
Yeah.
So Hermine knows. I mean, she's right there at the pulse of it all. So, oh wow.
It used. I remember one time it would kick you out, and all you had to do was like refresh, and you were back in. That was annoying.
I like HOAs better anyway. What do you guys think?
Is that what this is?
Yeah, when they're recorded. Yeah, when they're recorded, you know, you got more controls, and if you say something really brilliant, at least you have it recorded. You don't have to go like, "Can you say that again?" Because, you know, every now and then we all say something so brilliant we wish we had it on recording. No? Yes?
Yeah.
What?
Wouldn't call it a matter of brilliancy, but
You guys just throw words out into ether and don't expect to preserve it? I mean, come on.
Well, preservation's not for the sake of, you know, displaying brilliancy. It's
Nadia, you need to add up all the on-air hours that you've had over the last year, and I bet you've probably got more. You've logged more on-air hours than anybody on the planet.
Terrible. She surpassed me, and I quit a long time ago.
That's not a. That's a good thing. I'm not fighting. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
you know, you bring people together. You do. You bring people together. There's always a watering hole starring Nadia. You know what I'm saying? It's like you bring us all together. If you didn't have this hangout up, half of us, most of us, wouldn't be hanging out with these folks because we wouldn't know where they are.
Well, I hope that some kind of enlightening and uplifting goes on. I also hope that, you know, be a little bit like Theodrome for when all things do go downhill. It's set up, so that's the notion as opposed to maybe, you know, saving some kind of brilliance for posterity or whatever.
Go, Nadia. So, Rick, I don't know. You do look familiar, but I don't think I've interacted with you before. I'm from California. Where are you from?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I talked to you before, dude. Yeah. I'm from California, too, San Diego.
Oh, okay, yeah, Victor, yeah. I was talking about Rick, because earlier Rick and I
I'm
were
sorry.
talking in text. Yeah, no, we've interacted, yeah. I can't remember interacting with Rick, but you look familiar, Rick. Alabama?
Yeah, I made a profile the other day, or whatever. I turned around and forgot where Alabama was on the map.
It's in the northwest quadrant.
No, I understand where it's at. I just was,
It's
I don't know
Seattle?
what it was, but I was like, it's near Arkansas, right?
No, it's near Seattle.
No, it's right next, I know it's right next to Florida on the way to the Harry Potter land.
Yeah,
But,
there
you
you go.
know, for the likes of me, I lost it on the map and could not find it that particular day, and I was like, how's this freaking possible?
It's okay. Our states are in alphabetical order anyway, aren't they?
I try to blame it on my 8th grade education that Texas gave me, even though I graduated high school.
Yeah, that's okay. I get it. I mean, how many of us remember the periodic table of elements anyway, right? We probably aced it, but now we probably wouldn't. It's like,
I have no earthly idea what any of it is.
yeah. For the majority of us, you know, 98, 99% of us, we're never going to see the table of elements again in our lifetime. So, yeah. But we got to go through it, right?
All right. There's some things they should teach in school, though, that they don't. They only teach the special ed kids, and kind of annoying. When I was in high school, I was stuck. I ended up being left with one special ed class. Of course, I didn't find out I was dyslexic until like my second year of college, so that would have been nice. Anyway, special ed students or special kids, they turn around and they teach them how to like balance checkbooks, how to maintain their lives when they get out of school, how to open a checking account, how to deal with credit cards, renters, you know, cooking, you know, all that stuff, right? Like home ec used to teach, and it wasn't just for girls. It covered everything, and they don't teach that to normal people at all. So they get out, and like some of them, when I went to the Army for a little bit, we had guys there, and as soon as they get out of basic training, everybody's offering them, you know, loans to buy a car, and then they die. You know, they lose everything real quick. No one ever taught them anything about that stuff.
Isn't balancing a checkbook kind of obsolete these days?
No, I mean, I don't use a checkbook. My mom still does. But managing your budget, I have one. I mean, knowing, you know, how to deal with renters and how to get a good deal on certain things, and you know, just a lot of stuff they just assume is common sense. You know, isn't always common sense. I mean, if you have friends or family to help you out, that's one thing, but if you don't,
they need to be teaching in school the realities of what these folks are up against when you come out of high school in the 21st century. It's a very different ball game. I think there's some old techniques being taught from the old days, but the new world is very, very different.
Oh, yeah.
I totally agree with that. Totally. They need to revise what they teach and how they teach because, yeah, they're not equipping.
I think, 35 states teach the Common Core, which is Texas, it's illegal. And that is supposed to be everything's taught around a real life like word problems, but it's taught usefully. Like, what's this algebra for? Well, here you go. This is what it's for. You know.
Well, basically, what they're doing in the schools is that you got to memory. If you've got a good memory, you'll do well, because basically what they're teaching you is what to think, not how to think. Right. And there's a quote out there. I forget. Margaret Mead, I think, is her name. Said we should teach our children how to think, not what to think. And that is huge in my book. And another thing they need to teach people, even at the grade school level, is how to have interpersonal relationships. They don't teach that. And therefore, you know, kids don't know how to interrelate with people, and especially now in the tech world with texting and all.
Right.
Yeah, that's why it's.
I mean, when I was a kid,
more important now
parents
than
locked
ever.
the door and said, "I'll see you at dark."
I'm sorry, I didn't hear either one of you. One at a time. Sorry. You both talked over each other. I know you both had something good to say.
No, you were talking about the interpersonal thing, and that was useful way back when, but even more so now. And that's why the curriculum needs to change
Absolutely.
with technology.
Absolutely, absolutely. If they teach our kids how to have, you know, interpersonal relationships, because a lot of them come out of homes that are so dysfunctional that, yeah, what is interpersonal relationships? They don't even know what it looks like, much less have a role model. You know what I'm saying? And so you're certainly not going to learn it from your peers who are the same age as you, because, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's like trying to learn sex from, you know, your same peers.
Exactly. Yeah. So 6-year-olds trying to learn.
Yeah, kissing will get you pregnant.
Yeah. Yeah. That it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But so the question is how do we do that, right? How do we get our schools to do that? So my solution is you don't try to fix what's broken in our schools. You add to it with these hangouts. You know, an hour a day on a particular subject like this. I mean, we all like hanging out. You know, some of us just like hanging out just to hang out. Others of us like to hang out because we learn something from certain people.
I think some schools use Skype. And I know some teachers do use Hangouts, or something similar, so that they can you know, get help with their teacher or something like that after hours. You know, teacher's work is never done. Or, my best friend's a teacher, but he teaches English. Not hold on. It's called ESL. He teaches English as a second language. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's ESL.
Yeah. I didn't want to say.
What I'm thinking is you don't even have to be the teacher. I don't even know if they would allow that. You know, if a particular teacher says, "Hey guys, tell your parents here's a permission slip tonight, or you know, 2 or 3 nights a week. I'm going to hold an hour's worth of like extracurricular stuff, and we're going to get into interpersonal relationships, how to relate with your peers and your classmates, blah blah blah."
They have something close to that. It's called PBS. You watch your college channels on there.
Oh, so boring.
I know it's boring, but you know,
no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something like this.
No,
You
yeah, I
if
know.
this was a yawn fest, none of us would be coming to these hangouts and hanging out with certain people. You know, if I look at 3 or 4 different hangouts all going at the same time, I kind of weigh it out and look at the people first and go, oh, there's some of my favorite peeps. I'm going to go hang out there. But then if that subject happens to be boring because there's other people in there that I don't necessarily get along with or don't know or are boring, then I may go to a lesser favorite group of peeps, but the topic is more in style with what I would like to talk about or listen to. Capiche?
Yeah, if Google would make a product from Hangouts that was for teachers, you know, have different settings or whatever, and they introduce that to the school, that would be one thing. But as its current form, no.
Well, maybe Google is providing it, and maybe the teachers need to step up. And you know, it seems like there's a real hesitation to you know, kind of hold teachers to account. And we have some great teachers out there, but the reality is we have some not so awesome teachers, and you know, we need to kind of be honest and address that too.
You know, they.
I agree.
Yeah, they turn around. You know, nowadays when you know, when we went to school, you would do your homework and you would turn it in, right? And you got your grade when they gave it back to you. It's not done that way anymore. They turn around, they put the grades in, and a text message is sent to the parent's cell phone that what they got on what got for their grade here in Texas. Like that. So if you accidentally type in the wrong score, like, you know, you type in Bobby's homework instead of Teresa's, and then they get the paper back and it says they got a 65 instead of an 85, parents go ballistic because they don't let them, correct shit very fast.
Well, I think to get to what Roy was saying and about the whole interpersonal thing, it's kind of a murky water because then you have to the school is forced to address the whole rejection of certain people for various reasons, and they have a hard time dealing with that. They just want everyone to get along, and that's why when there's a competition, there really isn't competition. Everyone wins. There are no losers because when there's losers, you're forced to address some inherent inequalities, and I don't know. It seems like the current mindset in education is really to sidestep that whole issue.
Yeah, that's probably why they don't have that type of, dare I say, education. Because you're right. It's some kids are going to feel left out. Like, for example, I always felt really, really bad for the kids that got picked last or near last when it came to picking teams, like in grade school and stuff for recess or whatever. I just had an empathy for those kids, and I knew they were going to get picked last and get picked on and stuff like that. So it just comes with the territory. But I always wanted to befriend kids like that. I didn't care what my peers thought. Peer pressure was never and has never been an issue for me. It's like, if you don't like the things that I do or say or the people I hang out with, that's your issue, not mine. I'm not going to conform to you.
But then you won't get invited to all the cool parties.
Oh, well, listen here, Hilton.
My homeroom in high school I was the only person in my homeroom that wasn't, because you have the same people like from 8th grade all the way through your, senior year. So basically, all of them were honor students, and all of them were the popular kids, but me. But I got along fine with them. It's the group of kids that, well, at least where I went to school, it was the group of kids who were trying to get into that group that were the pain in the ass.
Well, that's just it. So you don't need to try to get into any group. Right. You either do or you don't. You either fit in or you don't fit in. Listen, square peg, round hole. So this is what I meant by interpersonal relationships. It's just some people, no matter how cool you are, no matter how nice you are, no matter how blank you are, you are just going to rub that person the wrong way because they have had past experiences or they have a current experience with someone just like you. Someone that walks like you, talks like you, looks like you, whatever like you, and they've got a bias, they've got a prejudice against you already because of past experience.
No, I used, when I was younger, I hated anyone with my same name.
Oh, that's not cool.
When I was in a boys' home for 3 years, and this kid named Dale showed up, and I instantly hated his guts, and I made his life a living hell until he asked his mom to
I
take
can
him
kind
out.
of understand that. There's way too many Jameses out there, and when there's another James, I feel like, yeah, that's my rival right there. I got to handle this guy.
My brother's name is
Is that
James.
right?
Yeah, it just works that way.
Oh, wow. I've never experienced that. I've never had another kid named Roy in the room.
Well, my middle name is Roy, too, so hey.
Yeah. Hey, Flip, I don't know if you realize it, but there's a lot of background noise coming from your mic, my friend.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
It's not echo, but it's
it sounds like a lot of
weird
scratching
noise.
going on.
Oh, let me mute myself
Like
for a
the
second.
vaping noise and the weird banging your mic against something noise and so on.
I apologize. I didn't know you could hear all that.
Yeah, mic's really good. It's pretty sensitive. No worries. Let me just go on mute when you're not speaking, and that'll take care of it.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, my headset's going to go eventually. $273 headset. But the wire on it's so thin, hardly any shielding. I got to get a new one.
That's the same one I've seen you using the whole time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a T-Mobile customer service headset. It was.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I need to bug out for a little bit, so I'm gonna jam. I just basically stepped in to say hey because I just woke up from a nap. And
Roy, I wanted to borrow $500,000 so I could build my helpful garden. Come on.
Yeah, well,
Get me now.
send me a text and I'll PayPal it to you in about an hour. All right, guys. Hasta la bye.
Take care, Roy.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
See you, Roy. Good night.
Yeah, I started working on... Sorry, Nadia, go ahead.
My younger life is too radioactive to discuss in much detail. Or at least on air.
All right.
So, Nadia, President Obama, for the first time, dropped the T word in the State of the Union address. What's your take on that?
I discussed transgender.
Yeah, he dropped the T word, and people going nuts because he said the T word. So, looks like we're moving forward, or is that just an illusion?
I would be pretty excited to find out more about that. I heard a lot about income inequality, not much about that.
Yeah, I didn't watch.
What was the context?
Well, he said transgender in a State of the Union address, and no other president has done that. So, I mean, a lot of people are weighing in, saying that's giving a little bit of...
But what did he say? That was the...
Like, he just said, he was talking and just said transgender?
Well, no.
What was the context behind it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, equality.
Looking at an article.
Okay. Equality.
Okay,
and,
right on. Well, I mean,
okay,
it kind of makes sense that he would talk about it, considering that's more of an issue nowadays than it's been for any other president.
Right.
And I say issue, but, like anything else, like with marriage rights, I mean, everybody needs to have equal fucking rights, finally. I mean, I wish it's just religion has its damn influence so far up the fucking government that they can't get over it, and they won't let people get married and live their lives and not be persecuted and just let people be fucking people.
I'm just happy they recognize my religion as a religion.
I just wish there was no religions. All the theism, in my opinion, is a big cause of a lot of the discrimination that a lot of people face.
Yeah. Us men being on the lower totem pole to women, I should fight for that.
Okay.
Wake up. We have high priests. We have high priests and we have high priestesses, and women outrank us in my religion.
What particular?
I don't know about that. I think the people of faith are the most vocal about their opposition to homosexuality, but I don't think it's as cut and dry as it seems. I think there's a lot of secular people who have objections to homosexuality, so maybe they're just not as vocal about it, and maybe that's why it's cool. But I think it's a lot more nuanced.
Some people,
well, where
some
does it
people
come from?
won't say anything.
Where does the secular views on or secular animus against LGBT come from?
Oh, well, I didn't call it animus, but I'm just saying there's people who are not necessarily, their view on the issue is not based on religion. You could argue that it's based on science, and there's quite a few arguments for that.
But those people aren't saying gay people can't get married. They're just saying it's because of whatever science that they've got.
They do, actually. The trick is, the ideas didn't arrive to them out of a vacuum.
Yeah, they're like they don't mind if gay and lesbians get married as long as they get married to the opposite gender.
Yeah, I mean, that's funny, but no, typically people who do not support homosexuality on a scientific level typically don't necessarily get behind the issue. Again, they don't stand in the way as much as someone who is faith-based. I'm just going to put that out there, but to say that they're not.
Well, scientifically, I mean, most animals are. A lot of animals are.
All right. Well, we're talking about judges, and then we're talking about, you know, if we go to the ballot box, and people are saying, well, you can't vote on civil rights. That's fine. But I'm saying, if we went to the ballot box, it's happened a few times. I'm a Californian, and this issue came up, and this is the most leftist state around, really. Few rivals in terms of California's progressiveness, and that issue was shot down. So I think it's more nuanced than that.
I saw the reaction when I told my mom I was bisexual. So yeah, that was fun.
But there shouldn't be the reaction. It just, I mean, who?
Yeah, I know.
Why does it matter so much?
My mom's a Christian. She assumes I'm gonna go to hell. But you know, but I also told her I was wicked on the same day. I didn't know which one was gonna kill her first. So,
well, ultimately, I don't think it matters. I mean, this is almost a foregone conclusion, and I think even people of faith are seeing that. And listen, I mean, we've had the conversation. That's what it's all about, and we'll move on from this. It's not going to be the end of the world, but I don't think fundamentally hearts and minds are changed on this issue. I think this is very much, I hate to say this, a strong arm on the federal government's part, but it is what it is. I mean, no one's going to really lose sleep over gay people getting married.
I think anybody who wants to get married and ruin their lives should be able to do it.
that's right. I got married, and it, you know, it sucked. So I think, you know, other people should have the same benefits I did. You know, come home one day, your house is empty, no John Deere letter, thought you were robbed, found out your private bank account that you had before you got married was empty too, which is not legal nowadays, but there went $10,000. Go 90.
Well, that begs the question, though. You know, if heterosexual people are saying marriage is obsolete, why are people fighting so hard to get it?
Because there's some people who don't think that way. Some people who want to have that with their partner.
Yeah.
Well, they haven't
it's
had
more of a traditional thing.
And I also believe that polyandry should be legal too, but you don't see me bitching about it. No, I'm joking.
Listen, if I see an institution just bite the dust over recent history, you know, I may be like, well, yeah, it seems cool, but maybe it's not so cool.
What's not so cool about it? They have the same rights as you. Is that not a cool thing?
Perhaps a same-sex marriage will not have the same complications of it as a heterosexual. Yeah, I'm not arguing against it. I'm just throwing out ideas here. I don't want to come off as I'm just saying. There's a different dynamic to a same-sex couple to a heterosexual couple. So perhaps for them it's going to work out better. I hope so. I don't have ill will. I have my opinion and I have my position.
Right on. So
I don't have ill will.
Right on. So I mean, in my opinion, everybody should just be able to do it, to be able to have that definition to their relationship if they so choose. Because there's plenty of people who choose not to get married.
Not right.
I mean, if you want it in regard to this subject, you should be able to have it.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody should be able to stop you from saying, hey, I love you, we're going to be able to do this and have it like it's been traditionally for everybody else, even though we are different.
Where do we draw the line?
I mean, I
can expound on this. Where do we draw the line?
Well, okay, you can't marry your car. You can't marry your dog. You can't marry your 5-year-old daughter.
Let's not
the same thing that's applicable to heterosexual couples.
So you
what
know,
can't they do in a marriage?
You must not be from the South.
But no, I mean, it would have the same regulations as you would apply to a heterosexual couple, except
what is the legitimate objection, though, to multiple wives or multiple husbands in that context?
I have no problem with that either. As long as they're all of consenting age, who you marry is who you marry. It's not anyone's
that's
business.
a logical conclusion.
It's more of a traditional thing.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Because if you look at globally, most marriages are between one man and one woman, or one person and another person.
So the majority makes the decision for the minority. I know you're not going to argue that. Don't go there.
It's a lot more complicated than that.
Nah, see, now you're getting too much into nuance.
It gets a lot more complicated than that.
No, you don't have to do anything.
I'm all about freedom.
It's something that goes way farther back than just what I think or you think or what the current culture thinks. It's something that's been going on in our societies from a long time ago that's made things the way they are with our interpersonal relationships with each other on a global scale. You can't say that, oh, well, it's the majority, because it kind of sort of is. The majority believe this, and then that helps shape our morals and this and that. I mean, so it's taken a very long time.
Having multiple wives and husband is not as obscure as you're trying to paint it right now. That's not even the case. I mean, there are plenty.
Well, I know, but that has
have multiple wives and they actually make it work rather well. So where does it end?
Well, I mean, like currently.
I mean,
that's not seen as a traditional marriage the way two people is considered a traditional marriage.
I can't believe you're using the word traditional. I can't believe this. You're using the word
traditional. Because that's the way it's being used.
Tradition is a man and a woman. You got to pick another word, man.
Well, why can't the gays have that? Why can't they have what would be considered a traditional marriage between two people?
That's your word. That's you use that word in order to. You should just go with it. You should just go with it because tradition is a man
until they come up with a new word.
That is tradition.
It's 2 humans, not 5 humans.
Why not?
There.
Civil rights. So 5 humans have civil rights just like 2 humans. And we're talking about humans. We're not talking about animals. We're not talking about, I'm not going to.
I don't think he was complaining about it. He was just stating that traditionally most people assume that a marriage
is between 2 people.
When
you say marriage, what do you think? Initially, from your point of view, you're going to think a man and a woman. Me, I'm going to think 2 people. I'm not going to think 5 people or a guy and 6 wives. I think that's kind of ridiculous.
So if I
think it should be between 2 people.
If I bring forth a few million people who disagree with you, are you willing to go ahead and extend the same logic to that group as you did to the homosexual? Because we already agree that
if that's what they want to do.
Then
there's no disagreement.
I never said against it. I never said
no. He never said anything against it. He was just stating that the word traditional marriage is what most people assume is between a man and a woman. That's it. He didn't say that
that's not what he said.
Marriages is not a traditional marriage. He didn't say that.
No, stop. He said tradition is one person and another person. He didn't say man and woman. He was rewriting tradition there.
We can know what I meant.
This is on record. We can go back and play it back. So let's just stay on track here.
Okay.
Well, what do you think of polyandry then?
I'm the one that said tradition is a man and a woman. That was me. That was me.
Slim Jim, do you know what polyandry is?
Polyandry.
Yeah. No, not polyandry. Polyandry. It's where a woman has multiple husbands.
I covered that already. It's the same difference. It's the same difference. Why would we?
Because the way they pass property on is through the wife. And so,
hey, I'm all for polyandry, polygamy. I'm for it. Let's roll it. Let's make it happen. Boom. I put it out there right now. I'm more of the libertarian side of this, but I'm just saying, where does it end? You know what I mean? Where does it end? Where do you draw the line? I mean, is there a
Not
line?
humans.
Do we just keep moving?
If it's not
What do you
human,
mean, just keep moving? What are you talking about? Just keep moving as in what?
Okay, well, hey,
What are
what's
you
the argument?
talking
What's
about
the
as the
argument
next
against
step?
non-humans? What's the argument against non-humans? No, listen. Now you said it. I didn't go there
Because
that's
it's immoral.
disrespectful.
It's gross. It's disgusting.
uh,
Because as a
That's-
society,
yeah, okay.
as a whole, we think it's pretty fucking gross to fuck an animal. Why? I mean, why do you even
100%
bring
of
that into
society
question?
agrees with
Do you
that.
want to fuck a dog?
Do
Do you want to
It's
fuck a
sick.
dog? Do
We
you
can
know a lot of
debate.
people that do want to fuck a dog?
because we don't consider animals on the same intelligence as us, cannot. And on top of that, they can't communicate with us to tell us no. So
Which I'm
therefore,
pretty sure they would once you mount behind that pig.
right, right. So
If they could speak,
they
they'd be
can't
like,
go to
"Get the
court
fuck
and
off
say
me."
no, they can't get married.
Hey, did your cow agree to get slaughtered and put on your plate tonight? Did he
I
say,
mean,
hey,
he
I'm
did.
cool with that? He did?
That's why
In
we
that
can slaughter
regard,
them.
who cares? That's not disgusting. That's food.
That's food.
Wait a minute. So there's
Hey,
some
the
fuck your
plants
salad,
didn't,
do ya?
the
Do you fuck your
vegans
salad?
who eat vegetables, they feel too. By the way, it's still they take animal waste to make food. So regardless, you're still
Wait,
eating
you
an
guys
animal.
are saying that you need consent from animals, and I'm telling you
No.
that we really don't, because we don't ask for their consent on any other facet of our interactions. We just don't.
I'm saying
All of a
that's
sudden, when it
why
comes
you
to
can't.
maybe I find
Society
that
as a whole,
attractive
and me
sexually,
personally,
I need their permission to do nasty stuff, which we can all agree is just hideous. But unfortunately,
no. If you think
humans are
your
so-
cow is attractive, then you need some help.
Right.
absolutely,
Veganism.
absolutely, absolutely.
Veganism. Veganism.
Veganism.
Veganism.
Well,
Excuse me.
where are you gonna get
Veganism.
the
Excuse
yeah,
me.
but where are you gonna get the
Veganism.
stuff that fertilizes the plants? Use animal waste to fertilize the plants without doing it with pesticides and sprays and all that stuff. You still got to have cows or chicken feed. Chicken poop or rabbit poop or whatever. That's
I don't
fertilizer
need
or
permission
fish.
from the animal kingdom for anything. I don't need their permission. I'm a human. I don't ask permission, and I don't need it. So maybe I'm not getting laid.
So you can fucking go on.
I'm not getting laid with the humans, and the dog's looking pretty good right now. You know what? It's subjective morality, right? I mean, why can't I just commit my life to this dog? Why should you get in my way of
It's
doing
not
that?
subjective
The dog
morality
can't
on
consent.
But it's not subjective
ask the
morality
dog
on a
to consent
personal
for
scale.
anything. The dog does not consent to be your pet. I mean, you go to the adoption place, take it as a puppy. The dog doesn't say, "Hey, I like to go." The dog doesn't choose you. You choose the dog. Come on.
But that is different than having sex with an animal.
Right,
How can you
that's true.
equate owning a dog to having
If
sex
I
with a
drive
dog?
past Jack in the Box without stopping, my dog goes nuts. So every time I go into town and my dog's with me, I have to stop at Jack in the Box to get him a junior bacon cheeseburger, or he gets really pissed off. Or if I happen to drive by Taco Bell, he wants his chicken taco. Okay?
But that's irrelevant to what we're talking about.
I'm hearing this distinction between ownership and having sex. Back in the days of slavery, when you owned a human, having sex with that human was part of the deal. Can you believe that?
Okay, you just said back in the day. We have moved on past that society-wise, as where we do not.
We're still
acceptable
savage
anymore.
people, man. I mean, you have, maybe I have, maybe everybody in the room has, but that's not the case for everybody. And that's the deal. You know what? Who are you to tell them? Who are you?
That's why we have established laws and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
it's not just like all of a sudden, oh no, that's bad now. We've moved past that as a society where we do not find that acceptable to have sex with animals. We're not compatible with them in any kind of way other than they got a hole.
Yeah, we don't do our armies like the 300 did, where you turn around and take a young child and you turn around and you mentor him, have sex with him, and then eventually so they can become closer when they fight in battles. Our armies don't do that no more. No, they wait till they grow up, they go to the military, you're not allowed to have sex. all the way through basic training with anybody. Then, after you finish basic training, then you're allowed to have sex. If you get caught having sex during basic training, it's a $450 fine. I know. I was there, and I watched a whole bunch of people get fined for sex.
Let's find out. Yeah, there's still a fair amount of
Things have changed.
survival sex ongoing. Like, people. I remember quite a few times where I did back before I turned into Jabba the Hutt. Yeah, basically, everybody likes to get a place to sleep for the night and so on. Yeah, a lot of people have to do that. And if there are no takers, then they don't sleep indoors.
Nadia, you were going to bring up veganism. What were you going to say about that?
I was going to say that those who hold to positions like this can be consistent via veganism.
I don't care.
Totally true.
I have no problem with vegans. That just means there's more cow for me. And chicken, and eggs, and bacon, and, well, not that I can afford bacon, so.
I'm with you, man. I like a good cut of prime rib every now and again.
I have to do that when someone else is cooking. We take turns cooking Sunday dinner around here, so when I cook Sunday dinner, it's not prime rib. When someone else is, sometimes.
Are there any vegans in here outside of Nadia?
Yeah.
I've attempted it, but no.
Nope, I love me some steak.
Yeah, the porterhouse. It's hard to get over, but the treatment they get at these facilities. I mean, I've seen some of the movies, and it's, I really gotta kind of reconsider. That's, the treatment is just absolutely horrible to most of these animals. Free range, pasture fed, and all that sort of thing, and be as cruelty free as possible. Okay, that's a good step.
Yeah, California passed a law for their chickens so they can have more room because, holy crap, they were just shoved in there on top of each other.
Yeah,
when you have that situation, you actually have more problem with diseases and so forth. And you have to slaughter the whole flock to deal with it.
And free range only means they just let them out. They just let them. They don't even let them out. I forgot what's the.
They just open up the door, and the food's inside the building, so they never leave.
Yeah. So,
the way a lot of permaculture gardeners are doing it, even on a large scale, they actually have a movable chicken coop, and they'll fence off the area, and the chickens will scratch the area, pick up all the food. Plus, they'll throw all the scrap vegetables from the garden and stuff like that for them to eat. And then once they get done with 100 yards of it, they'll move it. And they'll let them do that the next area. And then that area is ready for planting. No machines, the chickens do all the work. And they did studies, they actually live longer, live healthier, and produce about 10 to 15% more eggs. And on top of that, the shells, the thickness of the shells is what's important. And if you notice the eggs you buy in the store, a lot of the times you barely even tap them and they shatter. The thinner shells is bad for them. So.
Yeah, after organic, the yolks are nice and kind of orange instead of yellow.
I wish they sold green eggs in stores. That would be nice. I can't remember the name of the chicken. We used to have some when I was a kid. They laid green eggs. And they're like half the cholesterol of regular eggs, and they taste awesome. No, but no green ham. Don't like green ham.
Green eggs and ham, indeed.
Yeah. I thought my mom was yanking my leg when she told me we were getting chickens that laid green eggs until the the first one popped out. I was like, wow, we have white eggs, we have brown eggs, and we have green eggs. And what's great about having chickens with the green eggs, you don't have to dye them for Easter. They come out pre-dyed. It's awesome.
Olive eggers.
They got some that look like dark red eggplants, and they just come out that way.
Well, it's 2:30 here. I'm nodding off, so I'm going to take off. It was nice meeting everybody.
All right.
Have a good night, brother.
All right. Take care. Thank you.
Hey, Buck. You want to say hi to everybody? I have my dog in my house right now. He broke his runner last night. He has a 150-foot runner and just snapped it right in half. I have to fix it.
Want a cigarette?
What?
Horrible, bad joke. You know, they want a cigarette.
To deal with that, Nadia, I take well, the cough thing. They have. Do you have a Dollar Tree near you?
No.
Oh. They got, if they had a Dollar Tree, they have this thing called mucus relief, and it's for if you have a problem with smoker's cough.
Okay.
Like $1. It's called, you know. So that, and I take allergy pills. They work fine. They're also from Dollar Tree. So I picked up my mom's allergy thing. Yay!
Hi, Beetleman. Maybe we can dive into a little theology, or maybe the actual hangout topic title, or title topic, or whatever.
What was it again? Atheism? Or something? Religion?
It's about the sort of accusation that goes around that atheists are trying to, well, put it into religion.
Hey, sorry, I just got my microphone working. Hi, everybody. Hi, Nadia. And yeah, I mean, I'm definitely up to talk about that. I don't have too much time because I've got some stuff to study for, and it's already almost 2 in the morning. But I did want to come on here for a little while and chat, hang out. So.
Yeah, I've heard them. The Christians, you know, at least in the Christian channel or whatever, goes nuts about it. Saying they're promoting atheism, trying to convert everybody, but when they do it, it's okay. Makes no sense to me.
Yeah, there definitely is. I think particularly, and I think you particularly see this in the evangelical American circles, because that's part of the culture to a degree. This kind of, I want to say, like almost paranoia that there's like you hear the word the agenda, you know, whether it be the gay agenda, the atheist agenda, the secular agenda, liberal agenda, whatever, you know, and so there's this kind of, I've heard the same kind of thing that, you know, atheists are out there and they're trying to steal your children and your wives and your husbands and corrupt them into, it's kind of, it's kind of reminiscent of the Red Scare, you know, where it's like, oh, they may be a communist if they have this, you know, behavior and blah blah blah. And
yeah, it was like the.
I am a communist.
Go ahead.
I am a communist.
Oh.
I know. I was just saying it. I was just drawing an analogy. you're their worst nightmare. The atheist communist. You're like, oh man, oh my gosh, it's terrible.
And transsexual too.
Well, actually,
the trifecta.
Actually, communism on paper sounds good, but communism and real life, what's the word I'm looking for? And actually using it with people, it doesn't function right. So, not unless you got an AI that, you know, doesn't take in, you know, the whole idea of can take bribes and all that other crap. I mean, if you got a good leader, you can live great, you know. But if you have a bad leader, just like, you know, in this country, we live in a republic, and not a democracy. If you want a democracy, you have a mayor. You know, you live in a city. You vote on everything, but it just really depends on your who your leaders are at the time, how well everything works.
So, if you don't mind, you were saying about the conservative evangelical kind of paranoid tendency.
Yeah, it's it just I've noticed that kind of permeates a lot of that kind of American evangelical culture. Is it's not about just here's what we believe, here's why we think it's right, and here's why we think you should share it with others, but it's the negative as well. In fact, a lot of times the negative I found is emphasized as much, if not more, than the positive. You know, the whole, like I said again, kind of watch out for the atheists out there, watch out for the blankety blank, the this, the that, the whatever it might be, because they'll just suck you in and snare you, and to a degree where you get this kind of sheltering of the children where, you know, they don't even know what sex is until they're, you know, mid or late teens, and they're just, you know, scared of everything. In fact, I know personally a family that is like that. They shelter their children, and to such a degree that their kids, they won't even allow them to watch like the old Star Wars movies or anything like that. Like they just they're so scared and paranoid that something's gonna corrupt their kids, or, you know, cause them to blah blah blah, this and that. And it's kind of sad to see, because their kids are really skittish. Like they're really.
I have an aunt that's like that. They wouldn't allow to watch TV until they were in their teens. If only thing they could watch was pre-approved videos, maybe from Disney. And then my ex-wife, she has kids now, and when they come home from school, when they get out of school, they stay at their grandmother's house or they go straight home, but they're not allowed to have friends over, no sleepovers, no cell phones, no nothing, period. That's it.
Well,
if it's considered genuinely negative to be protective over your children, and I would agree that the example presented is somewhat strange and bizarre. Is it not? Isn't there not an equal and opposite evil in terms of unfettered access to secular society and all that encompasses?
I think that there's extremes in both cases. I mean, we've all seen the parents that they don't parent at all, and their kids all turn out to be brats and monsters that just, you know, they do whatever, and they don't become productive members of society most of the time. And then again, on the other hand, you see these, you know, ultra sheltered kids that go through their life with just total crippling almost fear about everything, like, oh, that's a secular song, oh, I can't listen to that, you know. It's totally harmless, you know. It's not like it's you know, black metal and they're screaming about worshiping Satan and, you know, all this stuff. It's like it's a song that's just like anything, and they're just, oh my gosh, it's secular if it doesn't say Jesus in it. And
I know, I went to college with some of those kids, and they get out into the real world and they do not know how to deal at all.
No, it kicks their butt. It can. I've seen it. I've seen, you know, kids just, yeah, exactly. They're raised like that, and then their parents can only hold on to that kind of level of control for so long, and they get absolutely annihilated out there, and it's really, really sad to see.
I've even seen parents where they, you know, don't want to, you know, cut the purse strings at all, because they're, you know, they realize what they did, I guess, on an unconscious level. So they turn around and make their kids stay home while they go to college. So they send them to junior college first, and, you know, it's just college, home, college, and they don't have no, you know, it's Bible study, and so forth. But after that, mom and dad can't be there forever. You have to learn at some point to rely on yourself and others. You can't just, you know.
Absolutely. Well, and I know that I've talked to my girlfriend about this many times. We've had a lot of conversations, and it's interesting because she grew up in a very, you know, conservative group, homeschoolers, that kind of thing. And I myself was homeschooled all the way up until my last year and a half of high school. So I mean, I'm very familiar with the Christian evangelical fundamentalist, you know, kind of camp.
Well, I went to Christian camp. It was fun.
Yeah, I remember all those camps. I remember all this stuff. But we've talked about it, and some of there was one parent that got angry at her because they found out she was reading The Hobbit when she was younger, when she was in early. I know, right? Oh my gosh, The Hobbit! Oh, satanic! And the mom just made this huge issue with in front of the whole group and stuff about my girlfriend. You know, like, oh, they're reading The Hobbit, and my kids started talking about The Hobbit and this kind of thing, and then my girlfriend kind of got into it with her a little bit and was like, you know, The Hobbit, it's not, you know, bad, it's not this kind of stuff. It's very, you know, there's very clear lines of good and evil, and there's nothing in it that's like anti-Christian or whatever. And
Right.
this woman was like, I wouldn't let my kids read anything that they wouldn't hear in the Bible or in church. And my girlfriend was like, that's ridiculous. There's so much violence. There's so much darkness in the Bible. It's insane. You let your people read about that, you know? Like, little kids read about some of the stuff there?
Dale,
They forgot the Old Testament.
Dale, you didn't get sent to Jesus camp, did you?
Oh, no. When I was in a boys' home, we went to a church camp, and I don't know. It was co-ed. That's about as all I.
Did you ever see that documentary, Jesus Camp?
Yes,
I've seen it.
It was terrible. And they also explained in there that that was just one, and I think that one eventually got shut down. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, it did, because of the backlash that the documentary created.
right. But there's what, hundreds of those? You know, all over that, just the ones we know of recently.
Yeah, so
people found out.
hopefully, in the meantime, we can.
They're even.
Yeah, the secular influence, so to speak, is generally not aimed at proselytization. It's something of, well, even religiously tolerant sort of affair. You know, it's not like Star Wars and The Hobbit are trying to convert kids to atheism.
I had an intervention when I was in high school with my mom and my family, because I was playing AD&D, and I had a promise that when I played where it said "my God," I had to say Jesus Christ, or I couldn't play.
Oh, right. Yeah,
My character sheet.
Interesting. You brought up the whole thing about the. Really interesting. You brought up the whole thing about the heavy metal and the, you know, it's almost the paranoia now is almost a parallel to how it was in the '80s. How Dungeons and Dragons was occultish, and that heavy metal was music of the devil. And
Oh yeah.
demon scare during that time.
Yeah, I mean every generation has their thing that they freak out about. I mean, you can see it. The '80s is the metal, the D&D, that kind of thing. I remember when Magic the Gathering was becoming really popular, and that was a big thing for a bit. When the Harry Potter series came out, it was oh my gosh, it's teaching kids. Yep, Yu-Gi-Oh, and
I got 3,000 cards. You want some?
The absolute most demonic was Pokemon.
Well, every new trend that comes out is.
Well,
It's all the
because it
next new
has
thing that's
magic
gonna
in there.
convert you.
And the only being that can do magic is God. So that's the rule.
Dale, calm down. Other people are trying to tell.
Yeah, you know what? I hear a lot of people kind of lampooning what these popular culture thing, games, music, and stuff, what kind of effect they have on people. And I'm thinking of one just glaring example of the culture just being completely destructive, and it's called hip hop. And I'm not gonna say it comes from the devil, but I defy anyone to tell me what kind of positive influence selling drugs, slapping hoes is doing to the youth.
Not all hip hop artists sing about that.
I didn't say all hip hop. I'm talking about the mainstream, and you know what I mean. Let's be upfront here. We're not talking about underground guys.
Well,
We're the forefront of hip hop.
Do I adhere to and follow what they're doing in their message? I mean, I grew up in the time like when NWA was first getting their shit, and the FBI was writing them letters to stop, and Ice-T with Body Count and all that crap. You know, so I mean, it's just music. Do some people go through the stuff they're singing about in real life? Maybe as like a cumulative fantasy experience? Yes, and it's just music. If you get inspired by this song to go do something stupid, then you're a fucking idiot. Have more common sense than that.
You're an idiot to begin with. If
you're influenced by
it's
a
like people
song.
who watch a movie and go kill people. That person was already nuts, okay?
Yeah, I think that it's important to note, because I do think that there are definitely negative influences in culture, obviously, just like there's positive ones. I think that a point that I think is obviously important is the responsibility of the parents or the guardians of their kids, and I know that not every kid has parents that are responsible or even parents at all, but I see these comments online and these things on the news, these interviews with these quote unquote enraged parents that there is this oh my gosh, so and so artist came out with a song and it's so bad, or oh this artist that just stopped being a Disney star now is like doing stuff with, and she's like half naked or whatever, and it's like, listen, why are you letting your kids just romp around in their they're like 10, 11, 12, 13, romp around free on the internet with no supervision, watch whatever they want on TV, go out with their friends without any sort of supervision, and buy whatever music they want and listen to it,
And clothes and all that stuff.
Exactly. It's like, if you it's your responsibility as a parent to say, no, I'm going to maybe say, okay, my kid can't have a computer in their room, or if they're going to use it, I'm going to monitor what's online. Now, it's like some people say that's too restrictive. Other people would say that's not restrictive enough. Personally, I can tell you, with my computer tech experience, when I have kids, I'm going to know everything that they gone to on the computer, just because that's how I
set up a computer for this family.
The conversation is all over the place, because we just got done talking about people who are trying to get control over their children, and we're making fun of them and talking about how extremely nutty they are, and now we're saying, well, why are you letting...
Those are... there's extremes.
Why do we have to keep going on the extremes, though? I mean, can we narrow this focus down to somewhere in the middle? Because I don't think we're getting anywhere when we're talking about the nuts and the parents that are nowhere to be found.
I'm in the middle then. I went to Catholic school and listened to all that stuff, and I turned out okay. I mean, is it thrilling as fuck to get in a car and Grand Theft Auto?
No, yeah.
You just carjack somebody and fuck the police is playing on it? Does that inspire me to do it in real life? No.
Could I briefly remind people that the original sort of dose of this had to do with the accusation against atheists? They're trying to put an end to religion.
And yeah, that falls into the whole blanket statements, and we're still on the extremes there. I mean, there are some atheists that if they were put in charge, like right now, they would get rid of religion if they could. I mean, that's not... I mean, if you just go on YouTube and do some searches, you're going to find some videos who want to do exactly that. Are these people on the fringe? Yes, they are. Just like the fringe examples of nutty so-called Christian parents that find out they're listening to Miley Cyrus and they go bonkers.
Hey guys, my roommate needs to sleep because he's got an early class and I got some stuff to say. So, but thank you again for inviting me on, and tomorrow I'll have more free time. So if you have another chat, then I should be on. So, and for longer. So Thanks again, Nadia, for inviting me, and everybody for your input, and I wish everybody the best.
Good night, Beetle.
Good night. Peace
Thanks
out.
for going, Beetle.
Yep. Thank you.
His head's full of butterflies.
Well, about the topic,
Yeah,
I
what's the
think it's time to move past religion. I mean, will it actively happen within my lifetime or within several generations from now? Of course not. But globally, I do think it's time for us to move past. Something needs to happen to prove it or disprove it, and then we can go. Do I think it'll be disproven? Yes. But then that brings up the whole disproof negative without some sort of outside source. But as for here and now, and our current understanding, I feel we should start making the journey past it.
I think it's a product of inborn neurological differences. I think those who have kind of the quote-unquote God gene, or, well, have their brains developed in utero.
You got brain surgery for that?
Excuse mind. People who have their brains developed in utero to be, religiously oriented and so on, are pretty much going to end up that way. And those who, I guess, are in the minority and have their brains developed atheistically, pretty much end up there. Yeah, I think it'll stay stable around 5% atheists.
Even if the notion of, I just got to use these generic terms. I don't like to use them, but for the sake of the conversation, even if religion was proven false by science, I do not wish the end of religion. And there's some fundamental problems. This guy was just joking about, is there brain surgery for that? The problem is that people start to implement these ideas.
Yeah,
it's not a new concept. Right. And then all of a sudden, there's a bunch of dead people around who just happen to think differently. This is a very slippery slope.
I have no problem with atheists. I have no problem with atheists. My best friend's an atheist and a teacher. So,
my buddy calls himself a Christian.
I don't want to see atheists go away. I don't. I mean, I'm a man of faith. I don't want atheists. I don't want to move past the concept of atheism. I think it keeps people of faith very sharp.
Oh, welcome, Revelation.
Hey guys, what's up?
Trying to talk about whether atheists are truly out to end religion.
Some of them are.
If there were only one atheist left, would you deconvert him? One Christian, sorry, or religious guy.
Everybody would think he was nuts. They'd be in the same boat.
Would you have the desire to deconvey him? It's just one Christian left in the whole world, and you want to convey him, deconvert him.
Yeah, if he's the last one and nobody wants to marry him and reproduce and keep it going, leave him be.
That's great.
That's mean.
I wouldn't wish no ill will on him. Would I want him to see I guess the light from our perspective? Yes. Right. But if he didn't want to, I wouldn't want to force it on him. I would hope that, like I said, nobody wants to help further that with him.
So you wouldn't appreciate that at least the world had one Christian left, just one.
Well, if it wasn't true, then no.
I
wouldn't want one of the last people on Earth believing a lie at that point in time.
That's fine.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't Hinduism the largest religion, and then Muslim, then Christianity?
No. Christianity is the largest, 2.2 billion. Islam,
And it's
1.8.
growing.
Hinduism is 1.0. Atheism or otherwise sort of non-belief, 1.1.
Christians, Jews,
Slightly larger than
Muslims,
Hinduism.
and Baha'i all worship the same God. So, just different teachings on it. Oh, and excuse me, and Mormons.
If China were not a dictatorship, there would be perhaps at least 100 million more. You can be Christian, but you have to. I mean, most of them. You cannot believe what you want. You have to belong to the state church, and they control it. So, but it's growing. Christianity is not. It's growing every year.
No, they keep on branching off. If one person doesn't believe something, they start a new branch. You got First Baptist, Second Baptist, Third Baptist. You know, everybody keeps on making their own version.
At the time, it's more like in the Acts. I mean, the host churches, they are very authentic.
Well, I heard Dale mention that he's a Wiccan, and I say that's pretty cool, because every single person I ever met that's a Wiccan is awesome. So, way to go, Dale.
Yeah. In my own community, for instance, people have lost. Okay, to become a Wiccan, you have to study for a year and a day. You just don't wake up Christian or wake up Wiccan. And the newer generation didn't realize they were supposed to study for a year a day. They just thought that they're going to call themselves Wiccan today. You get a year and a day to change your mind, basically. If Christians actually had to read the whole Bible first and write a report on it, they would go, I would believe what? I'm supposed to believe
Perhaps
that.
I would tend to agree with you on that.
I mean, same with as someone who goes to school and learns science, and then they go, you want me to believe the world's flat? Are you insane?
It was a Christian that ended the heliocentric view. I mean, it was a Christian that came up with the idea or made it strong. So instead of listening to the Greeks and the great philosophers, the Greek philosophers and Aristotle, he went against it, and his name was Copernicus. I think you know about it.
But I know religion or atheism or any group in general, people in general want to feel needed and have hope. And if people can get hope through science and through education and through literature and the arts, or, you know, religion is just another form of, I hate to say it this way, but I've heard atheists say it this way, religion is a crutch. But, you know, like an iPhone is a crutch for some people.
Yeah, and people, I mean, in China there were communism. They almost got rid of every Christian, and then you got the communism, and then you got some kind of mixture. Capitalism is now it's just pro forma communism. It's actually capitalistic dictatorship, and then suddenly people they want something more than just buying new things, and so, and they didn't have a religious parent, that's for sure.
I was supposed to grow up to be a preacher. Boy, was my mom disappointed. I told her, hey, I'm a high priest. Does that count? She goes, you worship a woman.
I was just going to say that.
And I was like, yes, women are superior to men. I'm just being sarcastic. And she she's like, well, then you should pay attention to what I have to say. And I'm like, I'm an adult, and you're my mom. I don't have to listen no more. That argument doesn't work, though.
Are you still a Christian?
Oh, no, I'm not a Christian.
Okay. No, because if you started studying theology, perhaps you would.
My mom's a Christian, and people think I'm weird for trying to get my mom to go back to church. She goes to church. She goes to church on TV. She watched, Joel Osteen on Sundays. But, the reason why I think my mom should go to church is because she needs the interaction and the to be with people instead of just hiding in the house.
Have a good night, Slim Jim.
Yeah, good chat, everybody. Thanks for hanging out, Nadia. I will see you in traffic.
God bless you.
Yeah, all right.
I mean,
Same here, y'all. I am going to go to bed. Have a good night. Bye, everybody.
Good night.
But a lot of people use religion, like people do in college, join a frat, is so that they could, or honor society or something like that, so they can network for business and have relationships in the town and things like that. If they had if atheists or non-whatever, can't say the why, but if they had something similar to it for people to come together and interact that's not a religion, that would work too. But at the current moment, there's no platform or way for people to come together and socialize like that. So maybe in the future someone will come up with something like that.
Yeah,
I'm the only.
I think these hangouts are pretty good for socializing. Sorry, Nadia, go ahead.
I think that might have been part of.
Buy me coffee.
Atheist churches. I think that might have been part of the concept behind atheist churches. By and large, we simply hold there's like no direct equivalent. And you have to derive your social connections from other interests and sources.
Well, atheist churches are starting to show up. I know in England I saw a media report recently, well, not too long ago, about atheist churches starting to show up in Europe. So maybe it'll come here too.
The only way for people to get recognized is to form a damn church. I mean, Wicca had to do that, so we could be recognized as a religion.
Are you Wicca?
So that we could have chaplains in the military. And
are you? Sorry, are you Wicca?
Yeah, he's a Wiccan. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a Wiccan.
What is that? I don't know anything about it.
He's a pagan.
I'm a pagan. I worship a goddess. Or not all Wiccans are the same. There's probably just as many different types of Wiccans as there are different types of Christians. So
Where do you get your texts from? Because there are no sources. I mean, not that it's.
Well, America Wicca has only been around since like the 60s. The traditional Wicca, I believe, is around 1800s and from England, but it's actually just based on old pagan religion.
So then, when you have you must base everything on personal experience then.
Right.
Okay.
An example of have you ever heard the term kitchen witch?
No.
Okay, a kitchen witch is someone, if your mom ever made a home remedy, or when you were sick, when you were a kid, or ever made stew to make chicken soup or a stew to make you healthy and to bring the family together, that's technically a kitchen witch.
Bubble, toil and trouble.
Would that make it a witchin'?
But to be a Wiccan doesn't mean you have to be a witch, and a witch is something totally different. You can be a Wiccan without being a witch, you can be a witch without being a Wiccan.
Is it more or less like Earth worship? You acknowledge Mother Earth as goddess?
Right. You call up the 5 elements. Spirit's the fifth, the 5th one. Fifth Element. Good movie. Okay movie. But to each their own. If someone wants to be an atheist or
And what do you
Wiccan,
get? What do you get out of it? I'm curious. What do you get out of it? What? You understand my question?
yeah, I get it. I'm trying to. I'm trying to think. Damn it! Make me use logic. And talk religion at the same time.
He gets the satisfaction of making people's ears peak
Bleed.
up
Yeah.
when he says Wiccan.
Yeah, women. I always say, people ask me, don't know what it is. I tell them Wicca stands for Women in Charge Can't Control Anything.
Okay. Is it do you go out in nature often then, perhaps?
Yeah. We don't actually. For the most part, Wiccans we practice outside. We have 8 Sabbaths each year, and we perform a ritual to that with that Sabbath. You got Halloween, we call it Samhain, and so forth. So, I mean, you got all the different.
It's so funny when the atheists are hoping that like Christianity will disappear and not we got Wiccans again. It's funny because it shows how religious human beings are. I mean,
I actually
not
subscribe to
not
3
anything
atheist
against
YouTubers.
Wiccanism, but it's funny that yeah.
I mean, one of my favorite
The only-
YouTubers is the Amazing Atheist. I watch him every time he pops out a video.
Oh God, really?
You can't stand him, huh?
No. You're a bad Wiccan.
So Dale, I assume you no longer enjoy bananas, because I don't.
Oh yeah.
The
reptile, reptile, whatever, and the woman, the female atheist, I can't remember her name, that are also friends with him, fills in for him.
Jack and Glenn, yep.
I subscribe to her too, so.
Wiccans are
Because
the
they,
devil.
well, what it is the thing is, they don't always talk about atheism. They talk about social issues a lot of the times that other people just won't say it. They'll think it, but won't say it.
Yeah.
And so I listen to them for that reason. They'll find news articles and talk about them that will be like 1 or 2, and it's like hidden. And you might finally hear about it on the news. On like internet news or whatever. And 4 or 5 years later. I don't want to be 4 or 5 years later late to the party. I like to know what's going to happen now. And so a lot of their opinions and things like that. If I don't agree with it, I'll still listen to it. Like I said, my best friend's an atheist. We don't agree on everything, but we've been best friends for 22 years. Yeah.
Dale, what is your view of the afterlife, if any?
Oh man, Christians got it made. They die once and they're done and over with. I believe in reincarnation after this shit forever. Death and taxes are forever.
But that's what you. The principle of reincarnation is not so far from. It's not a heaven. Yeah, you have a heaven and hell also in more popular. Buddhism,
the way.
Is it like it matters what you do here? Matters for the coming existence. So what you do in this life matters for next.
Yeah, I can come back as a cockroach because I was stupid. Or I might come back as a. Yeah,
if you're listening to Amazing Atheist, you're coming back as a cockroach.
It's not as simple as that, but we look at it as, for example, say that you were an eco-terrorist, right? Not an eco-terrorist, but you turned around and you pollute it and everything, and you come back as a tree and someone slaughters you and treats you like crap and burns you down and everything. You get to finally, feel like that. We use those as examples, not that we believe those exact things will happen.
So you are not like Christian that you go around and show to each other you will become a cockroach.
Right.
You don't do that?
Well, one, Wiccans don't convert people. So.
No, I mean you between you.
Well, what we believe is that I can't speak for all of us because not all of us believe the exact same thing, generalizing, but for the Wiccans who do believe in reincarnation believe that we do it over and over until we get it right, or you look at it from physics point of view, energy can't be created nor destroyed. So, if you kill a fish, stick him in the ground, you can grow some damn corn. And then you eat the corn, you grow up, you have a child, and it keeps on going. It's reincarnation in a
I can
sense.
see the principle of, the ladder. But my question, okay, so when do you know when you got it right? What is it to get it right? What does that mean?
Fuck, I don't know.
I would assume, speaking seriously, I would assume it would probably be like the idea of ascension for a Buddhist. I would assume.
I would just be happy if all the people that said they were reincarnated wasn't all the females wasn't Cleopatra, and all of the males wasn't Caesar, or some other important person in history. I would like someone to say I was a peasant. Come on, no one remembers their,
What I like about
memories of the cow they ate. Come on.
What I like about your religion is that you can laugh about it.
Oh hell yeah, you have to.
Yeah, that's
when women
good at
roll your religion, you have to learn to laugh a lot.
Do you know Dr. West? He's an American philosopher. Someone heard about Dr. West? He's a very prominent Black American. He's a philosopher.
Has he been on TED Talks?
Yeah. Google Dr. West is my favorite Christian, and he had a meeting with I don't know, is it not Hinduism but Hare Krishna or something guy, and it's called Dr. West meets East. And they laugh both about her, and they are talking about that also. Why Jesus is also often portrayed as a very he's always he's not very humorous, or it's not much to laugh about.
Yeah, a lot of people get in our religion because they think it's all nothing but orgies and stuff. Because occasionally I haven't done it in years, but sometimes we practice skyclad, which means nude. So they're like, woohoo, orgies! No, it's freezing outside, I'm wearing damn clothes today.
Yeah, the one girl that I really fell in love with in my life was a white witch, and yeah, she definitely liked multiple partners, so I hear you.
I hate that term, white witch, because I personally believe it's more like the yin and yang symbol, because there's no absolute good and there's no absolute evil. Even Hitler liked puppies and ice cream people. So
right.
And Gandhi was a racist, and Martin Luther King cheated on his wife. So no one's perfect.
I've heard. I think it was an American who said the problem when people when people don't believe anymore. I did it racist. The problem when people don't believe anymore is not that they don't believe anymore, but they believe everything. Have you heard that? I thought of
That actually sounds familiar.
Chesterton said that. Chesterton.
Well,
If you don't
I
stand
don't-
for something, you'll fall for anything.
Yeah, that's another version of that. You know, just recently, this last year, we used to have a American Witches Council, and it fell apart. And so they tried to bring it back, and it fell apart again. There were too many chiefs and not enough Indians, as the quote goes. Because most of us are solitary, meaning we practice alone. Some of us practice in covens, which is 13, no, up to 13 people. Get a high priestesses, a high priest, and then the others.
That's where the orgies happen, right?
No. You know, it's sad is that for the longest time, and even still today, for the most part, if Wiccans have a coven, they don't allow people to go to their coven or church until they're 18 years old, because of the stigma that some of us do at Skyclad, and assume that we have orgies, and then we would do bad things with children. So we still don't even allow, for the most part. And then there's people that are mentors, and the guy says, I'm a grand dragon, whatever, not grand dragon, but I'm a purple soft, blah, 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 and I have the right to teach you, and then he takes advantage of a weak-minded person. Of course, they have that in all religions. You know, like the guy in Africa who turned around and was preaching a thing of a weird branch of Christianity, and take the milk or the seed of life from between his legs, and so all the women were coming to his church, giving him blowjobs and not wearing any underwear underneath their clothes. I don't know how you convince these people of this kind of crap, but damn it, that would have been great if I had that kind of charisma to sell just about anything, any kind of bullshit. I was a car salesman 3 times, and I was so honest. Damn. Yeah, we have this stupid rule in my religion: do as you will. And I was like, woohoo, I can do anything I want. And then it says, but harm none. Fuck!
You're a good Wiccan, my friend. Very good.
No, I have my good days and I have my bad days, just like anyone, and everything. Even
most of
Jack
them
in the
be
Box
good.
is off some days.
May most of them be good.
Yeah, I.
But are you
I
pro-choice
just-
or are you against abortion when you're a wizard?
I guess it's an individual. I believe in pro-choice. When I was raised, I believed that women didn't have no rights. Stay barefoot and pregnant and blah blah blah. Then I looked at my mom, and she was the opposite of everything she shoved down my throat. So it was like, this makes no sense.
Did your mother think? Did your mother think you're worshiping Satan, being a Wiccan?
No, she just thinks I'm confused. That, you know, my mom still doesn't even believe that women have the right to be president. Oh God, it was hard. I can't.
She watches Joel Osteen, and you're the one confused.
I agree with that. I agree with that, brother John.
That type of Christianity is a fairly new type, and it's the feel-good Christian.
Yeah.
And every Sunday, we have Sunday dinner, so I go over there after they get finished watching him, and I ask them what was the story of the day, and they retell it, or the joke of the day.
Usually some scripture taken out of context.
Well, no, it's like some story happened in his life, or some funny thing he heard from someone else. But I went to his original when his father preached. I went to that church, and they had a store in the church, and I was a little kid and I hadn't read the Bible yet. And then later on, I was like, Mom, that church is against the Bible. You're not supposed to be selling stuff in the church. You can't go there. And my mom didn't go there no more.
Did she turn the table? Did she turn the tables over before she left?
I love it.
I've for years, up until about
I would love to
5
do
years.
that. Go to church and do that one day.
I'm with you. I'll
Actually,
join you.
in Louisiana and some counties, there's a county in Louisiana that passed a law. You cannot argue with a preacher, and he has like a button underneath his pew, and if you start arguing, push a button, the police come and arrest you. So, yay!
What? Are you
yeah.
serious?
Yeah, when Google Plus originally came on, people were sharing all kinds of crap. I was like, wow, stupid laws from every place they live. Like some parts of Texas, you can't like stop on a street on a public sidewalk for more than 5 minutes to kiss each other. That's a $450 fine. I was like, who makes these? Are new laws? Come on.
Oh God, a hooker is cheaper than that.
Sodomy. Well, it's like Texas. Sodomy is illegal in Texas. It still is. But what people don't understand, sodomy doesn't just mean butt sex. It means anything that is not missionary. So a blowjob is still sodomy. That's what it means.
Yeah, any kind of sexual activity that's non procreation.
So if someone needs to go, not me, because I take medication, so I stay away from these people. Needs to go and inform them that they'll have to give up their blowjobs too. They might pass the law. I mean, take that law off the books. You're like, what? Anyways.
Well, good Lord, the stuff you're bringing up tonight, Dale, is perfect reason why we should stay, government aside from religion. Because if it's those type of Christians that would be making the laws, holy Lord, yowzers, bad stuff.
If I had a choice, I would just Obama wasn't the first black president, first mixed race. Well, what do they call them? Black and white. Anyway, it was a win for both of us, both sides. But we need to.
That's debatable.
we need. Well, presidents don't have that much power anyway, right?
That's
You have to make it through Congress. So we need to get a Asian female atheist president. Lesbian. Yes,
lesbian.
Yes, lesbian.
Nadia 2016. Nadia 2016.
Atheist, and she has to be Asian and Latino mix. Yeah. And her great grandfather is African American. Do you know that Barack Obama's mother? What is it? The website or whatever that turns around and does genetic whatever to trace back your family history?
Ancestry.com or something?
Yeah, that's it. They did Barack Obama's family tree, and they found out that his white mama is related to the first slave that was documented escaping. So he truly is as American as you can fucking get. So.
How about his father's side? Does he follow the kingly bloodline, as some conspiracies say? Every president goes back
funny?
to like the Knights of Templar or some shit like that. I don't know.
You know what's funny? Most Americans don't realize this is a law. Okay, or the way it works, wherever a woman from America, an American woman, has a child, that spot is an embassy, and that land where she's at is America. Yay. So you're an American. And they use this in Vietnam. So if a man or whatever turned around and if a female officer got pregnant, that child was automatically an American and could go home. And so no matter if 80% of the population until a couple of years after he became president realized that Hawaii is an actual state, didn't matter. But they reinforced that law in the Patriot Act, and so I had friends of mine that their mother had been here for like 30 years from Mexico, and the father was fourth generation American, but he was, Hispanic, and the kids spoke no Spanish at all. And because their mother wasn't born here, and you have to, by the time they're 18 years old in America, if your mother's not an American, natural born American, has to fill out paperwork before they turn 18 so they become American citizens. So they both got sent back to Mexico. And thank goodness that she had still some old relatives still in Mexico that were still alive that could, be there for them, because they spoke English only. Didn't know shit about the Mexican culture other than what they know, Taco Bell.
You'll have multiple violent,
freeze up. What does that mean?
extremely violent felons that they won't get deported.
Huh?
I said.
What about the felons?
What I was saying was, it's ironic that those people will get deported, but yet illegal immigrants who are violent felons with multiple felonies, they won't get deported.
Well, what about the ones that have multiple felonies that are born here? Can we get rid of them too?
Oh, I'm all for. I'm all for shipping everyone off to Greenland, and everyone comes in on a case-by-case basis.
It's weird to me. We live one world. We're all Earthlings, and so how can any of us be aliens? I haven't figured that one out yet. Of course, if we did one world thing, then the Christians would say that the end times are here. Of course, that means the rapture's already came and went if we had one world order.
Well, that would be debatable, but yeah, I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Mid-trib, pre-trib, mid-trib, post-trib. Yeah, I hear you.
Which one are you, Rev?
I am a pan-trib.
What the hell? I'm lost.
Whatever happens.
Pretty much, bro, Joe. Yeah. When God decides to make it happen, it'll happen. Yep.
Right.
What if it doesn't happen?
Then.
Well, we were all wrong.
I mean, if you don't, I understand the concept of. I have no problem.
Maybe it happened already.
I have no problem with religion in itself. Actually, I personally believe that all of it's right. Atheists are meant to be atheists. There is no God for them. That's just who they were meant to be. And so forth. Whatever God that you worship. There's an old, some old writings. I can't remember where, but it was talking about the only way to make a God exist is to believe in him. And so the Christian God was like the only God that ever came out and said, don't put any other God before me because I want all the damn power. So if you quit believing in him or it or whatever, then it loses strength and power like you do in a leader of any kind. So if you want to get rid of religion, you'll have to get everybody to quit believing in it. But you can't shove it down their throats. You have to
change their minds.
I may be mistaken, but I think Ra, the Egyptian sun god, was primary over any other god.
Was he? But he ruled the day.
Or Zeus. Wasn't Zeus the highest god?
The highest god for the people where he was from.
Yeah, the Roman pantheon, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, what was it? There's another one talked about where gods came from, and it was people died, and some beings became self-aware, and over over time. Some just faded, went to nowhere because, apparently there was no heaven, no hell, no nothing, right? And since time is irrelevant to them, because, humans have time, because we age and we die. So this energy being, as you might want to call it, turned around and stayed around and helped the people of his village. And never realized his village changed and aged and so forth. And people noticed, and people started to worship him and called him a god. Have you ever heard of that before? It's an old myth.
Yeah, it's vaguely familiar. I'm trying to remember because I've studied all this stuff too. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, it's familiar to me personally. Yeah.
And so, if you believe the sky is purple, damn it, it will be purple to you no matter what. No matter how much science you shows on them. I mean, the sky ain't even blue, but we still see it's blue. I mean, you can try to tell, someone who, all you want all day long that the sky really isn't blue. It's just a, reflection, because science tells us that. But your eyes tell you it's blue, so therefore it's blue.
Right. That's why I'm a big fan of the whole Matrix analogy, to planet Earth. That it's just sort of, we're in a simulation. I do believe that personally.
One needs to be willing to see differently.
Do you realize we're actually doing research to find out if we're in a matrix?
Yeah, that's true.
That also came out. That also came out in an article sometime last year. I was like, "What? Really?"
Matrixology.
Did you guys know that the woman that wrote The Matrix originally is a Christian, Sophia Stewart?
Well, it is off based of Neo being
Christ-like.
Christ-like.
Exactly.
Harry Potter was the same thing. He died, he came back. Some people saw the same thing there too, fighting good against evil.
Superman. So some savior.
Well, I don't see it. He came from the planet. He doesn't count.
Yeah, he's more like the Nephilim.
He didn't deport it, huh? No one deported his ass. You didn't see the government coming up with kryptonite, to kick his ass out, deport him. They're like, help! That was because he was for the American way. Imagine if he was born in Russia or Japan.
Hey, does anybody know who blocked Jesus?
That'd be you, my brother. How you doing, man?
Does anybody know who blocked Jesus?
No.
I've seen him in Hangouts, unfortunately.
What's he
Someone
talking about?
Someone blocked Jesus?
What's he talking about?
All kinds of things. We were talking about
mainly the black. He talks a lot about the black Israelites.
What?
What's he says about him?
I'll be back.
Alrighty, deal.
Really haven't paid much attention to what he said. He's kind of all over the place.
Oh, am I? You want to take me up on the offer then? You want to answer a question?
I really don't care.
Yeah, you talking to Jesus.
I really don't care.
Yeah, I bet you don't, wise guy.
Ah, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck yourself. That's what you probably do every night.
Oh, boy. Nadia, you still up? Till they're passing out.
So what y'all doing? Just listening to each other breathe on this hangout?
Well, we were just sort of, talking about Wicca, because what's his name here? What's his name again? Dale.
Yeah,
Dale's
Dale.
Dale's a Wiccan, and just sort of learning about Wicca. Interesting stuff.
Nadia said somebody did it. She said she didn't do it. She said somebody did it. She said she's gonna get to the bottom of it though.
Did what?
Yeah. I just told her somebody blocked me. I just texted her. I said somebody blocked me.
That is their right. That is
She
their
said,
right.
what the hell?
That
She
is
said,
their
what
right.
the
That
What
is
you
their
say?
right.
I guess there's zoo
is their
animals
right.
out of their cages tonight, huh, Brother John? How you doing, bro?
Yeah, and if we want him out of the room, we'll have to have a democratic vote here in the room to ignore, and then he will be removed from the room.
Who are you talking about?
Talk about you if you get out of hand.
Man, I'm about to remove myself from the room. What you talking about, man? I ain't no internet. I ain't no internet life, dude. You dudes sit on the internet all day without a life. Get a life, man.
Okay.
Somebody give a shit about removed out of a chat room. Is you crazy, man? Type of weirdo is you that think another person cares about that type of stuff?
You're the one who came in this room, and the first thing you asked was, who blocked Jesus? So, who you
I
for?
already know. You want to see my screen
Why
share?
don't you just leave now? How about that? How about you just leave now?
How about
Make
you
it
go
black.
wash your feet? How about you go find a woman?
All right, I'm going to ignore him if anybody else cares to join me so we can get this fool out of the room
Let's
and have
flush him down the toilet.
a decent conversation because I have no time for this. My
Man,
life
y'all
is
ain't talking
precious.
about nothing, man. You brothers don't know nothing.
What do I don't know?
You don't even know
You
your
don't know that
nationality,
this
boy.
guy live life as a troll.
Who
Hey,
cares?
troll.
Block me all you want, cocksucks. What that mean to me? This ain't none of
I
your
can't hear
room.
anything he's saying because I have him ignored. So
Y'all ain't got no control.
we have to get most of the people in the room to press
Look at
ignore
Screech.
so he can be removed and make room for somebody of use.
Yeah, definitely.
And I'm the one who blocked you, you fool.
Look at these clowns.
So what was
going on?
actually happening in the
What's going
hangout
on,
before
Christian Nation? You with these clowns
Oh,
too?
loose out of
You
the
fake
cage?
Christian in tonight
We're
too?
just actually having a nice, decent conversation. We talk about
Christian.
a little bit about politics, a little bit about religion. Wicca came up, and
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my boring ass
I know
showed
why
up.
you guys, man.
Hey Dale, I don't know if you remember, we haven't talked in a while, but I know you were constructing your house there and stuff. How's it coming along?
Slowly. I'm broke. So I have the insulation. I just haven't finished putting it in.
I guess I'll read a
I
couple
need a
Bible scriptures for
personal
the
assistant
online.
and a life coach. Get shit done.
Well,
What I only.
well, slowly is better than not at all, you know.
Oh
so.
yeah. Only 2 more years, and my 160
Isaiah
square foot home is
14
mine.
and 1 through 5.
Yay.
For the Lord God will have mercy on
160
Jacob
square
and
feet, is that
still
what you said?
choose Israel,
Yeah.
and
It's a
settle them
storage.
in their
It's a storage
own
building.
land.
I got a
The
door
stranger
put
will
on
be
it.
joined with them,
A regular
and they
door
will cling
with
to the house of Jacob. The people will take them and
6
bring them
panes
to
of
their
glass in it,
places,
and 2
and
windows.
the house of Israel will
And
possess
so,
them for servants and maids
just for
in
you,
the
right?
land of the Lord.
Just for me.
They will take them
What is it,
captives, whose
160
captives
square
they were,
feet?
Right.
and rule
It's
over
Oh
smaller
them.
man,
than a
that can go
tiny.
for
It's
you can
small.
get
That's
that for
talking about
$3,000
slavery
here
for
in New
all you
York.
people
Oh yeah, you
so
can if you
A
pay
month.
the 3 if you
A month.
if you pay 3 a month. Oh, sorry.
In New York
about
City.
slavery in the Bible.
Okay, you can buy a
Let me show
this
y'all what
storage
this is in
building
the Bible.
$3,500, but paying it over 3-year period, I'm paying $7,500.
Let's get it.
Okay, that's
Go
interesting. That's
interest.
cool.
Oh, and every time I go to the website to pay it, besides the fact they charge me money to pay for it online,
Let's get
they said it would be free
Obadiah,
if
the
I
book
drove
of
to
Obadiah
Arkansas,
1 and 4.
bastards.
Let's see
Is
what
that a
it's saying.
mortgage or just a
This is
loan?
America. We're gonna get the book of Obadiah.
It's a loan.
Right?
It's like a rent to own kind of thing. That's how they do it, basically.
Chapter 1, verse 4. The
Yeah.
book of Obadiah. Chapter 1.
And every time I go to the site to pay
verse
for it, there's
4.
always
Obadiah. The book of
something.
Obadiah. Chapter 1, verse 4. And that'll be in the Old
You
Testament.
froze up,
Lucifer
Dale.
has entered the room.
So
Hey,
Lucifer, last time we heard from you were in Korea, and then you were flying to Japan, was it? Did you get
No,
there safe?
I'm not flying to Japan yet. That won't be for quite some time.
I want
Why
to
you
go to
got a
Japan.
female that's your avatar and you a man?
You have to take a plane, Lucifer?
I think we're going to take a ship.
That's kind of freakish, don't you think?
Wouldn't flying be faster?
Yes, but life isn't about getting there the fastest.
You didn't get your wings clipped, did you?
That's true.
I guess
Like
so.
Dale's house, coming along slowly, but as long as it's
You a
going.
Bible believer, brother?
The only bad thing about if I went to
Are you a
Japan,
Bible believer?
I could never hide from anyone.
Oh, you
I'm
Lucifer,
6'7".
right?
They'd
Yeah,
be
you'd be the tallest
find me
person
if I
there.
did something wrong.
Well, if you're looking to hide, why would you go to Japan?
I go, I'm like, where's all the people? I thought they said this place was crowded. I don't see anyone up here.
You have a green suit you can wear?
A green suit? No.
Yeah, you can be like Godzilla.
What you talking
know?
about, Lucifer?
Godzilla.
I got.
Well, Dale's
Why you
over
call
there
yourself
talking about he's the tallest person there.
I got the suspicion that people have other people muted.
Oh yeah, we
yeah.
had to restrain
They
the
are
animal.
scared of the
Lucifer,
Bible.
yeah. Well, a couple of us have lived life there.
They're a bunch of
ignored,
fake
so we're
Christians.
trying to get them removed from the room.
They don't like
So
the
if you would be
Bible.
so
Christians
kind,
that don't
Lucifer,
like the
to
Bible.
press that ignore button above his name, that would help us out.
Have you ever seen a bunch of people?
Yes,
Or you
but
could
why
just
would
snap
I,
your fingers, or you know.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, what did Live Life do?
Live life is Jesus DiCaprio.
Yeah, I ain't hitting ignore. He's a brother. I ain't hitting ignore. No way.
Alright, don't hit it and quit it, Rev.
brother.
Don't do
Thank
it.
you. I appreciate
Don't hit it
that.
and quit it.
And yeah, I don't ignore lost sheep. They're the ones I prey on, right?
Oh, lost
No,
sheep.
you don't prey on lost sheep. You bring them to the flock.
Let's go to Deuteronomy 28.
I think you throw the sheep on the grill and let's have some lamb chops.
We're gonna read some
That's
of
what
the
I
curses
say.
and identify
Hey,
these people.
in my religion, we're trying to get people out of
Let's
it.
get the curses. If the people in Israel fit these curses,
You are the goats.
you made the children. If they don't fit
Yeah,
these
goats.
curses in this
My neighbor
book,
has goats, and
the
they have
Deuteronomy
the
28 chapter,
freakiest
something
freaking
real
eyes.
wrong.
And I know why people
Let's
think
get the book of
they're
Deuteronomy. Let's
meant
start
for
at
devil
20
worshippers.
chapter.
They're just wrong.
We're gonna start at 1. Now it shall come to pass if you diligently obey the voice of the Lord your God.
They could just have cat's eyes or something.
to
Say that again,
serve
here, me. We couldn't
diligently
hear you.
and do all his commandments.
Why is
that
he
command
doing
you.
this?
We're reading the Bible.
He's reading scripture.
Yeah.
You guys, all you guys that blocked him, you don't know, but he's just reading scripture. That's all he's doing.
Yeah, so can you guys just ignore him, like, and get him out of the room?
You do realize if you go watch the broadcast, it's going to be all fucked up now because there's going to be multiple conversations going on at
God will
once.
set thee on high above all nations.
Need to do a wake up, and nobody, I guess, now else has controls here.
Douchebag left.
Hallelujah.
Don't you just hate a democracy?
So what scripture was he reading?
In the beginning, God created the earth out from void, darkness upon the face of the water, the deep. I don't remember anymore.
No, he was reading some stuff from Deuteronomy. Yeah, he's a Hebrew Israelite, you know, so he was trying to make his case.
Hold on, that's not Deuteronomy. That's Moses' law, right? I believe.
Yeah. It's the Torah. Yep.
If a woman's raped in the country, she can be found innocent, but if she's raped in a city, it's impossible. So whatever.
Yeah, I ain't going there. It's the stuff from the Old Testament that, from a Christian standpoint, that's why I say praise God we're in the New Covenant, not the Old. You know.
Let's have this conversation.
I was in another hangout and a couple weeks ago, and I had to walk across the property to get my old preacher's Bible that I keep at my mom's house. I can't get rid of it because can't get rid of it. I've tried. No one will take it from me. They're like, it's been tainted by a Wiccan. But I had to pull it out to. There was a couple preachers and a priest in the room. I had to look up something. I was like, no, that's not what it says. Did Did you know there's 370 sins in the Bible? 1,050 commands in the New Testament? Not commandments, commands.
Well, me being a New Covenant believer, I at some point I would love to hear Dubs talk about this type of stuff because he's a Noahide, and I know other Noahides, by the way.
What's
Dubs.
that?
Well, basically, it's a
Let J
convert.
Dubs explain it. Is he here?
Yeah,
still?
that's what I was gonna say, but he might not. He might want to just not talk about that stuff, and that's cool.
Wait, are they not made from the hide of Noah?
Okay, Lucifer, come on, come on.
That's what most people think. It's like a leather, yeah.
Hey, Lucifer got the short stick, man. I mean, I told this story. I had to write a story in college, the last time I went to college, and the story about how, God created. Well, the Christian God turned around and he created the entire universe. And after he was done, he was bored and lonely. So he created the archangels, and they had free will. Actually, and they had free will, so they left him alone. They went to go watch the earth, and that's where you get the watchtowers from different religions, and even in mine. And then he created angels. But angels were just a whole bunch of yes men, and never disagreed with, and never had a conversation. Yes, God, whatever, blah blah blah. And so he, created, Adam and Eve, and then when he was done, he called Lucifer in. After roaming the universe, he came in and goes, "Hey, do you remember when I told you you were the most powerful, the most beautiful? I taught you about creation. And guess what? I love them more than I love you. How do you think? How do you feel about that?" And we have our world today.
That's actually surprisingly close, except for the very last part.
And so,
Well, Lucifer was booted because he had a little bit too much pride and ego.
Well, the thing is, though, if whoever the victor is gets to tell the story.
Well, the way I see it here, Lucifer's only mentioned once in the scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
Gets a lot of attention for not even for people misinterpreting who he is.
A lot of the time they mention devil or devils, and they're not the same thing.
Well, yeah, devil is just someone that acts like Satan.
Well, demons or in a lot of belief systems, demons are a separate entity, separate from the fallen angels.
That's right. Yep. From my study, demons are the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim. Yeah, that's how crazy I am.
I always thought demons were the fallen angels, that supposedly third that fell.
Nope, separate. That's separate.
It's separate.
Oh, so there's many more of them than... There's a lot of more than I thought to be.
Some people believe that, or there was a myth about them being, how to put this?
They were basically Could I just step in here, Dale, from my study? Yeah, I'm sorry. Basically, the spirits of the Nephilim that were killed in the flood. That's what demons are, because they can't go anywhere. They don't. The energy from them can't be destroyed. So basically, the spirits from the Nephilim that died in the flood are roaming around trying to find, a person to inhabit and embody, because that's the only way that they can, exist. But that's just my crazy theology.
Do you know how many demons are on Earth right now?
But wait, think about this. So wait, real quick.
Congress, the Senate. How many does that add up to?
535.
Think about this.
Damn.
I agree, Tim.
If they're roaming around looking for bodies to inhabit, don't you think they would inhabit the cleanest?
That's a good point.
Free roaming spirits inhabiting bodies. That sounds like Scientology.
Label it what you will.
That's the one with Xenu, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
a
know,
demon is a demon I only see is that which plagues each of us. And
actually,
each of us has at least one demon. So I would say there's at least 7 billion demons.
the original demon, and the only reason I say the original is because the myth of it goes back further than a lot of others, and that is jinn. Jinn were the original demons.
Right. Don't the Muslims talk about the jinn a lot?
Yes. That's what he says. The jinn, genie. That's from Islam.
Gin and tonic.
So yeah, that's right.
No, bro, Joe, that's
and then you
spirits.
you have.
Where do you think you get your spirits from?
And then you get the Norse version of the demon. He's called Loki.
Gin and tonic. That actually sounds like salvation.
Yeah.
It can be pretty close.
I'm not old enough to drink gin yet. Every time I see someone drink gin, it's usually some person who's about to.
You're
kick
not old enough to drink gin yet. How old are you?
No, I'm 42. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
When I get past my 70s, I'm sorry, I won't get past my 70s, but whatever.
You never, yeah.
No man, woman, or child, nobody in my family on either side, 10 generations back, has ever made it past. Male has ever made it past 64. Period. Whether they smoked or not.
But you're a Wiccan. You should live longer.
But women in my family lived to like 80s and 90s, and since I have Klinefelters, which means I have 3 pairs of I have an extra chromosome, 23 pairs, 23, yeah. So I'm XXY. So when I eat, everything goes to my hips, my thighs, and my ass, and I'm bitchy a lot. Woo! Good thing there's not a period.
A triplicate chromosome.
So.
Pair.
And when I have sex, I scream like a bitch. But that's another story. So next.
So can you literally go fuck yourself? I mean.
No. I'm a guy through and through. I just can't have kids unless a scientist or doctor gets in and goes, okay, you sure you want his child? Do you know him? I know him from the Hangouts. Are you sure you want this DNA? It's funny, about 6 months ago, up until about 6 months ago, my mom used to still, hope I would change back to Christianity. I need to find a good Christian woman. And I finally just told her, I refuse to get married again unless a woman already has 2 or 3 husbands. Period. The end of that conversation. Yay! 1-1. It only took 42 years.
Well, I at very least hope you have somebody to practice the Wicca with, because from what I hear, if you don't, have a significant other to practice with, it can be a lonely and not so fun thing to be a part of, So.
Oh, there are no other Wiccans. There are a few pagans in my town, but I've ran across them over the years. But no one's really open about their, in this town. I do live in Texas. It's right to the Bible Belt.
Yeah, that's got to be a lonely place to be for you, my man.
I was at a Chinese buffet last year, and this guy started talking to me, and he goes, "You know what's wrong with this country?" And I said, "What?" He goes, "The Wiccans are taking over." And I put out my hand to shake him, and I said, "Hello, I'm a Wiccan high priest. How are you doing today?" He just looked at his hand like he was going to go home and have to burn it or something. We were at a gas station a few years ago, and people talk when they're pumping gas, and started talking to my friend who's an atheist about, hey, do you go to church? And my friend's like, no. He goes, oh, you just moved to Beaumont? And he goes, no, I've lived here. Well, you haven't found the right church then. And I got tired of him bugging him. And, my friends aren't going to come out and say he's an atheist. So I jumped out of the car, and I said, oh, what's your church? I'm a Wiccan. I would really love to come to your church. He dropped the nozzle and just peeled out. He was gone. He was like a witch. Ah!
Wow.
Yeah.
See, that's probably
my friend just stared at me. I said, "What? You want me to tell you were an atheist? So he sprayed gasoline on you and set you on fire?" I call him. I say I'm a Wiccan. He ran. An atheist, he would have set you on fire. I was the safer, option.
I don't know. I mean, it does say, "Thou not shall allow witch to live" or something.
Yep. I told my mom if she gets to the pearly gates and they tell her she can't get in because she didn't kill her son, I told her it's okay to come back and kill me because I have reincarnation and do the shit again. It's her, but she only gets one chance, so.
Yeah, well, I'm a different type. I see the best in people, and I'll vouch for you when I get up there. Even if your mom wouldn't, I'll vouch for you.
You can vouch with me all you want.
Rev, spread your version of Christianity. We need more people like you.
Do you happen to do the same thing that the Mormons do when someone's dead that is not a Christian? You can baptize them via proxy, and they become Christian after they're dead.
No.
Damn.
But
just in case I was wrong, you could have saved me. Shit.
But I think there are certain members of of Christianity that might just turn out to be believers that go out like angels trying to snatch people out of the fire. I know that sounds crazy, but I got certain beliefs that if I really went into it, you guys would think this guy's a Christian, but yeah, I am. So.
It says that no man, woman, or child shall enter the gates of heaven until God opens up the book of life, right? So, based on that, no man, woman, or child is in heaven. So it says they will come from the oceans, the seas, the graves, and from hell. Hell is just a place absence of God. So if you doubt, you could be the most perfect person in the world, but if you think you're an asshole, guess where you're gonna go? Hell. And then it would suck to finally get to see your name in the book, and it says, "Oh, why were you in hell? Your name was in the book the whole damn time." That would suck.
If your name's in the book, you ain't going to hell. That's all I can say.
No, the lake of fire and hell are two separate places. It's, it even says so. Anyway.
Now you're getting into some deep theological stuff. Yeah.
Listen, I was raised as Christian.
I got you.
You hear me just spout all this, from memory. When I was in a boys'
home. It says in Revelations that the lake of fire was created for the devil and hell, something like that, or death and hell in Hades.
Yeah. That's true. And then in the very end, the lake of fire is cast away just into outer darkness, completely, null. It's gone. So.
But after he's chained down for 1,000 years or a time or whatever. Because, people can't actually determine how much time has gone by. The rapture probably already happened, and now we live in the time when, whatever. He's after all that peace and having heaven on earth, he's supposed to be released for a time to wreak havoc all over again. And it doesn't say anything about how it's going to end after that.
Yeah, what is up with all that? I always wondered about that. Where the hell would you you go on a cross, you're supposed to die, and,
No, it actually does. After the 1,000 years, then Satan's released for a season. He goes out to deceive the nations that aren't believing yet, and they try and come against the holy city of Jerusalem. And basically, God just nukes them. It's in the book of Revelation. It is. So, it's another Gog-Magog war. Take 2.
Yay. I think Lucifer's Fae. That's what it is. And he's pissed off that Lucifer's good looking and Jehovah wasn't, I think he was the ugly duckling stepchild or something. I don't know.
I come back from getting food and I hear Dale saying that Lucifer don't exist when I see him right here in the room.
It's fair. So if I'm like evil, does that make me Orkai? Is that what we're going?
Someone told me the other day, they were saying, you don't see Jesus the way like we do. I said, dude, I see him everywhere. Hell, he was over here last month Him and 3 other Jesuses were building a carport.
Jorge.
No, Jesus. All of them are Jesus. Just like all the Moseses.
I don't know what you meant by that, Dale, but I would love to hear you elaborate.
No, I was talking about, the Spanish name that looks exactly like Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, Jesus,
I got you. All right.
There's Jesuses everywhere. Just like there's Moses everywhere. Or, excuse me, not Moses, but Muhammad.
Is it Jesus's or Jesus I?
I don't know. People get our.
Wasn't already
It works the same way with us Wiccans, right? Well, Wiccans is actually, it's my English, whatever. It's Wicca is one of those things that Wicca is is the religion. Wiccan is plural. But since I went to an American school, I always say Wiccan, and then I put apostrophe S to say Wiccans. It's like double S's, Morse.
Wait, okay, I'm thinking Jesus is a shepherd, so wouldn't it be herd? A herd of Jesuses?
A herd of Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, Dale, I was going to ask you, what tradition are you in Wicca?
I have no idea. I'm just a Wiccan that worships the goddess.
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, the closest to it would be there's a Diana version. It's only for women. It's only for women, and they worship the goddess. I happen to be a guy. There's a branch separate from that the women are the leaders and so forth, and because they can give birth and they're the representation of the goddess.
Wiccans don't seem too progressive. They separate the men and the women. Oof.
No.
That's rough.
Okay, let me tell you a traditional, not Wicca, but traditional pagan, one of the old traditional pagan.
Could you imagine, Rev, like a Christian church doing that, segregating people like that? Oof, you wouldn't hear it. You would hear it for the rest of your life.
Say. Look, I'm a high priest, so that just means that I'm allowed to be a teacher, a counselor.
Those damn Christians being bigots again. Get them.
But the marriage. There was a marriage. The way they did it was when you became of age, they would take a guy out, and they'd blindfold him and drop him off. And to prove that he was a man, he had to find his way home by the stars and so forth, and come home wearing a cow, like Batman a cow, from a stag. So they just left him out there basically in his loincloth and said, make it home. Yay. And then a woman that he was supposed to marry was taken aside, taught to be the high priestess or to eventually become the elder of the village. And when he finally made it back, the whole village would come together. He would lay it down upon the altar, and she would mount him in her rightful place ahead above the man, in front of everyone.
I know there's that whole ritual where they draw a pentagram on the ground, and the woman, right, yeah, and the woman basically lays out spread eagle, and then the high priest goes and does his thing with her. I don't know what the ritual is called, but
I like that term, spread eagle.
Right?
No, the woman doesn't lay down. The guy is supposed to lay down, and the woman rides him from atop, where she belongs.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think the children call that sexy time.
Well, there's also another lore about, you've heard of not Morgan Le Fay. What was her damn name? The woman that was supposedly Eve's Adam's first wife.
Lilith.
Lilith. Yeah, Lilith. And so because Adam wanted to dominate, and she wanted to be on top, is where she supposed to be. It's pagans come from. She couldn't stand the fact they wanted to dominate her, and what his law was, she was supposed to be equal or ahead. Period. But equal, like the yin and yang symbol. I mean, we do have a Lord in our religion, or a God, but he only gets laid by her like once a year. I can't respect a guy that can only get laid once a year from his woman, but so I won't be giving too much to him.
Are you talking about Shekinah?
Who?
Shekinah, the goddess Shekinah, from a Kabbalistic tradition.
No, he's also called the Green Man, or you've
now
also seen him as a stag. Half
Cernuno. Cernunos?
Half deer, half man. He can come in that form. He runs in the wintertime as a stag to watch over nature, and then he comes in and they have sex, right? And then she bears her own self, because she turns around and she's a baby, and she grows up, and then she becomes and then she dies. When she becomes the crone, she dies. He takes over for a short time in the wintertime, and then the child grows up, and it's the cycle of life. It starts all over again. She basically takes a vacay and is reincarnated back into her own self.
Yeah, and that would sort of be a takeoff of Isis, Osiris, and Horus, right?
Yeah, in a sense. I mean, there are Egyptian Wiccans, and there are Norse Wiccans, and there's like I said, there's every flavor imaginable. There's there's even one that's stupid I hate. I mean, there's kitty Wiccans, and we've been trying to get them out because they watch Harry Potter. Like, we want to cast spells. I watched Harry Potter, but I knew it was fiction. But the one Wiccans. That's what we call them. They do it to piss off their parents. Is the new ones that's been around the last few years? They're called Christian Wiccans. Oh God, that annoys the crap out of me. We call them fence walkers because they can't determine which side of the lawn is greener, so they just walk on the fence and hope they don't slip and have a fence post shoved up their ass or something. It makes no sense to me.
Well, I kind of get that because I kind of always coined myself in the Christian Gothic type thing. So I kind of get that, but I hear what you're saying. Fence sitters, you got to deny Christ. Okay, all right.
No, I'm not. I don't deny Christ. I know that he's there. I don't care. He's just not my God.
Whoa, wait a minute. You believe he's there?
I believe that all gods exist, and I also believe that those that are atheists were meant to be atheists.
I got you. I wish
so
Ocean.
When
Ocean. Do you know a guy on here by the name of Ocean?
No.
Oh man, I wish he was in here.
I used to spend time on Hangouts all the time when I used to host them. I had the midnight to 6 a.m. shows for the longest time.
Nice, the witching hour. The witching hour would be in there. I like it.
What's funny is that when Google Plus, the Hangouts first started up, we had a bunch of Christian Hangouts. And guess who they called in for moderator? Me! It made no sense to me. Eventually I had to tell them, hey, you don't bring in a Wiccan to be moderator, you bring in someone else.
Oh boy, Dale, it sounds like the Holy Spirit is beckoning you towards him. Don't laugh. Don't laugh.
Dale, probably because you were a neutral party, you know?
Yeah.
That's probably it. Yeah.
That's why us deists make a great moderator for atheist Christian debates.
I agree, bro, Joe.
I'll tell you what atheists are good for. My atheist best friend gave me a 1997 Mazda 626. He put brand new tires on it. Me and him worked on it during Thanksgiving, Christmas, and last weekend. He paid for the registration. Atheists are awesome.
That is awesome. He sounds like a Christian from my standpoint. But yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, what? Only Christians can do good things?
No. That isn't what I mean. You know what I mean? That's cool.
You know, there's a conundrum that I think it's the word. Conundrum. That's it. I'm missing a few teeth. I have to work around it.
It's okay.
Damn baby teeth. 42 years old, and most of my mouth is still baby teeth. Anyway, we get the damn question from Christians sometimes. They're like, we're not supposed to like do magic or do spells for people. By the way, a spell is nothing but a prayer with candles and incense, basically. We're just closest to Wicca is being Catholic. But the thing is where, you know, you drive by and you see a car accident. And we're taught as Wiccans that we're not supposed to do magic for someone who doesn't ask first. So, or lay on hands if you can heal, or whatever it may be, or any, you know, help someone. Because if they knew you were a Wiccan, would they accept your help, kind of thing? And that's like one of those things we have to go around and round, you know, because do as you will, but harm none, including thyself. And that implies the fact that do we harm them by helping them, or are we harming them by not helping them? So, one of those philosophy pieces of crap. Hey, I just rambling. Go ahead.
Rev, I've got a question for you.
You say me, Tim?
Yeah.
What's up, Tim?
Speaking of magic, I've heard a number of Christians object to the use of the word magic when speaking of miracles. Could you elaborate as to why the many Christians object to the use of the word magic?
Yeah, I think it's just basically from the extremist standpoint of taking words very seriously. They see that as sort of equating the power of God to a pagan source. That's my best answer.
When he said words being powerful, the whole basis of not using God's name in vain wasn't the word not goddamn. Everybody calls him God now, and they don't call him Jehovah or the other names that he has. Because to have, you know, when you're a kid, your mom would get mad at you and go, well, for me, she'd go, Delroy Mossett, say your whole damn name, and you knew you were in trouble. She had power over you by speaking your whole name. So you wouldn't allow to say God's true name is to say that you have power over him. So words have power. That's why magic, saying miracles, magic is.
Yeah, it's more so just a semantical thing. Yeah.
Okay.
And you know, magic spelled with just a C is illusion, and magic with a CK is the other kind.
The real kind. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Like, you know, one of the first women chefs in history, she came to a palace or whatever the hell their kingdom, castle, and they were all given the same ingredients, and one guy made one dish from all those ingredients and fed just the king. She created from the same ingredients, able to feed everybody at the royal table. She was labeled as a witch and burned at the stake. Because it was only through magic could she use the same ingredients to feed so many people. You know, stew. This is why it took so long for women to become chefs. You don't come out and say you can feed 1,200 people with a piece of bread and some, you know. If Christ was a woman and he fed all those people, they would have killed her sooner.
I'm fading here. I'm heading to bed.
Okay.
Everybody.
All right.
Peace, Tim.
So, Lucifer, I mean to ask you some questions.
Okay.
How'd you like the interpretation of Memnoch the Devil? Or how do you pronounce that book? The Anne Rice series, where you talk, where you're supposed to be talking to what's his name in the book, trying to convince him to go around with you. Was that a real interpretation or someone just some fiction based off it? Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's fiction. Is that the one where I walk around Sheol like all the time?
I think it was like the third or fourth book of the Anne Rice, the Interview with the Vampire.
Vampire Diary or something.
Not different author altogether.
Oh. Okay.
I don't think Should I read it? I don't think I've read it.
I actually thought I watched Interview with the Vampire, and then I thought I was going to be reading the second book, and it ended up being like the third or fourth book, and I loved it. But Lucifer comes off pretty good in that one. He even has the keys to heaven, goes talk to God, whatever. Work everything out so he can turn around and cause mischief, and then more people can believe in God.
I do like the name Memnoch. It's a very strong name.
Let me see if I can. I have 11,000 books on my computer, so let me see if I can find it. Yeah, who in the right mind has 11,000 books they haven't read on their computer?
You got some work to do.
Yeah, I've gone through 866 books in the last, I guess something like that, in the last 5 years. When you're stuck on disability and you can't do anything, much of anything, you tend to read a lot of books.
Also, it's cheaper. I think.
Well, I have a lot of audiobooks too. But one of my favorite authors is Darren Shun. He did what the hell? Can I remember now? Where's Anne Rice? Anne Rice. Yeah, it should be in the A's, right? Yeah, Anne Rice. There we go. The Vampire Chronicles is the name of it. It's the 5th book. Yeah, I went from the 1st to the 5th because I didn't know any better. But this is there you go. That's the name of the book.
Okay.
I call it Midnight. I'm wrong, probably.
I don't really know if I have time to read a book. Maybe I could get the audio book.
Get the audio version.
Yeah, the girl that I knew that was a Wiccan was big time into Anne Rice, like her favorite author.
Yeah, I loved it when Anne Rice became a Christian for a time and only wrote Christian books, and then no one bought her shit, so she quit being a Christian and started selling books again.
Right.
I've been working on this project for a while now. It's called The Helpful Garden. Maybe I can get some help from y'all. It's a homeless shelter that's 3 acres of land, and it uses aquaponics and permaculture. It has 12 tiny homes on it, 12 to 13 tiny homes. And it provides a safe place for, the one I'm designing is for women, but people can use it for whatever the hell they want. And it provides them an income, money as well. So when they, if they stay there a month, then they start volunteering, and they can stay there up to 6 months. And it comes out to like $15,000 allotted to each tiny home. So if one woman happens to stay a year, she would, when she walked out of there, she would have like, $15,000. But not that policies are going to allow someone to stay a year. Got to help more people than just 12.
What do you need help with exactly?
I don't know. I know it. I finally figured out it cost around $500,000 to build, but I might be able to get 75% of the building cost out if I grow timber bamboo, which takes 3 years. So you can buy the land, then you have to grow the timber bamboo on your property for 3 years, cut it down before you can even start building the place. But I just did over the holidays. I found out it was going to cost $958,000 for yearly operating cost. Trying to build a homeless shelter that's self-reliant. It doesn't need it has its own farmers market and stuff like that. So it's off the grid, solar, wind power, all that stuff.
If you're going to go through all this work and you want to make it self-sustained, why don't you build a few houses and rent those to people that aren't homeless, and then use that money to operate it?
Because homes are expensive. I was planning to take what was it, about 10 or 15% of allotted profits, after everything's paid for, that would dive into buying foreclosed or condemned homes and fixing them up, and then getting into those homes. But that's a whole nother project all itself.
But what profits are you going to make from this if you're homeless people?
Well, it would have its own farmers market, so it's an aquaponics system and permaculture. So it'll have fruit trees and chickens and bees, and it's on 3 acres of land. So, and 1 3/4 acres will be all aquaponic system, and it'll be stackable. So I can go up to 3-4 stories high over time to build a more efficient aquaponic system. There's a guy in I believe Minnesota, an ex-NFL player. He turned around and he bought a 3-acre greenhouse, and he produces 1 million pounds of fruits and vegetables a year and 100,000 pounds of fish out of using an aquaponic system. And I'm basically taking that system and turning it into a homeless shelter.
But isn't aeroponics cheaper?
Can it give me fish for meat, and give me crawfish for meat, because crawfish only eat the dead plants, dead animals, and shrimp, which eat algae. We'll do that too.
Well, you could have a runoff just like you would with the aquaponics.
Well, also aquaponics, the fish turn around and make waste, salt waste that doesn't go through the system, which you can extract about 80-85% methane out of it. So, like on a farm, like here in Texas, my grandfather had a methane tank, and since natural gas is 70-75% methane anyway, that's what you're burning. Then it provides a heat source for stoves, for cooking. And then once that's done, you add red worms to the mix, and that's called tea. And then you take that compost when it's done, and you add it to your trees and permaculture gardening. So it's a full cycle.
Do you have a formal proposal for this drawn up, Dale?
No, I suck at those kind of things.
Yeah,
I have a Google Plus community.
Gotcha. Well, the reason I ask that is because a lot of local governments, if you have a good proposal drawn up, you could take it to them and they might help you fund it, you know?
Well, I want to build one, but when I'm done with the research and got everything, facts and tried work everything out, the Alabama Coshada Indians live in my, here in my town, and a friend of mine, they ended up with a casino for a short time before they shut it down, and he got blamed for all that crap. Someone had to take the fall. So I'm gonna give my findings to him so they could and to their council, so they can produce a farmer's market and bring in another income into the Indian reservation. And then I'm gonna go. I figured so we could build one every 80 miles without interfering with local businesses.
Sounds like a plan. That's cool.
But originally was part of a think tank to design a greenest possible subdivision, and it wasn't meant to ever be built. It's just industry cherry picks it to death, basically. This is what we found out. But from there, I went and I worked on designing a sustainable village. A village is up to 140 people, so that's what I designed it for. And I got it to 80% sustainable, because you can't have a salt mine, an iron mine, and you can't do it like in a video game and put all those different locations all in the same place. It doesn't work in real life like that.
Right.
And then from there, I broke it down to something I call D'Artagnan's Restaurant and Farm, and it's like third chance farming or third chance home ownership. So if people want to get into farming, they would work on this farm, and they would provide 70 to 80% of the food for the restaurant, and then the restaurant would be non-profit too, and it would pay all the profits go to the employees. So the waitress make $15 an hour, and things like that. And so, and to keep it sustainable, they would have college interns, like ag people, come in and learn how to do stuff for college credit. Because that's the only way I figured I could get it up and running in the beginning. What it is to bring in people like that to begin with, to donate their time, and then they would pay forward doing it over and over again. Same way in the restaurant, someone wanted to be a chef, then they could go intern there for for part of their thing with pay, of course. But but that's an expensive project. And then I broke it down to the helpful garden. But based on the current level of knowledge, I guess, and technology so far, for us to live in a sustainable society here in the United States, living that way, and other I don't have a PhD, but other PhD people wrote papers on this, and I went to check and see if my findings were even close. I thought I was, this is ridiculous. How many helpful gardens would I have to build? How many of these farms, if we made it all, even 80% sustainable in all the different villages and towns working together, how many people could it support? And the United States would have to lose 2/3 of its current population. Actually, the world would have to lose 2/3 of its population, based on the science we know of to date. And people say it's crazy, but we have all these starving people all over the world. So if everybody was eating healthy and so forth, it would only be 1/3 of the world's population. And I'm just trying to. I figured the helpful garden is a small thing. I could do that. try to do the whole world. So other people need to do that part.
Yeah, you can't solve the problems of the world, my man. But you got a plan, and that's cool.
Yeah. Recently, I just posted something in there. It was like I was breaking down 40% of the profits after everything's paid. I can't remember if it's net or gross. I think it's net. Anyway, would go to the women. And then the other 60% would be broke down to 10% for helping building new places like this. 20% would maintain the place. Another 15% would go to college grants, and 15% for whatever extra crap that might come up. So, I'm good with numbers. Not algebra, but with numbers.
That's cool. Yeah, but that's why the idea to, you know, a Christian of the kingdom of God coming to solve all this stuff is.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I know.
Not. At least, you know, your God does things like that. You know how we do it? The goddess goes, you made the problem, you fix it, and when you're done with that, then you can come talk to me.
I hear you.
Don't have, you know, even the Christian God didn't actually, you know, didn't deem himself. You know, some people believe they're two separate beings. Some believe it's Jesus Christ is God incarnate. But if you believe the other, then, you know, God didn't even have time to come down to do, you know, to be a part of it. He sent his own son. You go deal with it.
Yeah, that's why I am a believer that Christ was God incarnate. That's my take. Yep.
The only way for an omnipotent, and always, you know, what's the word? Can't get it out of my mouth. Omnipotent being. What's the word? I know you have to speak English.
Omnipotent. Omnipotent.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, being to understand something that's not is to take its form and walk in its shoes.
That's right.
It's like if you know, I think in Britain, or even they did it here in the States too. They take a rich family and make them live like a poor family for a while, and they give them so much money to live on each month for like 3 months, and then at the end of the show or whatever, they donate, you know, money to all these people. They're like, how do these people live on $1,000 a month? I eat that for breakfast. There's even been a whole bunch of governors and mayors throughout, all of them are Democrat, of course, who try to live on food stamps, the money they would get from food stamps each month, or just, you know, government assistance. And they're like, why are, you know, you'll see them like lose like 20 pounds in the month they try it, because they're not used to that kind of life. Or, you know, their heart specialist says, get off the damn diet. You're not poor. Be nice if someone came in and, you know, fixed everyone's problems, but the problem with paradise is that when you get bored, I mean, how would you know that it's good if there's no evil?
It's a good point. Good point. That's why, well, my belief system is that, you know, like I talked about this whole matrix idea before, you know, this is just sort of a proving grounds, you know. The next life is going to be, you know, it's your best day times 10 million, and you don't have to, you won't get bored because there's always going to be something to explore and learn about. But that's just my take, you know.
You get to heaven, you're like, but I swore you went to hell, Hitler. I got in. Fuck, wrong religion. You know, because, you know, Hitler was a, you know, Christian. Anyway,
Oh, come on, you know better than that. He was a Luciferian, bro.
No, he wasn't.
No,
yes, he was. He was not.
He
put on
did.
Catholicism, but
he did bring in witches, and every time they helped him with strategy, then he would execute them, little fucker. But probably because they executed them because they figured they were, you know, liars.
No,
yeah,
man. I mean, he was part. I mean, his highest, you know, associates or people that he he got strategy from were from the Vril Society and the Thule. I mean, he was definitely, you know, he was into the occult, man.
He was a Jew.
Okay, that's my cue. Take care.
Dude, I'm messing with you. God. His mother was a Jew. You know, if my mom's a Christian, people automatically assume I'm a Christian, right?
I think the rule is if your mother is a Jew, you will always be a Jew.
No matter if you're Hitler or not.
No matter what religion you turn to, you're always a Jew.
Right? I'm still trying to figure out what religion the three wise men were.
Zoroaster.
Yeah, that's it. You know what's funny? At the time frame they say that Christ left and went into Egypt, at the time, there was a religion there where they only worshiped one God. And then that particular pharaoh, when he died or whatever, then a lot of that, you know, they found, you know, markings or whatever. They try to scratch out the one God, and the multi-gods came back again. Supposedly. You ever hear the theory that, oh God, there's a sect out there that believes that, you know, what's her name? Cleopatra had a son and a daughter, and named them the sun and the moon. And when the Romans are coming, or the Greeks or whoever coming in to invade, she sent her two servants out with her son, called the sun, and their names was Mary and David. Have you ever heard that one before?
No, I don't think I have.
That would really confuse me. I was like, where'd the hell did this one come from?
Yeah, that's really crazy because, I mean, she was Greek, given to the Egyptians.
Right. That would make Christ a Greek?
Yeah.
An Egyptian Greek?
An Egyptian royal Greek.
Yeah. And he got stuck being, you know, working with wood. Wow, that's a sucky life. He probably came back to Egypt to go, what do you mean my parents are gone? Crap! I was tired of this life.
Clearly he didn't want to be rich. He would learn how to work marble.
Well, that's what happened to Moses. He didn't want to be rich either, so he led the people out. And then, you know, got lost for 40 years, and then, you know, didn't get to go into paradise. That must suck.
Look, just because God says he's going to set you free doesn't mean he's going to tell you how to read a map.
Right. And men have been having problems with that ever since.
We're not stopping for directions.
Yeah. So so Ample came out with Ample Maps and got everyone lost again. It was you ever read the one where the phone told them to turn left and it was water and they just drove into the damn lake? It was another woman and got lost like in the middle of Australia because she was following her iPhone's instructions. She ran out of gas.
I haven't heard those, but that's pretty terrible.
And I was like, everyone knows to use Google Maps, you stupid people. You have Google Earth. At least you could, you know, we pinpointed whole civilizations using, you know, finding, you know, lost tribes and stuff. You're using Google Earth. If you know that works, use Google Maps. Don't use the iPhone. I can't believe I said he was a Jew and that got him. All I said was one time. I just thought about it. I never made a correlation between his mom being a Jew and him being one too. It just didn't come up until now.
Well, there's no way a Jewish mother would let you not be a Jew.
That is true.
They're
If my
very
mom
loud
had my
people.
way, I would pop out 100 million grandchildren. And but since I can't, she's in trouble. That's probably why she don't, tell me to get married anymore.
You could always adopt 100 million grandchildren.
Oh. I live on my mom's property. She told me I can date, but I can't bring them to my house because they might steal something. So after this paid off, I'm gonna buy some property and move. My mom's nuttier than me. When my mom's bipolar. It runs in the female. The females in our family end up being bipolar, and I got it too. Great extra chromosome. When my mom lost her rocker, thought she was training elephants for the CIA. That was a fun day.
Oh, could you imagine the CIA with elephants, though?
Well, the border. Did you hear about the some Mexicans got snuck an elephant across the border? How the fuck they missed that? We spent all this damn money and they missed an elephant? Come on.
That's because they don't really have that many people down there. I think. It's a big border.
Oh, I know. And I don't know why someone can't learn from history. The Chinese built the Great Wall of China. It didn't work. And it was bigger than, what they want to build here. In what country is that? The one with all oil.
There's a lot of those.
Saudi Arabia. That's it. Saudi Arabia is trying to build a 3 or 4 tier fence all the way across its border because of ISIS. They got ISIS apparently in their country too. It can detect helicopters from so far away. It can detect small rodents walking in its path and all kinds of crap. It ain't gonna work. It don't matter if you put up a wall, a fence, have an all-knowing being in the way. It ain't gonna work. Did everybody leave? Everybody left.
Yes, I'm actually thinking I need to go do some stuff.
It's not Lucifer that scared everyone away. It was the Wiccan, who has more power than
And what's
Lucifer.
that tell you?
Etes na krnistes nakra. Oh, I'm sorry. All I said was, may the goddess come into me. Anyway. You have a good night, man.
You too.
Since it was live, I had to get that out there.
Well, I think Dale must have run off our viewers.
Oh.
Or participants.
Alright, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later.
Say it again?
I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah. Well, have a good night, Amy. I probably needed to moderate and boot him to keep from having him run all the participants off. Yep, and now I wake up and I'm sitting here on myself. Oh, what good does that do?
To them. Yeah, he's actually legit good, like, other than some of the shit he would say, but, I mean, that's kind of what...
Well, that was pretty quick. All right, let's see if I can get Jesus on.
Patience for people just gets exacerbated by being on the internet.
Some people are attracted to those who are.
So how do you quite move to another subject?
Actually, I was.
Wait, you're so important. I wish that I was you.
No, I wish that you guys would actually go on to something else more interesting than just playing games.
You know, you're.
Come on, guys. This is getting very school backyard kind of thing.
It is. It really is.
Come on. Let's get back on this. 18 people watching this. They don't want to hear you guys arguing like
The story that was told was relevant to Jade. You just happened to be a part of it. But Jade was the point of the story because that was funny that you.
As if him being a computer programmer was just some card that he could flash around. Credentials, right?
Well, if you remember the conversation, you actually said, I bet if we talked about computer science, trying to translate the French, so mea culpa,
Good, like, other than some of the shit he would say, but I mean, that's kind of what a lot of it is sort of like part and parcel of what comes with being, you know, someone who would get elected to, you know, be Pope, which is you have to take certain stances. So it's hard to, you can't just judge them in a vacuum.
Okay, that was interesting. Oh, she left the group chat. Never mind. I was going to say who the heck. I didn't vote her. But, okay.
Oh, not I. Jade, she's contributing to this discussion. She says, "Don't forget that that was an off-the-cuff comment when he was on a plane."
Yep, that was. Oh, Lucifer was talking. Oh, a general god. Okay, John, I got good connections over here. It was a, I don't know, software error. Service, it had to have been server side. Watching the video, there's only a brief mention that it looked like the, whatever it is, software glitch. From leading from external text chat. Software. Could be because I didn't say anything to either boot in a side chat. Both likely targets for being gotten rid of. Yep, and if I could do that much, then I was kind of waiting for an open spot. Okay, well, hopefully not to wake you, but I can oddly successfully reconnect after that removal. Granted, I can't really join, but actually, let's check the error when I try to join. Not allowed. Never mind. Not allowed error is just referred to after the join button press. Actually, let's see if it. No. Huh. Well, we started something with the primary. Okay, let's try signing in from an account. Well, it's not so much a account as a page. The ontology here is weird. Okay. Okay, as an Chambers page. Probably not gonna fly. Yeah. Doesn't change anything. All blocks against the main account apply against the page. Oh, hi Fud.
Hello.
Yeah.
You in a Skype call or are you talking?
Sorry?
You in a Skype call or are you talking to yourself?
Reading to my viewers. Or just telling my viewers what I'm doing.
Ah.
Not very many viewers, but even so.
Quiet night.
Yeah, we had some, I don't know, short of, I guess, short of being an actual troll participant who ran everybody off. It's just someone with a real were talking conversational style, and like he answered like every. Anyone said anything, he answered it. That was one of the big issues. Nobody could talk to anybody else but him.
Yeah, I know a few other people like that. Won't name names.
Hmm. Okay. Download this one. Got a few others out there. I think that Flip 444 guy doesn't realize it yet, but it's picking up on it. So he's kind of acting like a little bit like that for now, but is cleaning up his act.
I was around earlier, like around midnight, I guess. You're actually off the air.
Yeah, I fell asleep at another point where it would have been longer ago than midnight. At least midnight my time. If you're on Eastern?
Yeah, it's 5:33 here.
Yeah, Eastern. It would have started up number 4 here. Ending watch number 4 here at 9:30 p.m. I think, or 9:30 p.m. Pacific. 12:30 after midnight on the East Coast.
Yeah, I was spending a bit of my time asleep. Really tired.
Yeah, there aren't too many people left. Lucifer was on earlier, but I was asleep the entire time. Someone who comes on with a picture of Andrea Page. Yeah, it's the profile picture. Well, because of their transition or whatever. At least try to have some kind of friendly force.
Maybe they'll come out with a logo for that, for bathrooms or whatever, public restrooms.
Why?
I don't know, just to further marginalize everyone.
Arizona has done some kind of third sexing. I guess it's somehow less offensive than it sounds like.
There was a, I don't know if you're familiar with Dr. Who, since you said you're not into pop culture, but there was an episode back in 2005 where an MC was introducing people, and it's like ladies, gentlemen, transgendered species, multi-sexual species. You went through a list.
2005? Oh, that's pretty progressive. And again, Gender Recognition Act 2004 is like...
Yeah, it was pretty far into the future.
What's that?
It was pretty far into the future. The episode in question, but there's a big event to watch the sun expand and destroy the Earth. And there were these orbiting satellites holding it back. And everything so they could schedule the event. Some of the characters were trees from the Amazon.
Welcome, Palm. I think I've heard there was some kind of trans appearance or representation or whatever in Doctor Who. Yeah, look at man.
Look up the character Jack, or Captain Jack, as he's called, played by John Barrowman. He was particularly popular.
Actually, no, like, what is it? A couple of the doctors were like kind of like hot guys, and
yeah, he actually ended up getting his own spin-off series called Torture, which was pretty good. But the character basically swang every which way. You know, no matter what species you were, what gender you were. He was born in the 51st century and had pheromones that basically attracted most people. The doctor always accused him of flirting when he was just saying hello to someone. But yeah, it was. Yeah, the writers were pretty progressive. Now his character ended up being very popular.
yeah, I think I heard about it.
But the actual actor, though, is strictly homosexual.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. But he's a popular actor, too. He apparently, there was, I was watching some footage of South by Southwest, and Peter Davison, who played one of the doctors back in the 1980s, was trying to get an interview with him and had to wait because John Barrowman was signing autographs, and their line was insanely long.
It looks like I need to... I'm not getting echo cancellation, am I?
No, you're not.
Why on earth? Okay, let me fix it.
Yeah, that sounds
Okay,
different. Was I echoing too?
No, you weren't. I couldn't tell anything was happening, but I saw the green blips and such.
Ah.
I immediately
lose it. Or lose connection. Harris. What is it? Obama mentioned, well, trans people in the State of the Union address, and actually there's a Time article talking about it, and they actually asked someone that I know personally in the Time article.
Yeah, I was streaming State of the Union on Tuesday, but fell asleep somewhere during it. I missed the line about winning 2 elections, like something. I'm not running a campaign. I've already won both. Something like that. It was apparently unscripted.
Yeah, he's got a bit of wit about him.
My Twitter feed was sure filled up.
I haven't even looked at my Twitter feed in a long time. I probably should.
It's kind of weird because a fair number of the people I follow are not even in the United States. Although I follow NASA and ESA, Mars Curiosity specifically also. And of course, NASA retweets a lot of the other things. So.
I mostly just follow random trans women who I happen to know, I guess from IRC, but also just conversation chains on Twitter from a long time back. I bet you I've got unfollowed. There's probably a bunch of notifications generated by YouTube and such, and I have no idea what's happening in response to them, if anything.
If you block people on Twitter, they can't follow you there. Doesn't mean they can't read what you say, they just can't follow you.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to be private, you need to have a locked account, but I'm not sure exactly what the purpose of those is, other than you basically restrict the people who can see what you type. And as for the Twitter messenger, people can only message you if you follow them. So you don't get inundated with random people messaging you.
Question is, how many of my connections did I lose?
I have no idea. I haven't been on IRC in years, so I don't know. I don't even know what's going on Freenode. Technically, I don't even know if it's still there.
Still there. I'm still there. Got my 15-plus-year-old account.
Yeah, I don't think my nick is that old. And it's not Fudmutton, it's I think it's my actual name that I registered, or initial plus last name, I forget.
I'm sitting on my initials on Freenode. They are, well, a hotter item than you might think. Or, I guess when you notice what they are, Okay, it would be obvious how hot an item it is, but I get by.
Yeah, I googled the domain name that you used when you posted that Haskell Piper Mill thing, because sort of, I don't know, thought it might be a company or something, see what they're about, and popped up a lot of math stuff. I gotta look that. I haven't read the math stuff, but I gotta read it, see how it is.
Not sure.
Is that who is domain information actually accurate?
It's probably still pointing to New York. I think it is me.
There's one that's updated to California. If you use the Network Solutions Who Is server. I think it was Network Solutions.
How do I not have Who Is installed? How's that not part of the standard install? What the hell is wrong with Ubuntu? Install without verification. It's not really going through.
Weird. Yeah, in December, I got a bunch of... I was getting bombarded daily by mails to confirm that my ICANN information was correct. That was a bit annoying.
Yeah, I haven't been able to keep up with hosting.
Yeah, my host provider, let's see, my hosting account expired earlier this year, and then they shut off my email forwarding on December 31st. So I kind of had to get that sorted.
I think my email was gone by, it was definitely gone by August. Yeah, Ubuntu can't install Who Is. Why not? Something wonky with, I think Verizon's, I don't know, routing or whatever. They're, I guess, mirror hosting or something.
Huh. Who is a pretty standard. I mean, let's see. I got. See. Yeah. Info, netstat, ping, lookup, traceroute, who is, finger, port scan. That's in my network utility tool, but the standard command line stuff is all in there.
I had no idea how bad Unity had gotten. The last I'd seen was Ubuntu like 10 point something, and I was able to have all the alternate stuff.
Well, a lot of providers, they block ping altogether, so you got to use what's that alternate? There's an alternate tool that just tries to connect using a SYN packet.
I don't know.
But I mean, it's going over. Yeah, it's just it's using TCP/IP instead of ICMP.
Right.
Because it seems a lot of people just have all the ICMP ports blocked, so you can't do traceroute, you can't do ping. It's like very annoying.
Yeah, blocking all ICMP should actually cause some kind of dysfunction in TCP itself.
Yeah, I think. Well, yeah. See, I don't know which protocols actually depend on it, but I know sometimes my service provider will reboot their DNS servers.
Mm-hmm.
They don't warn you or anything about it, they just do it. So for the next 15 minutes while they're coming back up, just nothing resolves. That's extremely inconvenient. What's especially inconvenient is the DNS servers don't even respond to pings in the first place, so you can't even tell if they're up or down. And you can't go to Comcast's status page either, because that's not resolving. So it's like the whole internet just suddenly went away.
Yeah. It's Verizon here. Oh, yeah, styles were scaring away everybody from Xboxes. But they don't want to come here, so. They're all my circles. I invited them all already.
Yeah. Maybe they're all asleep. I don't know how many circles or how big your circles are. I've only got one circle. There are not that many people in it. Actually, for some strange reason, it says you're not in it, even though I'm following you on YouTube, subscribe to you on YouTube, and
Yeah, you need to.
something weird there.
No, it's not weird. YouTube subscription is totally independent. You have to follow me on G+ explicitly.
I have to see how to find that thingy that does that. You need practice with that cough. It sounds awful.
Yeah. Check the down chevron on the upper right-hand corner of my thumbnail video stream. That'll bring up I'll bring up a menu where a profile is one of the members, and then if you hover over the profile entry in the menu, it'll pop up a...
Says I'm following you. So... that sounds so stalkerish.
Well, a lot of times let's see, circled. Guy's circling you or whatever. This follow is something like, there's a distinction somehow. G+ following actually means something on the order of your... There's ambiguity between. having you in a circle and having you in the specific follow circle.
Well, maybe they have a hidden manual somewhere. I could figure all this stuff out.
I mostly acquired it as lore of a sort. Yeah, these are, I think, the few people who would have shown up and hang out with me anyway. All wandered away except for Revelation News. Fabio and Christian would never show up in one of my hangouts. I tried to actually get people to talk about the subject of, I guess, the aspersions religious people cast, or Christians in particular cast, about atheists trying to somehow destroy their religion or something like that.
Well, that's not likely to happen in the West.
Well, beyond it being unlikely.
Sometimes I use, what's the opposite of hyperbole? Just straight understatement? Sometimes I do that.
Understatement, yeah. Oh. Beyond just being an unlikely outcome, there's, atheists are not necessarily trying to do that. Very least, I think it's the minority who actually try to. There's no missionary zeal there. Or, well, except there is. Yeah, it's pretty small in number.
I think China even has Jesuits over there, so at the very least.
Yeah, they bring up something like the rise of Christianity in China as some kind of, that's the counterpoint.
Yeah, they like to use that thing. Yeah, it doubled last year. Little asterisk down at the bottom of the page in 6-point font. Went from 4 to 8.
Oh, so what? I mean, there's no commandment to preach the gospel. What verse says to preach the gospel, I wonder?
I thought there was something in Peter about being able to give a reasoned defense.
1 Peter 3:15, yeah.
Although, I guess technically that's actually if somebody makes an inquiry of you, since it's a defense. That's not saying you should go out and proselytize. So if there's something about that, that would be in another verse.
Yeah, Mark 16:15. He said unto them, go into all the world and preach the gospel to all creation. That's Mark 16:15. So.
Oh, to all creation. Oh, wow. That means we got to get the SETI guys to start transmitting the gospel.
Maybe. Humanity's role in the universe has got theological implications. aliens would pretty much run contrary to that. Aliens existing at all. So basically, Christian or many Christians don't believe aliens could exist.
That's true.
Or to the extent they do, they're some kind of demonic affair.
Yeah, that's too bad because I mean, Arecibo can transmit something like 15,000 light years or some such to a telescope that's equally as sensitive as Arecibo, which is not too bad. That's a reasonable. I mean, ham radio operators certainly don't have that kind of range.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
And of course, the radio noise overall from Earth only extends out 70 light years or whatever. Not sure what kind of sophistication you need to be able to pick up the earliest transmissions from the noise.
Still pretty sad. Earliest video transmission is Hitler.
Yeah. Featured on Contact.
What's that again?
It was featured in the movie Contact by Carl Sagan. In the movie, the aliens broadcasted back Hitler's opening of the opening ceremonies to the 1936 Olympics.
Right.
And they embedded the message in that transmission.
Yeah, that'd be strange. Wonder how they work that into the story, or dodged whatever nastiness there was about it.
Carl Sagan actually wanted to keep within the theoretical laws of physics. He had a guy named Kip Thorne see if there was some way to get around the speed of light limit for travel, which is where the wormhole stuff came from. In the book, it was handled a lot more interestingly, though, because when the protagonist in the book, the moment she went transmitting, shooting off through the wormhole, the signal stopped. It was turned off at that instant. That is, it stopped being received, even though it was being broadcast from 26 light years away. That was in the chapter Causality.
You
haven't read the book.
Anything.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I even heard of the book.
Well, it was a book before it was a movie.
What was it again?
Contact by Carl Sagan.
Oh.
He wrote it after he did the Cosmos series.
Yeah, this is a movie with Jodie Foster, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jodie Foster was in that one with Matthew McConaughey, and sort of as opposite roles as an interesting atheist versus theist.
How did I not remember him being in it? And where did my software updater just go? I don't know. Who knows? The window manager is garbage. Oh wait, Ubuntu finally updated.
The book was actually better than the movie, in my opinion. There was some conversation with the aliens that I really wish they left in the movie. I mean, I know the movie went kind of long anyway, but it would have just been a few more minutes. Because there was a discussion about a message being embedded in the number pi. It was rather a lot of digits in, and you had to be decoding it in base 11. But it was a circle, and there was a circle that is in base 11 arithmetic. We went down, I don't know how many billions of digits, but for a brief period, it suddenly was just doing zeros and ones. Before continuing on with its random-like sequence. And the ones were basically, if you made the digits out like they were raster lines, the ones drew a circle.
Message embedded.
Yeah, it's kind of like the creator's message to the universe. It's like, how the heck do you embed that kind of thing in a fundamental constant that is used in so many things? It's a mind-blowing concept.
You realize, though, that real numbers and, I guess, our continuous notions of geometry based on them are not actually in the universe.
Yeah, I mean, well, I hold to the idea that our fundamental understanding of at least the commonly used mathematics is all based on what we is all based on what we have observed at some point empirically. I'm not sure how we learned to reason using it, but and of course there are theoretical mathematical fields. I guess you'd be more familiar with them than I am, but they have nothing whatsoever to do with reality.
Well, in terms of real numbers and say Euclidean geometry and stuff, it was it's really quantum affairs that show that's not the case, or not how space is I don't know, structured. Or more properly, the structure of space is not represented by like a two-dimensional Euclidean or a three-dimensional Euclidean anything. It's discrete. It's got
Right, that's a classical point of view that I was using. Einstein's General Theory of Relativity, the first chapter, he's talking about the difference between Euclidean geometry and the non-Euclidean geometry that he uses throughout the rest of the book.
But even like Riemannian manifolds or whatever Einstein's using, again, don't really correspond to the nature of space. It's discrete, right?
If you go with the Planck length, then yeah, that would be the smallest possible unit of measurement. So yeah, discrete rather than real.
Yeah, that might is trouble.
Of course, the Planck length is pretty damn small.
True, that's kind of why the real number continuous approximations work. It gives us some scientific anti-realism. Like there are all these, differential equation, Riemannian manifold, whatever models produce useful results, but are demonstrably not reflective of the actual structure of space.
I imagine that's a problem also at the quantum level.
Well, quantum, you can call it question logic, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you, I think it was, I forget which of the lectures in the Cornell Messenger lecture series, but Feynman made an offhand remark basically saying, and there goes your Aristotelian logic out the window.
Right. Yeah, it's corroborated by, the interpretation I give is corroborated by Feynman, apparently.
Yeah. Mind you, I'm paraphrasing. I'd have to, but I don't feel like taking the time to hunt through the videos to see where he actually said that and what the actual words he used were in the context. But it's an interesting lecture series to watch anyway.
You can probably Google for it.
Yeah, I think it probably has been transcribed. Whether that offhand remark made it into the transcription, who knows?
All right. Well, clearly, it makes Aristotelian logic unrepresentative of, reality and so on. At the very least, some kind of probabilistic logic.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it amuses me to no end that people try to use pure reason to figure out how the universe should work, because they're going at it absolutely backwards. It makes far more sense to me to see how the universe works and then try to describe it, because. And another Feynman quote, "It's not for us to determine how nature works," or prescribe, or something. I forget exactly what he said. Heck, at the end of the first QED lecture before the Q&A, he said, "No one knows the ultimate." He was even asked the rather interesting question if his theory was complete or if there was a better one coming down the line, and he went into a bit of a screed at how stupid that question was. It was like, it's like, I only know what we know now. I don't know what we'll know tomorrow. You want me to tell you what we'll know tomorrow? What we'll know next week? It was pretty funny to see him going on about that. It's like, and of course, he said, if there was a better theory, I can guarantee you it would be at least as crazy as this one. And he, waved his thumb over his shoulder to point at the blackboard. And there was some point along the line where he mentioned that if there was, some startling new finding or whatever that required a reformulation of the theory, he wouldn't be wasting his time lecturing people on it. On quantum mechanics, he'd be busy trying to solve the new math. Definitely a character.
Okay, let's see. The Forbes article, actually multiple Forbes articles that discuss this. The one I'm looking at is sometimes being wrong can be more valuable than being right. It goes on about the destruction of logic. Long before logic was in a full-scale crisis. Gödel and Turing. And then
yeah, I think a lot of people also misrepresent the Scheiding's problem thing. I mean, I'm aware of 3 different answers to it. One from Alonzo Church using lambda calculus, one from Alan Turing using the Turing machine, and of course Gödel's incompleteness theorem. They all basically say the same thing. There's numbers you can't calculate. Or another way to put it, well, it's mathematically equal but not obvious, but there are theorems that are true that cannot be proven within the framework of logic that you're using.
Right. Yeah, the Forbes article is not very productive. They're not pointing to transcripts of Feynman.
The halting problem has a rather elegant proof. It's annoying to me that I can't just spew it straight out of my head. But something like you have an algorithm that halts, and you just feed that back into the test program or some such. I don't know. I imagine it's an interesting problem for compiler writers.
Oh yeah, because type systems, type checking, type inference, and so on.
Yeah, Apple's new Swift programming language does type inferencing statically, and
what does?
Swift. It's statically checked and everything. It's not a dynamic language like Objective-C.
Yeah, I don't know offhand.
Or Lisp, or I have no idea how Haskell works.
Haskell?
Haskell, yeah. But Swift does carry on over some of the functional programming support, though. I mean, it has the concept of anonymous functions, higher order functions, currying, some of the things traditionally associated with Haskell. But by and large, it's an object-oriented procedural language.
Yeah. Haskell's not going to be a good model for how to handle that. I think Jens Paulsberg had a book on object-oriented type systems, so pretty good about how to deal with it.
Common Lisp's object-oriented system is pretty good. I kind of like Kloss.
It doesn't really propose a underlying type system apart from dynamism.
One thing I kind of wish made it into the language, but I was talking to a guy who was actually on the ANSI committee. Apparently it was submitted too late, and that was the meta-object protocol. It's generally implemented by Lisp systems, ever so slightly different, but somebody came out with a package that does a common subset type thing so that you can add meta object, use the same meta object protocol code across a wide range of Lisp systems. That's a pretty interesting thing. It lets you define your own object-oriented system. If you don't like Kloss, you can define something else. Like that aspect-oriented programming that I've never looked into has been implemented in Lisp. Unlike Java, you don't have to get a precompiler or anything for it. It's directly in the language. Well, Lisp has excellent support for domain-specific languages and other things. You can rewrite the whole language in the language, which may be good or bad depending on your point of view.
I'm rather familiar.
Yeah, I guess you would be, yeah. Did you take Scheme or Common Lisp, or both?
I'll learn both.
Learn both, okay.
Okay.
I feel like I'm shouting at my computer. I don't know how low I can talk before I become inaudible. It makes my voice hoarse.
Yeah, people.
It's annoying. It reminds me of my late grandmother. She used to shout into the telephone. It was back in her, well, she was born before telephones were widely distributed.
Yeah, they'll. History of the problem of knowledge. Okay, informationphilosopher.com is bad. Today in science history.
Boy, every time I make an extraneous noise, the stupid Hangout thing, it pops up a little pop-up saying, your microphone is muted. It's like, yeah, I mute the microphone so as not to annoy people when I'm not actually speaking.
What was the subject?
Aristotelian logic and Feynman's quote about it. And common Lisp's object-oriented type system, so to speak, or object-oriented system. I mean, it ends up just being kind of a library. And if you want just a library, you can pretty much do the same sort of thing in C. Granted, with a lot more fragility. Against Spellsberg, I'll just go right into type system affair. Might be able to be found online somewhere. Actually kind of describes type inference in, I'll just go right into type systems. Let me see. Nope. Not in the sites that are kind of left accessible.
Yeah, the actual videos are on YouTube, but unfortunately quite time-consuming to watch. And because of the original recording equipment, there is a great deal of hiss and pop and stuff. But still very much worth the time. I don't know. It was after I'd watched them that I read somebody did transcribe them to a book. Like QED is also a book. It's transcribed from the lectures. I was watching the lectures at Auckland, and I was like, wow, it sounds like a prototype of this QED book. And then I found out later that what had happened was, well, that particular talk, or one like it, was transcribed and edited for publication purposes as a book. Richard Feynman actually himself did not write anything for public consumption. I mean, you know, obviously he had to write his PhD thesis and various other papers, but I mean, all the books by Feynman are actually transcriptions, mostly by his friend Richard Layton.
Yeah, I'm hunting. Just trying various Google search affairs.
I doubt I would have any better luck, but I could give it a shot as well in parallel.
If you know where to hunt for transcripts, that would probably already help quite a bit.
Yeah, it would be nice to know how to do that. That's the thing. I mean, they say Google is your friend, and I say, not mine.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad at Google searches myself. Bill Gates put the Feynman lectures online. The lectures online. Feynman lectures at Caltech.edu. Free to read online. And then Volume 3 is about quantum. Hamiltonian matrix, ammonia maser, two-state systems. Yeah, I don't have not an easy way to search it. Probability wave amplitudes, first principles, quantum mechanics.
I just found a huge ass PDF. I have to see what it ends up having in it as text.
What's it about?
The lecture was titled "The Character of Physical Law."
Oh, okay.
A lecture series?
Yes. And he gets very specific about it in the second lecture. I mean, the first lecture he gives gravity as an example of physical law, and he uses Newton's gravity, mentioning that Einstein refined it, but saying that he wasn't going to go into that. And in the second, he did the relationship between mathematics and physics. And that's basically the meat of, of the title, because physical law is generally expressed mathematically. Although there are certain simple principles that are not very mathematical, like second law of thermodynamics. Although there's an equation for, actually there's a bunch of different equations for that depending on depending on what you're doing, but I'm only familiar with the one that Carnot used for heat cycle engines. It related temperature, heat, and entropy.
Yeah, from the point of view of, I guess, someone who just does the math and such, a lot of the physical things are kind of unremarkable. It's kind of like, I'll just write down the equation.
Yeah. Amazing to me also in this, how often the second law of thermodynamics comes up in this great debate talk, and it's like there is nothing in biology that violates the second law of thermodynamics. In fact, biological systems, apparently, someone actually took the trouble to figure out, measure the entropy of various different chemical reactions, and the reactions that occur in biology based on that simple relationship, based on, what you would use in chemistry, create entropy far more efficiently, so to speak.
Well, I do a few different things.
Yeah.
What is it?
Well, metabolism in general does it.
Not just the second law of thermodynamics. It's
self-replication also does it.
Second law isn't the only one. There's
well, the first law is the simplest.
No, it's not even a thermodynamic law. It's the uniformity of nature. They always say it's borrowing from the Christian worldview. The problem of induction.
Yeah, the problem of induction. Of course, if you look at heat engines and the way they actually work, it really just comes down to the movement of atoms. And the second law becomes simply a statistical thing.
Well, thermodynamics is used or abused to try to support their assertions about a fallen world.
Yeah. And they seem to have a distinct misunderstanding of what the difference between order and disorder is and how it even relates. I think the closest thing I've seen to what they talk about is when you're supercooling helium. There's a point, where you get it cooled down to a certain point, and then what they do is they turn on a very strong magnetic field to line up the helium atoms. So the entropy goes down, which means the temperature goes up because the heat stays constant. Then they cool it a bit more, well, cool it back to the original temperature, and then turn off the magnetic field. And then they no longer, they unalign themselves, and the temperature drops further. But it's
thermodynamic affairs are pretty badly, or actually worse than badly, misunderstood. Anisotropy and negentropy and so on are pretty fundamental to all that. They don't have a grip on that.
Yeah. Okay. Where I've heard the term isotropic used is stating that the sum of the angular momentums of all the particles in the universe is zero.
Well,
is that how you're using it, or are you using it differently?
Has to do with essentially just unevenness. Isotropy is nothing more than just
or maybe I'm thinking isotopic.
Evenness.
Yeah. Well, the universe is lumpy, so no denying that. And the lumps show order at some stages and at some scales, and random uniformity at the very largest scale. But the measure of the entropy of the universe, if it's anything like black holes, would essentially be the diameter of the universe. Like the diameter of the event horizon of a black hole, according to Stephen Hawking, is the measure of its entropy.
Sure.
At least that's how I understood it from Brief History of Time. Well, I mean, he pretty much said that. Almost word for word. But
I can buy that.
My memory tends to be unreliable at times. I'm a so I have to be a fallibilist because I have demonstrated fallibility. Therefore, empirically, I have empirical observation of my own fallibility.
Right.
What I don't get is their bizarre notion that to know anything, you have to know everything. No one has ever explained how you make that leap, or come to that conclusion. I've never even heard the initial premise to that conclusion. I've only heard it stated as a brute fact. And it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, you need a presuppositionalist to explain it, I guess. Or explain
Yeah, I've tried to get them to explain it, but they duck, dodge, weave, red herring. You know, they use every trick in the book to avoid even acknowledging that you asked that particular question.
Well, people are slippery. They have odd sorts of ways of structuring their ideas that are alien. And so getting an answer out of them isn't necessarily like, or the trouble in getting an answer out of them isn't necessarily bad faith.
Yeah, I think they'd have to be strapped to a dental chair, and you'd have to extract a few teeth to get them to answer questions.
No. I understand something different way. They don't generally understand the question, I guess. At least when you make a literal statement of it to them, it means something different to them than it does to you.
Okay, so it's a semantics rabbit hole.
Many things are.
Yeah.
Many things are.
Yeah. I mean, in my worldview, there are some things that I am certain I know. Of course, I may be wrong, but that's a separate issue.
Well, if you're a fallibilist, how do you know that you know anything?
That's a good question. The whole cogito can of worms, which I generally don't care to go into, but I basically say, you know, I know that I exist. Now, that doesn't describe the nature of my existence. I could be a computer program for all I know.
Well,
but that's irrelevant. That's still some form of existence.
Suppose you're dreaming of an imaginary person, or just imagining a person. Does the person you imagine know that they exist?
They might make that claim.
Yeah.
But
Cogito.
Yeah, I can be talking to an imaginary person. I mean, for all I know, solipsism is true, and I'm all by myself dreaming up a universe to keep myself occupied.
Oh no, it's more radical than that.
But
far more radical. I mean, that's someone you imagine. Like say themselves are thinking. So, right. And if they think they're thinking, I think, well, that they think, therefore they are. So someone you just imagine thinking, right, undergoes or goes through the cogito just fine. Only they're not real.
Well, you know, the Turing test basically boils down to if it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, or quacks like a duck, whatever, and looks like a duck, it's a duck. That's a fairly crude way of putting it, of course, and not the way Turing actually put it.
As Turing originally conceived it, it's probably done more routinely than expected. Like his original conception, I think, was there is what is it? A man, a woman, and a computer. And I think both the computer and the man were trying to convince the viewer that they were they were a woman.
Um,
Wasn't that?
now I'm not remembering. My impression was you basically are sitting at a teletype, talking to somebody, and you have to be able to decide within some reasonable time frame, whether you're talking to a machine or to another human being.
Yeah, that's the trick. Is his original statement of it was pretty darn odd.
Well, he would have gone.
Involved this aspect of gender.
I don't remember that. I'll have to I've got the Essential Turing somewhere. I'll have to reread that. But I know he would have been rather formal with the way the experiment would be set up. And of course, each time the Turing test gets passed in one shape or form, the goalposts get moved. I mean, speech recognition, for example, is a field of AI. My iPhone has gotten quite good at speech recognition. It's not perfect, but then neither am I.
I can dial by voice. I don't know how much more things to actually do.
I can dial by voice. I can ask the phone to launch applications. I can ask general questions, although more often than not it'll fall back to doing a search on Bing. I can ask it some questions that it'll answer directly, like mathematical questions. You know, what's 2 plus 2? It'll, instead of giving you a search for it, it'll just tell you that it's 4. It's also got a bunch of other interesting responses built into it because, well, it's based off of the original ELIZA program, which I'm sure you're quite familiar with.
Yeah, I know about ELIZA. Okay.
In fact, I once asked Siri if it knew what ELIZA was, and says, "Oh yeah, ELIZA and I are great friends." There's some also.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, someone's also programmed some rather snarky replies in there.
Wikipedia has something there. I think he just draws a parallel between a game where a man or woman are on a teletype and are trying to convince the guest that they are the other, and then says, okay, to change the nature of the game from that to one involving a man and a computer.
I just noticed one subject heading down, ELIZA and Parry.
No, wait, there's more.
I meant in the Wikipedia article.
What?
I meant in the Wikipedia article you just posted.
What about it?
ELIZA is, says, all right, you got Alan Turing, that's the hashtag, and then you go down to the next
yes.
subheading, it's ELIZA and Parry.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. The gender aspect of Turing's original formulation. That's what I was substantiating here.
Yeah, my mom did a implementation of ELIZA in BASIC based on the description given in might have been in the ACM. It might have been a different publication. But yeah, I played with that as a kid. It was pretty interesting. Although the problem is if you give it the same keywords over and over again, its answers eventually repeat. And in the case of that particular program, since it was running on a machine with only 64 kilobytes of memory, of which 32 were already used up by the operating system and the basic programming environment, you were able to get it to repeat itself fairly quickly. But it did do the basic transformations on certain template patterns and what have you. And it had its generic fallback responses like, can you elucidate on that? Or I'm not sure what you mean. Stuff like that.
Sure. Yeah, I have not kept up with things trying to actually do that.
Oh, that's from way back in the 60s. That's prehistoric times. Well, the original program was from the 60s.
I kept up with operating systems.
Oh, yeah.
But not that. And
Siri is the modern Eliza. It's just that it has speech recognition on top of it. Does speech to text, and then the text gets either handled directly locally or sent off to a server. And apparently the server's backend is Wolfram Alpha.
did not know it was using Wolfram Alpha.
I was surprised. Well, actually not terribly surprised, but when I found out, I was like, oh, well, that would explain a lot. Because I actually sprung the $5 for the Wolfram Alpha app. It works a hell of a lot better than the local scientific calculator for a lot of things. Although, unfortunately, it's still rather miserable at natural language interpretation.
I think I started up late. 9:30. Sorry. I still have a ways to go.
Don't know.
Oh, Brett's online. You can ask him things. Hi, Rev. Good to see you on.
Hello, Nadia. How are you?
Well, we're coming along.
Still breathing.
Nice and relaxed.
Praise God. Hey, Brett. Brett, what's up?
Brett.
I got to turn up my volume real quick so I can hear you guys. I heard something about Brett. Hold on a second. Good morning, all. I'll try to
Morning,
speak.
Brett.
Yeah, actually,
we're
both.
just saying hello.
It's still very quiet there. What's wrong with the speakers?
Both Rev and Brett are coming through much louder than you, Nadia.
Oh, yeah, no worries. I was just saying hello.
Yeah.
All right, I can hear you guys now. Good morning, my favorite human beings on the whole planet.
Hi, Brett.
Morning, Brett.
What's up?
What's up? Hey, Brett, you back on your condenser mic, the recording one?
I have my condenser mic in the other room. Why, does this one actually sound clear that I'm
You're
using?
sounding good, man. You're sounding good, yep.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
That's strange. Man, this thing was giving me nothing but trouble, so I went back to my old microphone, but now you're saying it sounds good, huh?
You sound good, man. Yep.
Sweet.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Wow, I'm sitting like 10 feet away from it too in a recliner. It's awesome.
Nice. Nadia, did I see you earlier tonight slamming down some Mike's lemonade? Mike's Hard Lemonade?
I think it was a different brand. Not sure.
I don't think you should be slamming down booze, hon.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like it's like one wine cooler.
Yeah, but you're type 1, so it's probably not a good thing to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll survive.
Yeah, I think the idea is that the alcohol is pretty much the same as sugar.
It's not. No. The actual risk is of dip or whatever after.
Okay. I'm no expert. I'm actually completely and wholly ignorant in that area, but I have heard that for diabetics, that alcoholic beverages are more evil to their bodies.
Very true.
They are. It's just the mechanics of it are weird.
Yeah, I guess. I remember reading about a case. I don't remember when this article was published, but and I don't even remember the publication. There was this guy who was accused of being drunk every time he came back from his lunch break, and eventually saw a doctor about it. And it turned out he had a strange quirk in his metabolism. He metabolized sugar into alcohol.
Okay. Well.
Whoa.
Yeah. So that was
interesting.
That's weird.
Now, do we?
Very inconvenient.
Yeah,
I don't know.
looking over your recent video spread.
You've been looking
quite a
over
bit of material.
videos, huh?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Oh, it's quite a bit to respond to. I think I'm going actually. Top of right now is the should religion die part. Basically, a little bit where said we're trying to put religion out of business. I guess there are anti-theists out there, or whatever it is you call them.
Well, that's what they call themselves. They actually invented a name for themselves. They call themselves anti-theist, and pretty much they want to put theists out of business, whether it means choking us, drowning us, dropping us off a cliff, something.
Well, I know Lawrence Krauss in a talk with Richard Dawkins on stage. When the subject came up, he said he wasn't simply an atheist. He said he didn't want there to be a God. He was an anti-theist. So that was, I guess, his definition for anti-theist was not simply denying or not simply disbelieving in God, but actually actively not wanting there to be a God. So.
Yeah, as Brett would say, that's rough.
Yeah, it's good science, though, right?
Well, he's a perfectly good scientist. He just sucks at philosophy.
Well, I think he sucks as a scientist as well, but that's, no here or there.
He's kind of retired from science into like popularization and so on, but.
Well, he's still. I think he's still running one of the experiments, like for looking for dark matter using underground detectors.
Sorry, I was talking about Dawkins, not Krauss.
Oh yeah, Dawkins is fully retired. He's just books now and signings and appearances. But Lawrence Krauss is actually still doing actual science work in addition to his Origins project and book writing. for popular consumption.
I think, well, I'm not a big fan of Dawkins on the philosophical front either. What I've been hearing of Krauss is not good either.
Yeah. Dawkins is probably a better philosopher than Krauss, but on the philosophy level, that's kind of saying that a 2-year-old child is better at piling up bricks than another than a 1-year-old child, I guess. I mean, it's
Dawkins a philosopher in any way? Yee.
No, he's not.
Thank you, Nadia.
But in the meantime, what is the latest one? Jacqueline Glenn, why atheists are suicidal and depressed.
Right.
Yes. Why are we all suicidally depressed? I mean, it's all I can do to not blow my brains out right now.
Okay.
I haven't managed to sit through and watch it, but
I'll give Nadia ratings and like actually go on cam for it and do it on her Hangout.
One of the things I notice about a lot of the individuals in the atheist community is there's a lot of them that are very depressed, a lot of them very suicidal, and I think that the only thing that makes them feel really good about themselves is when they're hurting other individuals. Make other people feel like crap, that way they don't feel so miserable by themselves.
well, I'm not sure that's the.
There may be people like that, but I don't think it works as a generalization.
Well, that's why I said some. I didn't say all of them.
Okay, point taken.
Agreed.
As bad as my situation is, it's not my mission or intention to inflict it on anyone else.
Yeah, I tell you all the time and remind you that I think that you're a wonderful, nice person.
I agree, Brett.
Yeah.
All the other atheists are nasty potato heads.
Yeah, maybe this is the way to put it, but in the meantime, there's yeah. Well, Seth's not able to join, but I'd recommend reconciling with him. He's a pretty good guy.
Reconciling with who?
Oh, Seth. Well,
Seth, yeah.
I don't know. I've talked to him many, many times throughout the past, and he likes. It ends up turning to a conversation where he refers to me as a retard or idiot or loser. So I don't really want to hear that from somebody.
Yeah, Nadia, you have to understand, Nadia. He has insulted Brett on many occasions, so come on, you know. Maybe if he comes to him privately and says, listen, I'm sorry about all that shit I've said about you. So, you know?
Okay.
Oh, I already tried too last week. I noticed that he was in one of those little things that you see, the boxes where people type. I forget what they call it, the hangout bar. And, you know, he said, are we going to talk sometime? And I said, I don't know, man. You always seem to insult me and everything every time we talk. And he goes, he basically said, well, I can't help it. You're retarded. And I said, well, under those conditions, I put you back on block then. Hell with you then. Just because I'm a God believer and I believe in forgiveness, well, that doesn't mean I'm going to continue to take smacks to the face over and over.
I hear you, bro. I hear you.
It's very different from what I generally see him doing, but I guess if that's what he's really doing with you, then, well, forget about it.
I think I've had enough of Wolf, too. I'm getting tired of the whole butt clean crap and nonsense. Every time I walk into the room, he's got something ignorant to say.
Oh, jeez. That's something I definitely don't endorse. I'll say something to him about it. Then again, I don't think people listen to me on the civility and other fronts.
Well, what that means then, while they're in your room, if they're doing that, they don't have respect for you. If you ask someone to behave a certain way or not break your rules and they keep doing it, then it's obvious they don't respect you or care about what you think. That's not a friend.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the problem.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. Oh, okay. You need a certain level of decorum, regardless of your level of respect for the other person's point of view, to be able to carry on a conversation. If it falls into shouting and insults, then the conversation is long over.
That's right, Fudd. You got it.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% there. There's it's a far broader problem than those two, and I don't know. I'd say I don't know, the ones who have done the worst to that respect have actually not been names we're as familiar with as those two, but I can take your word, I guess, that they're doing that outside of like what I see directly.
Well, Nadia,
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, Nadia, they've done that right in front of you before, but you've told me that you just didn't. You're not very good at moderating or dealing with conflict and all that. And I was like, okay, so I just put them on ignore. You know, that way you don't have to put yourself on the hot spot by blocking them or kicking them out.
You know, Brett, I think there are certain atheists out there that are really scared by you because, you know, you were a militant atheist at one time, but now you've come to God. And I think they want to just smear your face in shit the best that they can to try and make you turn back. But that's just me. What are you going to do?
Well, I don't know where the logic would be on that type of thing. Individuals trying to smear your face in dog poop. Definitely not say, man, I want to join your club right away.
Right, I hear you, bro. I hear you.
Yeah. I'm coming around to some things that would probably not make a whole lot of atheists happy. Boy. Was that the microwave itself dying or the power getting cut? That was the power getting cut. Anyway. I guess one of them is basically this idea that atheism is probably largely inborn.
Did you say atheism is inborn?
Yeah, probably.
I don't think atheism or religion or anything like that is inborn. I think that philosophy, ideologies, theology, and such, it all comes later.
Agreed.
Well,
you know, Bionic Dan, she argues that every baby born in the world is born an atheist. And I said, well, every baby poops itself and needs its diaper changed, rolls all over itself. I guess you could say they're an atheist.
Well, it's like the difference between an atheist and a theist is like how their brain is made in utero or something. It's kind of like the idea, and it won't make a whole lot of atheists happy because like there's a whole deconversion thing, right? Basically, it says the whole deconversion thing is not really for real.
Well, Nadia said something in a earlier hangout that I think really it actually caught my attention because I think it applies to me, and that was that the religious education and such, like Sunday school and whatnot, in my case, it never stuck. I mean, they had the coloring books, they had the art, all the stories and everything, and unfortunately, it also coincided or fortunately, depending on your point of view, coincided with me reading books like Hans Christian Andersen, well, anthologies, I should say, and Grimm's fairy tales, and other such things. So it all ended up being categorized as fairy tale. Oh, Aesop's fables, of course. But it all ended up just being categorized as all in the same category, just fiction.
See, I don't know what to think about that, guys, because as Rev eloquently pointed out earlier, I used to be a militant atheist, which meant that I spent a great deal of time in private conversations. I spent time walking with atheists, chilling with them. I mean, some of that hasn't stopped and everything, only on their own choice. But I've discovered behind closed doors, all of a sudden they become more acknowledging and more open to the idea of a God. But in public speaking or interviews, all of a sudden they act like the next Stephen Hawking. Just saying. Just saying.
The most powerful thing that we can give as God believers, Brett, is the stories that we have to tell about how God did something for us. And I know your story, and it's a powerful one. So praise God for it.
Yeah.
All I can say is that I've simply not had any such experiences, and that's as far as I can go. I cannot speak for others.
I pray for you to get it, Fudd.
Are you actually saying that you've never been attracted towards it whatsoever, the idea of a mind behind the universe, something greater than ourselves, somewhere in that universe that is thinking about us, conscious, sentient?
No.
Not once, Nadia. Are you serious?
Serious, yeah.
Well, you've always been honest with me and straightforward, so I guess I'll take that. Got no reason to doubt you, Nadia.
That's what makes me think there's, this inborn tendency kind of thing. I don't think there's the same kind of, conscious decision making. I think, like the temporal lobe and such, or something on that order, has something to do with it.
As much as you know about the universe, the study and research that you've obviously done, you've never said to yourself, we live on this little blue ball. There's literally billions of worlds out there. This vast universe is 200 billion light years all the way back to a singularity. Never once have you said to yourself, maybe, just maybe.
It doesn't. What is there doesn't look the way it does to you, I guess. I see things as not necessarily intelligible on one hand. I see things as a lot of times, disordered in a real way. I see things as to the extent they are ordered, often ordered in a way that we're almost morally mandated to resist. I mean, we have, doctors and firemen and, all kinds of, pressure, etc., to, resist this, the way things are, go against, that flow or order or whatever of nature. And I see things furthermore, you talk about the whole, was it hamburger? I forget.
The soulless hamburger, the chemical Windex bottle, and the meat sack.
Yeah.
In bed.
Well,
love it.
Yeah, when it's a meaningfully different sort of characterization that I give this a philosophical zombie or chemically robotic wind-up toy. And people actually, human beings, where they behave mostly regularly, mostly like clockwork machines and such.
Nadia, you're more than your body. You're more than your body. Remember that.
Nadia, I've never heard one single individual in my entire lifetime. I've never heard one person simply say, "No, I've never wondered if there's more out in the universe. No, I don't really see a point to any of that." I've never heard that, Nadia. You're the only individual on the planet that I've ever spoken to just says they don't really give a damn about it. Doesn't matter to them.
The kinds of questions that occur to me are different in nature. And it's the thing that you're saying I wonder about is, absent from my picture, the things I do wonder about are very much moral questions. Very much, a matter of efficient causation as opposed to final causation. The how instead of the why and such. So we have a genuine difference in kind of the way our minds are architected, and I think that corresponds to probably something important. Kind of the way the theory goes, well, like I mentioned earlier, gay people have, the structure of their brain changed to, or different from ordinary people. That's what gives rise to their orientations or whatever.
All right, Nadia, I'm going to get personal again.
Sure.
Your husband, right?
Yeah.
What exactly? Explain it to us 100%. What did he believe in?
Well, it was pretty foggy. There was some kind of Jewish Kabbalah. I was reading the Zohar. Big fan of Mayan conspiracy theories. Had a whole bunch of dietary health woo. Thought he could.
Right.
Yeah, seriously thought he could keep his HIV in check with diet.
Okay. I'm saying he believed in something spiritual, right?
Yeah.
Something. Right?
Yeah.
What's keeping you from that?
It doesn't feel like it's there.
You know too much, perhaps? You've learned too much. Your intellect is kind of blocking you from it.
I don't think so. I think it's before intellect, before reasoning.
So why were you attracted to him in the first place, Nadia?
Well, for one, he valued me. Another, he had something of a wizened and laid back and kind and gentle way about him.
Right. And where do you think that
loving
came
and he
from?
was,
Where do you think that came from, Nadia?
I think it's his personality, how he was born.
I'm not so sure about that. I think he was, through his life and you connecting with him, and now you're on here. Perhaps he was trying to show you something before he died. You get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
All right.
I think to the extent he had that kind of intention, if he had that kind of intention, he lost the thread before he passed on.
Well, Nadia, like I said before, you still love him, right?
Yeah.
And you want to see him again, right?
Oh, that's not possible.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh, you can say that, but
Once again, like I said, Nadia, the greatest gift I could give you, you don't want to buy. You don't want to buy it. It's real, hon. It's real. It's real. And he's waiting for you. If you choose to believe it.
Revelation, can I ask you something?
What's up, Alex?
Hi. Just out of curiosity, do you believe that false hope is better than no hope?
Say that again?
Do you believe that false hope is better than no hope at all?
It's not false hope.
That's not my question. I wasn't implying it was. I was asking if you believe false hope is better than no hope at all.
It's not false hope.
It's irrelevant. I'm asking you if you believe that false hope is better than no hope at all, regardless of what the hope is. Like if I say, I hope I win the lottery every day. Is that better than not hoping that I win the lottery every day?
Well, talking about the lottery, I mean, you're going to be wasting a lot of money, so that might be false hope.
I would say that with religion, you'd be wasting a lot of life. Well, not religion, but with beliefs, you'd be wasting a lot of life if they were false.
I hear you. I got what you're saying. All right.
But yeah, but seriously, question regardless of what the belief, the hope is, I'm just asking, do you believe that false hope is better than no hope at all, regardless of the situation?
I would say yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have to disagree, but interesting to know.
No, that's cool. That's cool. Why would you say you would disagree, Alex?
Because I believe that false hope can skew your perspective on the case, at whatever the case may be. So I think false anything can lead to more damage than good. Which is why I can understand Nadia's perspective. You can't really have hope in something that, well, I don't want to speak for her, but for me it's incoherent. So I don't see how you can have hope on something you can't understand or don't understand.
Yeah.
I got you. You're very honest. I like that, Alex. Go ahead, Nadia. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is very much a genuine concern of mine. Details are, well, the differing details are few enough. It's not worth elaborating. Might want to throw the breaker and try again.
Remember the word faith, Nadia?
Yeah.
Those things that aren't seen, you know, the hope of things, perhaps, that may be.
Yeah, I'd talk about, hope and faith and all that in a very different way.
I hear you.
I mean, to me, hope is, some kind of genuine way to, say get out of something, like getting out of you know, if there's a ladder there, there's hope of getting out of the well. If there isn't, well, there isn't.
You know, Nadia, I was watching one of your hangouts recently, and I wanted to jump in, but there was no room. Have you talked to Paul in the UK? You know
Paul
who I'm
Deach?
talking about, right?
Yeah, Paul Deach.
Yeah, perhaps about a position that he might, you know, talk to you about. You know about social media, that's for sure. So,
I'm willing to talk to him. I have not been approached by him yet, so.
okay, cool. Yeah, talk to him about it, because I know he cares about you, and he's in a good place, so there might be a position for you, you know?
The yeah, the idea about hope and so on is something I've actually spoken on directly. I had what is it? I don't remember what my old hangout was called, but it's somewhere since I did the total channel wipe. And it touches on the elements that Alex was on, but it also went on to talk about like the
There we go. Oh, yeah, I'm back.
I guess material reasons and so on. That these things are, or sorry, that what? Okay, sorry. Material reasons, material ways in which things have improved in the centuries over the course of histories. There is the beyond that you know, our reasoning, our relationships with each other, reliance on each other as humans, and so on, are a big part of it. And
Well, Nadia, I got hope to offer you, but you don't want to buy it. You don't.
well, we have different concepts of what hope is.
You don't want it. You can't accept it. You can't. I can see it. You can't accept it. I would do anything to make you, you know, understand it, but you just don't. You don't want it. You don't want it.
Well, what you're calling hope is not what I would call hope.
Oh, Nadia, but it is. All of this suffering that you've gone through down here on Earth, one day in eternity is like a millisecond of pain here on Earth. You understand what I'm saying? It would be you don't want it, so I can't give it to you.
Yeah, there's, well, my epistemology, the way I go about, you know, finding what is true, or at least deeming things true, you know, acts as, or sits prior to where my sort of evaluations of hope sit. And, you know, there's that. This might be a difference between us. Another is that, of course, where I, you know, my evaluation of, like, your religion's claims and such is very different from the way you evaluate them.
All right, Nadia. So all this knowledge that you have in your head, because you're brilliant, you're absolutely brilliant, okay? Has this helped you?
Well, in ways, yes. I actually carried off quite some feats, getting through from where I came out of in my teens to where I ended up in, I guess until my early 30s, was quite a heroic effort, quite substantial achievement. Dug my way out of deep hole and clawed my way up to a relatively decent height of achievement.
All right.
Granted, those things were 4 or 5 years past by the time you saw the first of me. Or 6 years past at this point. I was doing quite well until it struck down.
All right, so you're at where you're at now, Nadia, right? So you as an intellectual, you still can't say that there's nothing greater. There's not something else other than the temporal, right?
I can say that there are good reasons to believe there are no such other things.
Ooh, I like that. Go ahead, Brett.
Good reasons to believe, huh?
Yes.
I'm listening. I just, Nadia, I've been noticing a lot lately that you've been using a lot of unusual words to go with your analogies and such. Yesterday, you informed us that you do believe that there's evil. You didn't say that you know there's evil, you said you believe in it. And today, you're believing another thing.
Right, Brett.
Don't imply there used to be changes in my position, but go ahead.
No, I'm listening to you and Rev. I think it's a fascinating conversation. I feel like I've learned a lot.
Yeah, Nadia Shamos pointed it out to you. Even if you don't want to see it, he pointed it out. Shamos, he pointed it out to you.
What in particular again?
Well, about you believing that a miscarriage would be evil and an abortion is not.
I explained why, yes.
And it was completely illogical what you were saying at the time.
It was completely what?
Illogical.
Would you not mourn the loss of a body part?
It's not a body part, Nadia. It's a life. Come on. I know the standpoint on that, but no. Hey, Malek. Yeah, you want to talk, then talk. You know, you got a lot of background noise, so talk.
Why, Nadia, can you explain? Obviously, Malek isn't Malek has left the mic open and went on a journey, obviously.
Yeah.
Why do you compare a finger or a toe to that? Come on, Malek, what's up with that?
I'm trying.
Man, that is inconsiderate if I ever seen it.
I agree.
Okay, I cut the mic. I think it's going through, but sometimes doesn't really. Why would I do what?
Why do you compare like a toe or a finger to that of a baby for? I don't get it.
Oh, they're body parts.
Nadia, come on. A fetus is a body part?
Yes.
Come on. You know, Brett, this is crazy stuff, man. I mean...
Well, I'll tell you what, Rev, I've got two little toes running around this house from time to time. They're head
Right.
Well, those are separate, independent, individual humans.
Nadia, come on.
Sorry?
Come on. That zygote, right? That little fetus. It's already a person. It's not a finger or a toe, all right? It's a person.
It's not a person.
Come on, Nadia, please.
not
He's
a person, so it's
anti-natalism. Please.
Hang on a second. Revelation, just so I can like get where you're coming from. How is it you are defining a person then? Like what
Conception.
conceptions? What
Conception. When the egg of a woman and the sperm of a guy goes into it, and boom, you got something. That's a life.
So for you then it doesn't wouldn't matter if it was a natural conception. So say if we were in a laboratory and we were finally at the stage where we were doing human cloning, that would still
red herrings.
That would still classify like as people to you. Like when we start doing genetic testing. Just out of curiosity,
test tube babies.
Yeah. That's still person. That's still a person.
Of course. Yeah.
Why?
There's no conception in a clone.
Yeah. Like that's sort of my issue. So why is that a person as well?
Because it's life, man.
Well, so all life is persons now? You've got
Can we take a look at the definition of person here, and I think this will clear things up. A living human, often used in combination. Now, if you look at the definition of baby or fetus, it's baby, person. It has self-awareness. It has sentience. It's a person.
It doesn't have those things until quite a while into its growth.
So how do you see a baby? Is it nothing more than a collection of cells to you?
Yeah, essentially. I'm not a baby.
You, Alex, you're nothing but a collection of cells?
I have no demonstration of anything else.
Okay, so you and a baby are the same thing. You're a collection of cells. Just one has a little bit more than the other.
Yeah, the only difference would be time and experience.
You hear this, Rev? He's pointed out that he has exactly what it is that makes up a baby, a collection of cells.
Not exactly. I've lost some of the things that I would have had as a baby, and I've gained some other things. So I wouldn't class myself as a baby. But the difference is time. The difference is mainly time and experience. And whatever chemicals that I've ingested throughout my existence. So why? Well, give me a demonstration that it's something else, or there is something else.
You've already pointed out that you are the same.
Do you believe that you're any less or more human than when you were in your mother's womb, Alex?
It depends on at what point you are referring to. There will have been a point where being in my mother's womb, I will have finally developed the ability to at least recognize some form of perception, some form of existence.
So you believe that perception is what makes you human?
No, I believe perception is what governs existence, or what governs
right,
what determines existence.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, Alex, but at the same time, when you were in your mother's womb, were you any less alive than you are right now? You understand what I mean?
Yes. I wouldn't have had consciousness, so the concept of alive.
Okay, so consciousness is what makes you human?
I wouldn't say it makes me human. I would say it makes me conscious. What makes me human is the definition we've given to the bag of cells that we are. I am human because I
not a bag of cells, bro. You're way more than that.
Demonstrate that.
I can demonstrate that by you looking at the screen right now and talking into your microphone. You're way more. You're way more. You are
okay,
not.
You can't. You're right. All you're doing is saying you're way more than this, and you can see it. Demonstrate it for me.
Well, I find it interesting that when we listen to guys like Stephen Hawking, Richard Dawkins, Carl Sagan, he describes us as a biological machine that's very special unto ourselves because of the abilities and attributes that we have. But you say that we're nothing but a bag of garbage, pretty much.
Didn't say
Nothing but
that.
a tower of
What is your perception of garbage? Sorry.
Well, pretty much how you just said, a bag of cells, basically like a soulless hamburger, a skin bag.
And you think that's garbage, do you?
Well, according to you, it must be garbage.
No, I never said that. According to you, it must be.
The reason why I say that is because you're like, just throw away a baby. It's not developed enough to even be worth a damn. It's just garbage. Throw it out. That's your words, man.
No, it's not. At no point did I say any of that. I'm sorry that you feel you need to project.
Oh, I'm
Alex, are you pro-life, Alex?
I'm important and special and got purpose in the universe. Go ahead.
What's your purpose?
My purpose is to do the will of God.
So it's not your purpose, it's God's purpose.
Amen.
And it's my purpose as well. I love and enjoy doing so.
What's the difference between you and a rock then? Is a rock not created to do God's purpose?
Sure.
So what's the difference between you and a rock? What's the difference between you and garbage? Is garbage is the concept is rubbish and all that and crap,
You
not
hear this,
created
Rev?
by God.
We're a bag of basically just cells. We don't have any meaning or
Well, hang on a second. You haven't justified how you haven't justified how you're any different. All you've said is rubbish, garbage is God's will because it exists.
Well, I answered your question. I have answered your question. So is Rev. You just don't like the answer. That's not my problem.
No. What's that? Sorry, what was it? I missed it. Then. Sorry, I missed it. Then what's the difference between you and God?
All right, Alex. Are you honestly trying to equate a human soul, a life, a human being, to a rock?
I'm talking about purpose here. You say that your purpose is God's will, right?
Right. Yes.
How is that different from garbage? Why is garbage not God's will?
Okay.
So he's garbage, is what he's saying.
I'm asking you, what's the difference from God's perspective?
You don't know the difference between God's will and garbage?
Well, garbage is God's will, is it not?
Okay, so we have come to the conclusion that Alex thinks he's nothing more than garbage without a soul.
I'm asking you, from your worldview, how do you discern the difference? How is God's will in one area different to God's will in another area?
I really don't know how to convince you that you're nothing more than that of garbage. Obviously, you believe that about yourself. What can I do for you on that?
That clearly isn't the issue, because it's clearly not what I'm asking.
That's what
I'm asking you how you discern the difference.
You're asking me what makes you different than an inanimate object like garbage. I mean,
And you've yet to answer. So, please, tell me what is the difference to you between God's will in one area and God's will in another.
Can I ask you a question? How do you define consciousness?
The progression of mental states.
The progression of mental states. So you view it as just emergence from your...
Essentially.
Okay. All right. Man. I wish I could make you see differently about that, but I got
Then give me a demonstration. That's it. That's
you are
all
looking, you're looking at your computer screen right now.
I am.
Right? You're listening to us. You're talking to us.
I am.
Right.
How is that? How is that not just reality, existence interacting? I'm going to go. I don't want to go down heavy materialism, but how is that not just materialism acting upon itself?
Okay, heavy materialism. What do you mean by that?
Well, a solid, like, sort of standing within the position. I'm not a huge philosophical buff, so I'm still like.
This is where Nadia would come in. Go ahead, Nadia.
Yeah. I defer to Nadia's greater intellect on this one.
See, Nadia, this is the reason why, dear. Nadia, this is the reason why we can't have atheists as presidents or authority figures or dictators. They see human life as nothing more than inanimate garbage. Go ahead.
Well, when we have religious people as presidents, we have them going on wars of God because they think it's the right thing to do. So at that point, religious people see human beings as nothing more than God's pawns.
You mean GW?
Name your dictator in question saying God told me so. That's how it's used. And it still brings me back. You still have not determined how God's will. You still have not demonstrated to me how God's will in one area is different from another.
Alex, I do want to say that I find that an interesting point that atheists kind of, if you put them in comparison to a religious nut who is delusional, then they almost seem almost exactly alike. I find that point fascinating.
Well, I'd say there's notable difference. There's absence of belief in God, at least.
So the belief is the only thing that makes them different.
Well, it's the defining characteristic of the difference. The trouble is, of course, that discerning precisely what else is tied into that. And I dare say that it's not quite all that you expect.
Well, that's what happens. People start thinking that humans are nothing but garbage or chemicals, nothing but bottles of Windex. They're like, who cares? If I kill 62 million of them, they're just chemicals reacting to their environment anyway.
But we are particular chemicals. We have particular
special chemicals, and
yeah. We are arranged in
a finger.
We are arranged and organized in patterns so that we have things like sentience and intelligence and so on.
Right, so special amalgamation of chemicals. And Nadia, where do you think that interaction, that prime mover, if you will, oh geez, I used the word, sorry. Where do you think that mechanism comes from, that those chemicals that we are made up of, and we get these emotions called love and hate and passion? Where do you think that comes from, Nadia?
I don't think it really comes from anything in particular. I think it's incidental.
That's rough.
The order of the universe is, doesn't have any kind of intent or purpose or animate force behind it.
Oh, Nadia, that is so nihilistic, so hopeless.
How so? It's very much a matter of hope that there is an order of the universe. It's what enabled us to do what we do.
You have a loving Father in heaven, Nadia. All the stuff you've gone through, listen to me, you have somebody up there that you don't understand how much he loves you. He sees every single thing you've gone through, every single beating or rape or whatever you've gone through. He loves you. Why don't you get it? Why can't you open your heart to understand it? I don't get it.
Well, at that point, you can always raise why, your hypothetical creature stood so idly by while it all went on. But at the same time, the order of the universe is something we can actually fight back against.
Not even.
You want to fight God? Go ahead, Brett.
Well, I find it amazing because, all these things you point out about how God is watching and being there, and Nadia even pointed out this, was it 20 minutes ago? You said with the struggles and challenges that you went through, that is the reason why you are the individual that you are today. And you even used the word heroic, which I found fascinating.
Yeah, it's the order of the universe is not a god. It is
Nadia, put down
not
the
just
screen off.
what
Come
it's
on.
not just what we are there to fight against in terms of doctors and firefighters and any of our efforts to keep ourselves alive and anything, but also what enables us to do any of that.
Nadia, why are you pounding down that crap down your throat? Why are you doing that?
Pounding it down is a bit of a mischaracterization.
This is not going to help you. It's hurting you, Nadia. Don't. And where are you getting the money to buy alcohol?
It's called
Seriously.
general assistance.
Don't.
It can only be spent at the bodega.
But okay.
Nadia, we care about you, and we know that you got diabetes type 1. Don't want the alcohol to tear you up and you end up back in ICU. I hope you understand and you're not taking offense to that.
Yeah, it's mostly a risk of seizures, but anyway. Levels tend to dip because it's depressant.
Nadia, I do need to ask you, though, if I were to walk into a room filled with atheists right now and say, how's my favorite toes and fingers, do you think I'd get booted out?
I think they'd probably try to figure out what you were asking first. But you probably wouldn't. We would shortly after.
What do you think, Rob? What would happen if I walked in and said, how's my favorite toes and fingers doing today?
I don't even know what to say anymore, Brett. You know, I don't.
I guarantee you I'd be kicked out of there in less than 3 seconds if I walked in and said, how's my favorite animated garbage?
I hear you, man. I hear you.
That I suspect they'd be more familiar with.
What do you mean that aspect you'd be more familiar with? Why would you say something like that?
That phrasing and such.
Well, why do you say you'd be familiar with that? I don't get it.
Well, they would likely be more familiar with it because you use it elsewhere.
I think she's implying that it's a common straw man that's gone around like the great debate, as it were, quite a bit. So it's recognized.
Well, I don't know who's doing that to you guys and everything, because I believe that you're much more valuable and important than that. I believe that you're sentient, you have a soul, and that you mean something in the universe. You guys try with all your might to philosophically dumb it down, though, and take away your value, but I'll stick with you as long as I can.
You got it, Brett. I love that. God bless you, man.
Well, life tends to have its own independent homeostasis, metabolism, and I guess even physical contiguity. And the notion you're bringing up, this, the fetus and such, lack those. It's physically connected. It's not capable of homeostasis. It's not got its own independent metabolism.
Nadia, do you want the ultimate homeostasis?
I don't know what you mean, but try me anyway.
Belief in Christ.
Okay, well, you can say that, but
I learned in biology that homeostasis was essentially a fancy word for being dead.
No.
That is,
not dead.
Oh, not dead? Okay.
Well, that is sort of
Pennsylvania
biblical.
biology,
That's sort of biblical, Fudd, because when you believe in Christ, you're already dead to the world.
Oh, wow. Dead to the world. That's that sounds like a bad position. And Rev left.
Oh, Rev will be back in a moment and stuff, but isn't one of your favorite terms naughty a philosophical zombie? That's pretty much what that would be, right?
No.
Well, zombies are animated corpses. That'd be dead to the world, wouldn't it?
No. Philosophical zombie refers to a different idea.
And by the way, I think that would make a great great wording on a T-shirt. Philosophical zombie. That could sell. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were all philosophical zombies. Is
What's
what
the
I'd probably
idea
put on there.
here?
Go ahead.
I've seen you use it a couple of times, like in your titles. So what's the idea referred to?
Philosophical zombie can vary in a few different ways, but there are notions that of being otherwise indistinguishable from an ordinary person, except for lacking things like subjective experience, qualia, sometimes even consciousness and in mind and so on.
So it's the equivalent to an NPC.
Non-playable character.
Interesting.
I'm not familiar.
NPC, the term used for any character in a game that you can't play, that you can't be the character of. So all the stuff that's programmed in to be purely visual.
Depends on if it's a game you can mod, then you can control the figure. Yep.
And that's why I'm a Minecraft fan.
I prefer Skyrim myself, but I understand the love for Minecraft.
They've added in a load of stuff. It's all engineering galore. Anyway, completely off topic. I have a question, though. I have an interesting question. Hopefully be an interesting question. It's something that's I'm struggling with anyway. When theists use the term afterlife, what are they? What is it they are referring to? What would be afterlife when you consider what life is? So how I should ask, how do you have an afterlife? That's sort of the cool question. How do you have an afterlife?
Well, you know that according to science, it already states that our properties go back into the universe. Carl Sagan, he said that we are the universe experiencing the universe. I think that one might be able to describe it as a realm or a place where we literally get to keep our consciousness, some of our memories, some of our understanding of the life before, and so on. Would I be able to prove that? No. It's based upon faith, belief, but the properties of the universe thing that has been scientifically shown.
So would you then say that this state afterwards is not life?
The state afterwards is the life?
Yeah. So this allowance of being, this allowance of consciousness, would you say that is not life?
I would probably describe it as like that of a transition. It's just simply a new realm, a new basis, a new form.
Right. Okay. So try and I know it's a difficult idea, but try and perceptualize it. So if you were in that position right now, would you classify it as life or not?
You know, that's kind of complicated because here as I live right now, I have a hard time describing the very life that I have. I see it as moments of happiness, sometimes moments of sadness. But who knows?
Well, there are a number of different understandings of essentially the soul, that part that ends up going on to immortality, and they fit into, I guess, other theologies or whatever regarding the nature of the afterlife and so on. The Catholic hylomorphic dualism is one of the more exotic ones. There is also essentially Cartesian dualists notions of the soul end up being maybe more traditional, and
well,
immortality of those. Go ahead.
Sorry, but yeah, my difficulty, like, I can sort of stretch to understand these particular ideas, but my difficulty is more within, like I say, my perception is usually like where I come down to. So it's the idea of perceiving this afterlife. How would you discern it from? So essentially, why would you call this state life, and then the perception of this next state non-life? Why would it not just be a continual progression? Like the term afterlife doesn't. I don't think it I don't think it has any real meaning. Like it doesn't seem to have any meaning to itself. It seems to be a contradiction. Surely it would not just be. Would it not just be continual life? So in the in the theological worldview, an eternity of life. But all the same, I don't see. I'm just trying to understand like how it is viewed differently, how it is not possible.
I have no issue with the continuation of existence.
Really?
It seems to me that there's, and remember, I made it very clear, it's faith, that either the lights go out completely, your consciousness wiped, all experiences, or you get a chance to continue on your existence. Now, I'm going to say something that would probably be odd for some atheists out there. Maybe you haven't heard a Christian or a Muslim or pagan or Jew ever say this. I refer to myself as a theist. But if I were to get to this continuation of life, and I stood before an intelligent designer, an advanced prime mover being, and I was not happy with this continuation of existence, I would most likely ask it to completely obliterate me from existence if I wasn't happy with my surroundings.
Really? That's the first like thing you'd ask it? I'd ask it for an entire like universe to myself.
No, I'm
All
saying if I wasn't happy, I'm basically saying if I wasn't happy with the situation, if I got,
well, I know that's what I'm saying. Why, instead of asking for destruction, why would you not ask like to have a different situation, to your liking, instead of non-existence? It seems like a completely ridiculous step to take if you've just discovered that like there is a being that controls the entirety of reality. Why would you suddenly like ask to be removed from it? Why would you not go, right, can I have my little pocket?
I didn't say suddenly. I said if I wasn't happy with the predicament that I found myself in. Sure, there's going to be the issue of wanting to understand, gain more knowledge, and be able to enjoy more experiences, but if I got to a point where I wasn't happy or whatever, I would hope that that would be one of the things that I could access. Simply state, all right, I'm done with the experiences. I want it ended.
How would that be the eventual outcome? How would that not be the eventual outcome regardless?
But what would you do, Nadia, if you found out that you got to stand before the prime mover, you found yourself in this open house of experiences? How would you react? What would be some of the things that you'd want to know and question?
I've been through enough horrors and torment, tortured by the memory of them. It's too terrible to stomach. I'd probably ask to just be put down right there.
Tortured by, I'm sorry, I didn't make out that part. You said something about torture to the memory?
Yeah, of all the horrors and the torments I've been through.
I'm sorry that you have endured so much pain and garbage in your life there, Nadia. I wish the best for you always.
Welcome, Bunto.
What you eating right now? That isn't clam stuff again, is it?
Nope, it's I guess Kraft Velveeta shells and cheese.
Ooh.
That's a lot better than what we were eating yesterday. Oof, I was getting kind of nauseous just thinking about it.
What, clam chowder?
Yeah, I don't know what it is about clam chowder. It just doesn't work with me. Yeah, that's one of those things that if I were to get to the continuance of existence, as Mr. Alex pointed out, there was a whole bunch of clam chowder up there, I'd probably walk the other way. Isn't it terrible, Glenn?
You know, I feel the same way about coconut, and you might like it, so.
I've got an unusual question for the non-believers in here. I don't know who's agnostic, deist, or atheist, or whatever. Well, technically, deist is more of a theist position. But my question for you is that if you could push a button right now that would make every God believer in the world become full-fledged atheist, never converting back to any religion, it wipes religion off of the face of the earth completely, would you push the button?
I'm
Well, I
sorry.
have-
For me, that completely broke up. So, sorry.
All right. Basically, what I was asking, if there was a button that you could push that would make religion become non-existent, and also everyone would convert to atheism or agnosticism, whatever, would you do it?
No. No, not in the slightest. I don't think I don't. Such a button is okay. Well, magical in nature, but the problem with the way religions form seems to be essentially you get a group that gathers around a philosophical idea as such. Although this is quite a wide definition of religion, because you could extend it into things like communism and such. So the defining attribute of religion seems to be the belief in a deity. Would you agree?
That seems like some religions seem to do just fine without a deity.
Well, okay, then what do you mean by religion then? Because I need to know exactly what I'm wiping out here.
Well, I'd take, for example, Buddhism. It's classified as a religion, but it doesn't necessarily have a deity or a god behind it.
So what we're talking about here then is followings of people behind an idea.
Yeah, got people who do that all the time.
Yeah, well, the answer would be no then, because I'd end up wiping out most of existence, most of humanity, because religion, however we're defining it, like the very thin definitions of religion, seem to we have our own religions, we have our own things that we do like within our lives that are entirely personal. So as an example, someone may have a morning ritual. This morning ritual, it may be something very simple, like shower first, then brush teeth, then shave or whatever. But that is their morning ritual, and that's their belief as to how these things should go. So for me, religion seems to be no more than this, like a following of a belief, like from groups. So if they were to extend this morning ritual to other people, we should do this first, and then this first, and then this first. So you end up with like miniature religions within households. So we're going to first have breakfast, and then we're going to watch the morning news, then we're going to drop the kids off, and then we're going to go to work. And everyone in the household is then forced into that sort of thing, and it gets larger with the larger groups. So the short answer is no, because you're removing religion seems to be nothing more than, like I say, this necessity to get behind an idea, and I suppose it's a difficult one because we really haven't defined religion properly. But no, it seems to, if we were to remove religion, it would remove a lot of free will, a lot of I don't know. I'm struggling here because I don't know what your definition of religion is.
You see, that's odd to me. I hear a lot of, and I'm not saying that you do, Alex, and I'm not saying that Nadia necessarily holds to the idea, but you hear non-believers all the time say that religion is dangerous. It's like a force of destruction and death. To me, if I had a button I could push to remove something that I deem as evil or something that harms a lot of people, I don't think there'd be a lot of hesitation.
Well,
Go on, Nadia. Sorry. You're talking a lot.
I wouldn't hesitate an instant. I would, I mean, the whole thing that is condemning me to all the employer discrimination, everything else, gone in an instant. Yeah, I'd take that any day.
You do realize not that.
Sorry?
Are you okay, Nadia? You do realize biblically there's not much said whatsoever on transgenderism. So if you've got people running around like chickens with their head cut off insulting you over that, I'd say these people are punks, and they're obviously going with their own perspective or how they were raised.
Yeah.
Yeah. Typically, Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 5, and 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 19, and what's the other big one? Deuteronomy, I think 23:1 are used to justify, I don't know, have some kind of animus against trans people.
Yeah, that's one thing I find fascinating about the Bible. A lot of people have the ability to either interpret it either in an evil way or a good way. My philosophy is if you're looking for evil, you'll find evil. If you're looking for good, you'll find good. I think that people have free will. You have the choice to go do what you want to. And you're not accountable to Christians, Muslims, Jews, or pagans. You're accountable to God. That's how I see it. I don't have no right to stand in your face and tell you how to live your life in that way. You know what I'm saying?
I don't understand how you escape God's will. How do you do that?
What do you mean escape God's will? I think God's part of God's will and a part of God's plan is for us to be able to have choice.
How?
I don't know.
God's abilities and powers work. If I knew how to do some of that stuff, there'd be cookies and milk for everyone.
Yeah. I'd be happy to push the button if it made everyone worship me, but then I would immediately delegate my power to another individual because I'm a lazy bastard.
That's rough.
Well, at that point you've got all the power, so
I'd still have the power. It's just that I delegate the work.
Fair enough. And why not? You can do it.
I don't think I'd make a good God myself. I think that I would, I'd lose patience very quickly. Bad things would happen. It's best to keep me as a feeble human being.
Yeah, I'd be a terrible God. I'd be very bad. Possibly as bad as the one described in the Old Testament of the Bible. I might stop short at flooding the earth, though.
Well, from your perspective, sorry, Fud, I don't know if are you a Christian?
Nah, I generally answer the question agnostic when people ask my position, but, labels are, interpreted differently by different people, so I don't like them really that well.
No, I totally understand that. It's just Brett's fairly obvious with God TV radio on it, so I wasn't too sure about yourself. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's fine. You don't know me, so no big deal.
What is that you're drinking, Nadia?
Smirnoff Ice screwdriver.
Is that your second one?
Nadia, me and my big toe are going to go have a smoke real quick. Be right back.
No worries.
Okay, you have a good smoke. No, just kidding. I was kidding, Nadia.
But yeah, so like the problem with the sort of all-powerful versus free will So how do you, like, as I was asking, how do you escape God's will? Because the moment that you say that God holds no power over you, or no longer has this ability to govern your will, does that not denigrate the character of God? And is that God no longer what it once was? Hence, and then therefore no longer the God that you worship? Was where I was going to go with that. Like, I don't see how you can give the freedom to how you can give freedom to one set of characters and not remove the trait to govern them from the other.
Well, will itself is already innately not free. You know, Schopenhauer's man can will what he does, but not will what he wills. So, how far back can you regress? You know, when you will what you will. How many steps back can you go within a finite mind during a finite lifetime? You don't even need God to make it self-contradictory.
I suppose that's always been my biggest issue with the concepts. Like, there hasn't really been a stage where, like, the God character hasn't added on a whole mesh of problems to anything. Like, you seem to have to do a lot of workarounds for it. Although that could be my flawed understanding. But it seems that a lot of problems have arisen, like, in themselves from the idea of trying to justify all of this that we see before us, and the God character is because of how it's been. I don't know, I'm going to make it sound like it's a God of the Gaps argument, but I don't want to. Because of how, like, people have tried to insert God's purpose into. Well, no, that does it automatically becomes a God of the Gaps argument. I struggle with the whole thing. So.
Well, if free will is disprovable without reference to God, then theologies where a God grants free will are contradicted.
Yes, I've seen a few good arguments for and against it, and I probably shouldn't like promote people on here, but have you ever seen any videos by the Realistic Nihilist? He's a good philosophical boy. I'm a bit of a fanboy. And I like your videos as well. Like, you've got some. You know a lot more material than I do, so it's always interesting to watch.
I've been accused of being somewhat of a compatibilist when it comes to free will. But small problem with that is I have yet to hear a coherent definition of what free will is supposed to be.
Yeah.
I've made my own definition, which is, well, I don't know how good it is. I'll give it to you so you can judge. Basically, you have a set of options that you can choose between, and like, say, A, B, and C.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the capability of making the decision. Now, I'm obviously glossing over the underlying neurology of what's going on to make that decision.
Yes.
But there's a decision-making process nevertheless. So that I would say you have, the ability to decide, but you don't have the ability to choose, for example, a fundamental belief or outlook on life. Some of these big questions, quote unquote, you don't have a say in the matter. I mean, for example, my favorite analogy is you don't get to choose whether you prefer vanilla ice cream or chocolate ice cream. You just naturally will have an inclination towards one or the other, but you have no say in the matter.
I want some cake now. Go ahead. Go on. Sorry.
It's okay. I had just finished.
Okay. That made me want some
Libertarian.
cake. Oh, go ahead.
Libertarian notions are typically split between, it's called contra-causality, that the free will, choice, and so on was not caused by any, determining cause. And the other one being the principle of alternative possibilities that one could have done otherwise.
Yeah.
Those libertarian notions are rather clearly problematic. So compatibilist notions are out there. The three major branches of compatibilism are the faculties of rational deliberation model, where essentially one rationally deliberates on values and circumstances and so on to arrive at the decision, irrespective of whether the decision outcome was determined. The second is the hierarchical or Frankfurt model, where there's the first and second order sort of will, where one's like immediate desires might conflict with one's ultimate desires. Like the addict might have desires to go do drugs, but at the same time ultimate desires to get off the drugs, and those count for essentially internal compulsions. The third is the reasons and responsiveness model, where one relaxes some of the association to essentially just responsiveness to something of a rational deliberation model. Although the rational deliberation model is usually trimmed down quite a bit. And three of those have rather major problems, semantic problems. The libertarian notions are what people genuinely mean when they go on about free will. And these things are more of accounts of moral responsibility during or in deterministic contexts, philosophies, and so on.
Oh, you guys talking about free determinism and free will and predestination, all that goody stuff?
Yeah, kind of free will, yeah.
Yeah, trying to work it all out. The only... sorry.
Brett, your will, though, is not free. It costs $2.99 per decision, payable to me.
Yeah, some
Money order or cash only, please.
Yeah, some decisions can cost one's ass, too. I hear you.
The only time I've ever really heard like anything close to a, like you say, like a intelligible definition is when you insert some sort of powerhouse creature, like God. So the free will aspect of it comes into play. Then you have freedom from being controlled. And that's like the closest I've ever really heard for sort of free will. Even then, I think it would be more aptly labeled free choice, I think, as opposed to free will.
And see, that's odd that you say that because it seems to me from a naturalistic worldview, one would have to go along with being predetermined, that everything is just simply chemicals reacting to the surroundings. That's more like a Sims game or a Matrix type of concept.
Oh yeah, I'm much more close to determinism. Like I don't believe in free will. It's a nonsensical sort of thing to me. So I was just saying, like the only time it's really been coherent to me is when you insert something ridiculous like to justify it. So.
Looks like Nadia threw up another link for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. This ends in about 3.5 minutes, so we'll need to move to a continuation hangout.
Okay. I just wanted to squeeze in this remark. It does not rescue free will, but the quantum indeterminacy of the universe, that is the stochastic nature of the universe, rules out determinism. But like I said, it doesn't change whether free will, by whatever definition, exists or not.
You'll have to explain those terms to me in the continuation hangout, because I'm kind of ignorant on those.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's the original concerns about continuation medical coverage or avoiding interruptions in medical coverage, and the social environment and such are pretty strongly saying to look elsewhere. Yeah.
Right. See you in the next channel.
Okay. Okay. And fingers crossed I'll show up. Alex is at least here. Hopefully Fudd makes it. Oh, there we go.